Florida transfer, gains 10.
Nice job of him getting inside of that safety. A little pause route. Sanders right on the money. How many times did we say that last week? Accuracy, calm feet. Sanders goes 1-2, ball out, first down.
First down at the 48-yard line. Shedeur Sanders out of the gun. Steps up in the pocket. Decides to run it. Tucks it and slides down at the 50. Fans wanted a late hit. Luke Reimer defensively, and there's a flag on the play.
They're going to get Savion Washington, though. This is going to be on Colorado. Savion Washington, the right tackle, Gus 78. He took exception with Luke Reimer contacting Shedeur after he slid and came in late with a big chest bump. Reimer was back in the official's lap, and that's when the flag came out.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 78, 15 yards from the run, down count, second down. That's 78's first foul toward disqualification.
Reimer was committed before Sanders started that slide. That's why the flag is not thrown on Reimer. And then there's the bump at the end, and Reimer gives a little NBA action, little MLS action with a touch of a flop there, Gus, but Savion Washington trying to protect his quarterback, still got to be smart.
Offensive line played well. They were a question mark coming into the game last week.
And they protected very well. Even though they took a few sacks, I think for the most part, Coach Prime was happy with the way that they protected Shedeur Sanders.
They got some big tackles.
I'll tell you, the tackles, wow. Savion Washington is 6'8", 320. Lichtenhan is 6'10", 315 on the left side. And they get Landon Beebe back inside at guard, but really it's about the talent. Edwards, Horn, Hunter, Weaver. How often can you get them the ball?
Second down and 24. Sanders avoiding the rush, throws over the middle, and it's caught. Xavier Weaver once again for Colorado. And Weaver gains 14 last week, 6 catches, 118 yards.
The mismatch for Colorado is going to be their slot players, whoever is in the slot, on the linebackers and the safeties of Nebraska. I think that's where Colorado will make their most.
Throw. Woo! Travis Hunter with the catch. But Sanders put that one on a frozen rope.
And he was rolling to his left, Gus, flips his hips around in his shoulders, and that ball's perfectly thrown. Hunter lays out. Beautiful job by the two superstars.
First down for Colorado. They'll run it with Edwards between the tackles. That's a hard throw, I would imagine, Joel.
100%. And in particular, like I said, because he was moving left. And you've got to get that left shoulder, the front shoulder, all the way back to the throw spot, which is hard to do. He did it beautifully, and then have enough power in the arm to get it all the way outside.
Here's Sanders throwing again over the middle, incomplete. Had a receiver. It was Weaver, couldn't haul it in, and that'll bring up third down and 5.
Well, this defense, I felt like they played so well a week ago against Minnesota. They're going to be without their best defensive lineman in the first half, Ty Robinson, because of a targeting penalty last week. They are going to get Nick Henrich back, one of their leaders. Played a lot of football for Nebraska at the linebacker spot, but he won't start. Their best player, Gus, is likely their corner, Quentin Newsome, number 6. I think he's going to follow Travis Hunter around most of the day.
Third down and 5 of the 36 opening series for Colorado. Shedeur Sanders, all day to throw it. Lets it fly off his back foot and throws this one out of bounds. Travis Hunter, who had 11 grabs last week, playing both offense and defense, the intended receiver.
You know, I think that they might go for this. This is the field position right here that Coach Prime's going to be aggressive, and they'll keep the offense on the field.
Fourth down and 5 from the 36. 3 receivers at the bottom of your screen. Nebraska jumps offside. And if this is against Nebraska, that'll be a first down on fourth down.
Boy, if I was Colorado, I'd be upset that they blew this dead unless this is a false start.
Offside.
The reason I would be upset is flag might come out here because I don't think he was outside of the pocket for an intentional grounding. If he was, and they deem he was outside of the pocket, then he can make that throw. If he wasn't, there needs to be a receiver in the area, which there wasn't.
Intentional grounding. Offense, number 2. Penalty is lost down at the time of foul. Second out.
You see where the tackle is. He's about 2 yards to the left of that hash. So that's where Sanders would have had to get. And when he releases this ball, he's not outside of the pocket. That's a good call by the officials. And immediately that side judge up top, he ran in to the referee and said, I've got no receiver in the area. That's when the flag comes out. And now Colorado will be way behind the chains.
That'll make it second down and a long 25. Dylan Edwards in the backfield. Here's Sanders to throw it. Steps up with a lane. Shedeur Sanders still on the move and finally slides down inside the Nebraska 30-yard line. Using his legs. Didn't have to do that too often last week against TCU.
No, he didn't, and that's because they kept finding open receivers. But here, watch this open up. They're running man underneath and then 2 deep. Anytime you see 2 safeties deep and man underneath, the quarterback can run. There's nobody responsible for the quarterback. He sees that. Smart run right there.
And that's the thing about Sanders. It seems like he knows what to do in every situation.
I thought that was the main point out of week 1 is how smart Sanders played. The ball went to the proper spot every single time, and it's doing it again here today.
Cerebral.
I'm your football obsessed best man, and I think you having your big day during the big game is the worst. What, are you kidding me?
Physically, I'm right here, but mentally, I'm here. Yeah, I do. Come on, speed it up.
When all eyes are on you,
My eyes are glued to the game. Whoa! Touchdown, yeah. And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be tough to tackle. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Massage de burger dans le boyau. Baissiner avec 20 minutes, c'est keep it from drying out. And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
Intuitive sit to start in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Wasn't me.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by AT&T Business. Next level moments need the next level network. And by Allstate, you're in good hands. Welcome back. What a rivalry over the years. Nebraska and Colorado. Right now, no score, 5:34 to go first quarter. Colorado, there's Michael Irvin, the playmaker, folks. He's with us now. And Skip Bayless. Here at Fox, Sports 1 and Fox. We love having him on our team. Great friend, former teammate to Deion Sanders. And you see all the pros around this program right now. Last week I saw Warren Sapp. Yesterday I saw Cordell Stewart, Michael Westbrook, Terrell Owens. And from what I'm hearing, a lot of these former pros and Hall of Famers want to coach. And they would love to coach with Deion.
Full start. Offense. Number 65. here a penalty. Still third down.
Well, drives like this will make you not want to coach. You know, when there's miscues like this, we see there expecting the snap, doesn't come. Jack Bailey, 65, comes out of his stance, and now it's a long yardage situation, and that probably knocks them out of field goal range, Gus, so a costly penalty right there if they're unable to pick up any yardage.
3rd down and 15 at the 36. Empty backfield. Here's Sanders backpedaling. Over the middle and incomplete. Well defended by Nebraska. Edwards, the intended receiver. So that brings up 4th down and 15. Maybe out of field goal range. I don't know. Let's see.
It's right on the edge, and you see the shot that Sanders takes here. A breakdown in protection. He tries to get the ball over the middle, gets taken down to the ground, and they will, Gus, end up punting this away again. That false start was so costly for Colorado. Knocked them back 5 yards and out of field goal range.
Mark Vassett, 3 punts last week, averaging 44 yards. 1 punt inside the 20. He'll stand at midfield.
Yeah, I'll try my best to stream the game for you tonight, bro.
Vassett pops this one up in the air, end over end, takes the bounce, and into the end zone for a touchback. So coming
You're
up,
welcome.
Colorado on defense, Travis Hunter, two-way star, will be ready to play when we return.
Let's go for a drive.
Probably on YouTube.
That was crazy. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
The Equalizer 3 is the #1 movie in the world.
Very good.
Critics and audiences agree it's the best of the franchise, with an A cinema score. Don't miss the best action movie of the summer.
I'll be waiting for you.
The Equalizer 3, now playing. Rated R.
Caleb Williams is transferring to Wendy's for the new loaded nacho cheeseburger.
Hold up those crunchy boys and say queso!
Queso!
It's a nice shot, Mac. You want to get in the next one?
Of course.
Nope, starters only. Starters only.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new loaded nacho cheeseburger.
Today, I'm doing the Degree Gray T-shirt challenge. Let's put Degree Advanced and Spice to the test and see if I get any sweat marks.
Yeah. With non-stop sweat protection, you're not done yet. The result? Only one winner here.
No sweat marks.
Degree Advanced keeps working when others stop.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just a bunny! Calm down, Taco. Sit. That just stop. Sesame, no. Walter, don't. No, treat for anyone. You're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
I don't even know what channel it's on. I have to do a search.
Stanford faces reigning Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams in 6th ranked USC. It's a huge night of football on Fox.
It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. You know they used to call Dr. Pepper, Joel, when I was in Waco?
You told me this. I can't remember at the top of my head.
They used to call it a Baptist beer.
That's right.
First down and 10 at the 20.
Yeah, I'll try to do the Alabama-Texas game tonight.
And they'll run it over the right side. Irvin. And he gets around the corner, picks up 4 yards on the play. Dragged down by Deion's other son, Shiloh Sanders.
And when this matchup plays out, Nebraska on offense, Colorado on defense, the most important down of any set of downs is going to be first down. Gus, because the more times Colorado can force Nebraska into an obvious passing situation, they feel like they're going to win. At the end of this play, watch Travis Hunter, who's got to defend a tight end. And if I'm Nebraska, this is exactly what I'm going to do. Anytime Hunter is involved on defense, wide receiver or tight end should hit him, block him, try to put him in harm's way.
Second down and 7.
So.
Sims in trouble, got it away, incomplete. And this time, Thomas Fidone was the target. He just couldn't scoop it up.
Man, this guy was highly recruited. That's a good pass from Sims. I know Fidone is laying out there, but Fidone, who was highly recruited, dealt with 2 different knee injuries, just can't quite haul it in. Nebraska faithful have been waiting for Fidone to enter that prime of his Nebraska career and be a threat in the passing game.
3rd and 7 at the 23. Colorado with a chance to get off the field right here. Here's Sims. Looking, Sims underneath, caught, but not enough for the first down. And the Cornhuskers will be forced to punt it away. Silman Craig with the tackle, a gain of 3.
Cameron,
3rd and 7.
And Cameron Silman Craig, he's going to come up from this safety spot. Watch right here. So Silman Craig, he does a nice job of reading the route and then coming up and making a sure tackle in space. He's starting because Miles Slusher, the normal strong safety who made the 4th down stop a week ago, Gus, he's out with injury, and Silman Craig with a nice tackle there.
Jimmy Horn Jr., the deep man. And he comes up the field at the 35, still running.
Yeah, I see it.
At the 45. So coming up, Travis Hunter now will be back on the field on offense. Great two-way.
Oh, but now when I came home, I ended it when I came home because I stopped at the mall. So then I think it sent you another text message saying that my ETA changed.
You don't have to wait until retirement to start enjoying your second act. With Protect.
Yeah, because I had ended it at the mall. I ended my GPS at the mall.
50 years, we've kept our promise to financially protect and provide, so you can look forward to leading a whole different type of team. Talk to a financial professional about life insurance and retirement solutions with Pacific Life.
Welcome to Hampton by Hilton. Big game tomorrow. You guys ready?
Oh, we're ready, Gus.
Which way's the room?
I'm just chilling, man. They ready to go to Texas. That's all they keep talking about.
So comfy.
Well, you trying to go now as soon as you come home?
Syrup.
They're hungry for the win.
Big time.
When you're playing to win, it matters where you stay. Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm Jasmine, and TikTok helped keep my parents' dream of owning a restaurant alive. When business was slowing down, we didn't think we would be able to renew the lease. That's when I started making TikTok videos. After we posted the video, we were slammed. People letting us know that they were trying it out for the first time. I always knew TikTok was a pretty powerful platform, but I never realized the extent of that power until a small town girl like me was able to reach millions of people and help keep my parents' dream alive.
Shut it down! Kitchen Nightmares returns Monday, September 25th on Fox.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. And by Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay. For over a century, college football has showcased the athletic talents of many players who have played on both offense and defense. Travis Hunter is following in their footsteps. Last week, Joe, 145 plays.
Yeah, normally it's a guy that's dominant on one side of the ball and then has a package on the other side. Not just playing every play the whole game, which Hunter has done so far here today.
Sanders delivers, and it's caught. This time, Jimmy Horn with the reception. And last week, the heat index was a consistent 105.
I think training at altitude helps him to do this. And now at altitude, something that Sean Lewis, the offensive coordinator, wanted was hyper tempo, really fast pace. He hasn't really gotten to that yet with this offense.
Second down and 5. And the Buffalo's running it straight ahead. I forgot we're in high altitude, Joe. No wonder I'm a little tired.
You feel that? You're just a little winded?
What happens? I mean, am I going to hit a second wind?
No, that's the point. There's Sean Lewis, wants to go fast. Those penalties on the first series, Gus, really prevented them from getting into the rhythm that they want to establish.
3rd down and 2. Sanders dumps it down. Edwards. And Dylan Edwards bottled up and taken to the ground hard. He loses 4 yards on the play as
Bayer, 42.
Bayer comes up with the tackle.
Bayer did a great job of recognizing this, and then he was out for Edwards. Edwards, he was too far outside of his lineman for a screen pass. Sometimes those young running backs, they can get in a hurry. He was too far outside. And that's what allowed Bayer to rally up and make the tackle in space. And that's something that this Nebraska defense did really well last week against Minnesota and has to do great today is tackle well in space. Colorado will try to feature those athletes in the open field. And Bayer right there took down one of their better ones, the young running back Dylan Edwards.
Tell you what, you got to give a lot of credit to this Nebraska defense. They're playing hard and strong early in this game. 3:01 to go in the first.
They've gotten a little pressure on Shedeur. And then we've seen them tackle well in space. And those are two things that are a must for this defense.
Billy Kemp, the deep man at the 10-yard line. Bassett, end-over-end kick. And fair caught at the 7. A big day of football continues next on Fox with the battle for the Cy-Hawk Trophy between Iowa and Iowa State. Then at 7 Eastern, number 13 Oregon visits Texas Tech, followed by Stanford taking on reigning Heisman winner Caleb Williams and 6th ranked USC. It's all right here on Fox.
Boy, USC continues to look great on offense. That should be a surprise to nobody around college football. But here, not a lot of offense, and we certainly expected a lot more than we've seen so far here. Waning moments of the first quarter, Gus, but this Jeff Sims-led Nebraska team, they've had a little success throwing the ball. They've had the 1 turnover. Got to get it going on the ground.
First down at the 7-yard line. Irvin breaks it back with running room. Will slide forward, get about 6 yards on the play. Kyrie Mans with the tackle.
In a perfect world, this Nebraska team would chew up lots of clock for Matt Rule and limit the number of possessions overall in this game. They want this to be about a 16, 17, 18 possession game overall. It looks like Colorado's confused here defensively, and they're going to have to take a timeout.
First charge timeout of the half.
And now Colorado with 2 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the first. They call their first timeout. All right, let's go to some Aflac trivia for you. Who is the only Colorado quarterback to finish in the top 5 of Heisman voting? Aflac trivia question sponsored by Aflac. Get help with expenses. Health insurance doesn't cover with Aflac. What Colorado quarterback finished in the top 5?
Well,
was it you?
No. No, it wasn't. It was either Darian Hagan or Cordell Stewart. I think it's Darian Hagan. And he kind of split votes with Eric Bieniemy, and they lost the Heisman to, I believe, Gino Torretta.
There you go. You are correct, sir.
Man, these are like trick questions. I wanted to say Cordell for a second.
I thought they were going to trick you with Cordell.
Yeah.
Saw him yesterday at practice, looking good. 2nd and 4 at the 13. Irvin, the pistol back. They give it to him. Stretches it out wide and picks up a first down. Stays in bounds as it crosses the 20. Nice piece of running. Travis Hunter with the tackle.
Nice job on the edge here by the tight ends and then the wide receiver who's going to come in and kind of crack from that opposite side. And it allows Irvin to get the edge. And that spills then to Travis Hunter. Really good running teams love to put those corners in a bind and have to force them up into the run defense. And Nebraska does it there as the ball spills outside into the corner's lap.
First down at the 22 for the Cornhuskers. Irvin running the same way. Tried to squeeze through the hole. It'll pick up 3 yards on the play, gets to the 25. Dominic defensively for Colorado.
Well, they're definitely doing what I suggested at the opening possession of the game, feeding Gabe Ervin. Last week, only 7 carries, 55 yards, almost 8 a pop. Already 7 carries today in the first quarter.
2nd and 7 at the 25. Ramir Johnson replaces Ervin. And some movement up front. Let's see.
They got a little head start on that left side, Gus.
Full start. Offense. Number 57. 5-yard penalty. Still second out.
That's Ethan Piper, the left guard. And he just gets that little head start right there. Although if he was playing for the Chiefs, I think that would just let him go. My goodness, how about that?
2nd down and 12 at the 20. 3 penalties against Colorado, 2 against Nebraska. Here's Sims, flushed out, flag on the play, and he'll throw this one out of bounds.
Flag way back deep. It looks like there was a hold. Turner Corcoran, the left tackle, as Sims was leaving the pocket, and they'll ask Colorado whether they want to take that penalty or not.
Holding. Offense. Number 69. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
And this is going to be the hard part for Nebraska, is that their wide receiver group is banged up. Guy who led them in targets a week ago, Isaiah Garcia Castaneda, tore his ACL. They really have Billy Kemp, Marcus Washington. Those are your 2 main targets right now for Nebraska. But these corners are very good, in particular in man coverage, which they're playing.
3rd down and 12 at the 20. Empty backfield for Sims. Remember, he's a prolific runner. Here's Sims underneath, and it's caught. Kemp trying to work his way upfield, but is wrestled down. Nicely done as Carter Stoutmire, freshman, brings him down after a gain of 7. And that could take us to the end of the first quarter.
Stoutmire is a guy that they're very high on as a freshman. Obviously, they had a lot of acclaim getting Cormani McLean, who was the #1 corner in the class, and yet it's been Carter Stoutmire, a guy who has come in 5'11", 205 pounds, and he has really impressed this coaching staff. And that tackle right there was evidence of that, Gus. In a big moment on the field, makes the play.
And that takes us to the end of the first quarter. Everybody expecting fireworks in Boulder, but we're scoreless after 1.
You want to be like me? Well, you can't, because there's only one Pride. But you can recover like me. Almonds, every day. They can help you recover from exercise to keep you prime. You want to stay prime, right?
Hey, Coach Prime. Catch.
Oh, I still got it. Eat your almonds. Own your prime.
Lost Medicaid or CHIP coverage? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Prescriptions?
With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month.
What's the website again?
Healthcare.gov.
Baby, it's over.
I mean, we both saw this coming.
Sorry.
No
10th season kicks off Sunday on Fox.
My friends always ask me what's so special about the University of Colorado.
There's a whole lot of things.
Prime faculty.
Prime experiences. Prime research.
Prime alumni.
Prime mascot.
They forgot one thing, prime location.
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader on Fox. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads a new era of Packers football against Justin Fields and the Bears.
Touchdown!
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader, Sunday on Fox.
Guys, check this out. I had this baby built so I can combine my two loves, Wendy's and Big Noon Kickoff.
Why can't you just be like a normal person?
Deep fryer, built right in. Careful, they're hot and crispy.
Kind of like where you're going with this.
I'm really glad you feel that way because I had Tiny Desk built for all of us.
For what?
For our new show open. Who's in?
Out. No. Love it.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by AT&T Business. Next level moments need the Next Level Network. Boulder, Colorado, spectacular day here in the great state of Colorado.
Because Pac Life game summary sponsored by Pac Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. Look at what we've got so far. 0-0. Here we go. Jeff Sims got it going a little bit, then the turnover, but what we haven't seen is the electricity from the Colorado offense, which is what we were expecting coming into this game.
Brian Buschini will punt it away for Nebraska inside the 15. Jimmy Horn Jr., the deep man for the Buffaloes at the 26. He tracks it down on the near side. That ball out of bounds. And the Buffaloes will have it at the 42. Let's go downstairs to Jenny.
Well, Coach, I know Jeff Sims had that early turnover, but what is key to them moving forward and getting your offense some rhythm?
Yeah, you know, it's a back-and-forth game, though. They're playing a lot of man. They're coming after us. Had to be a little bit better on first down. The penalties hurt us there. You know, we were 2nd and 4, got the first down, then we had another penalty. So I think we just had to settle down. We knew coming here, the tempo they would have, that we were going to just have to withstand the surge. Now we're just going to keep trying to make it football.
For the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was moments ago. Coach Rule speaking with our Ginny Taft. First down and 10 at the 43. Sanders steps up, and he's taken down. Great defense, Cameron Linhart. That's a loss of 2.
And Linhart is the one who's playing in place of Ty Robinson. Now already Shedeur has been under pressure 6 times. He's now been sacked a couple of times on only 14 dropbacks. So the rhythm not there for Colorado's offense like we saw a week ago against TCU.
2nd and 12 at the 41. Sanders winds up far side on the money. Great throw, nice catch. This time it's Xavier Weaver, who's turning into a go-to receiver for Shedeur Sanders.
And Sanders will go where the defense tells him to go. And now a crucial play here to try to stay on the field.
Trips at the top of your screen. 3rd and 3 at midfield.
It's like Nebraska wants to blitz here.
Dylan Edwards, the single setback. Sanders on 3rd and 3, rolls out, delivers, incomplete. Great pressure by this Nebraska Cornhusker defense. Hunter, the intended receiver. But the pressure by Nebraska, flag on the play.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 60. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Wow, Cornhuskers shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, this one was not even a player on the field. So watch as Hunter is going out of bounds here. And he's just kind of going out of bounds. And then there's going to be a shove right here, not by the corner or anything. All of a sudden there's Oh, no. Hunter reacts to just an arm out, and then the flag came out. That's a miss right there. Just an arm, not really a shove, and then Hunter reacts and draws the flag. That is unfortunate for Nebraska. There certainly should not have been a flag, and it gives Colorado, Gus, a first down.
First down at the Nebraska 35. Sanders floats one up the sideline. Incomplete. No flags on the play. Weaver again the target. Malcolm Herzog defensively for Nebraska.
Yeah, and Malcolm Herzog is the guy that gave up that fourth down completion late to Minnesota a week ago. And Matt Rhule told us that he went up to him and he said, listen, just keep playing. You've got to have a short memory as a corner because sometimes you're going to get beat. That just happened to be in the last play of the game, a fourth down. He thinks that this guy is scrappy and a very good player.
Sanders in trouble, and Sanders sacked again. Nebraska applying major pressure, second sack for Lenhart.
Well, what they're doing here is very smart. They're showing Sanders that he's got an open access, easy throw into the short side of the field, and then the linebacker drops right in front of it. So all of a sudden it becomes a double coverage. Sanders can't throw the ball and has to just take the sack. And how about Lenhart having a day? The freshman from Staten Island, New York, already with a couple of sacks.
Sanders started 4 for 4, but 3 of 8 since, and sacked twice. Third down and a long 16. Sanders steps up with time, looking. Sanders holding on to it. Doing his best Fran Tarkington impersonation. Sanders, and he finally just goes out of bounds at the 45. Shedeur Sanders loses a couple of yards on the play, but nobody open.
I tell you, this coverage was just exceptional. The protection was there initially, and Sanders had nowhere to go with the ball. One of the things Colorado did great last week was scramble rules. These wide receivers know that as soon as Shedeur breaks the pocket, they've got to get open. But there wasn't a lot of movement there. It allowed Nebraska to defend them, and then Shedeur trying to pull his own Caleb Williams here. Can't get it done.
Buffalo's punting it away. Vassett. And Kemp allows it to take a bounce, and it's down to inside the 10. Nebraska defense playing extremely well here in the first half. No score. Cornhuskers ready to go back on offense right after this. Shedeur Sanders, rough day so far, courtesy of that D-line for Big Red.
You're going to like this story because it's about you. You who forgot to charge your phone last night. You who sprints to the boarding line so your bag will fit. You with him. Until one day you boarded a United plane that was designed for, well, you. And your phone got charged, your bag fit, so did everyone else's, but this story isn't about them. Your toddler didn't tantrum, and you got to fly happily ever after. The end.
On a spicy Fansville.
Welcome back to Touch Take, where I lock myself in a room and I yell about sports. Hot take. Punting is for losers. Hot take. Hot take. Hot take. Let's go back to leather helmets.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Geico makes car insurance easy.
Enjoy your flight. You too.
As easy as saying the wrong thing.
Me too. Really?
What?
Dad, why would you say that?
Why would you say that? Do I look like I'm going on vacation, sir?
It's not how airports work, man.
You could?
Dad.
Are we leaving or?
I don't even want to go on vacation anymore.
I thought I knew you.
She has hairspray that is over the limit.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
And you're not wearing socks. Get a grip, man.
We don't know any first responders who only give 90%. Or farmers. The workers who build our towns, roads, infrastructure. They don't stop at halfway. And good luck finding a small business owner who's happy with an 80% effort. That's why they use Ford trucks. Ford F-Series, 100% assembled in America. Because we're all in on America.
How'd everyone sleep? I'll go first, with your mother and erotically.
This is Crapopolis. I swear it's not as bad as the name sounds. Or that look. We could build an empire.
What's an empire?
I don't know yet, but it's going to be huge.
This
civilization thing. It is the mortals doing the best they can.
There's a guy collecting pig feces over your shoulder.
They call it agriculture.
Crabopolis. Special premieres September 24th on Fox.
And don't forget, you can find all of Joel's Breaking the Huddle content at foxsports.com, the Fox Sports app, and CFB on Fox social platforms.
Well, I was looking forward to getting here this week. I thought that both offenses would play well. I thought Nebraska would run it really well against this Colorado defense. I thought Colorado would throw it well against the Nebraska defense. The opposite has happened so far in this first quarter. Both defenses playing very well.
First down and 10 to the 9-yard line. Here's Gabe Ervin following his blocks with a lane. Ervin still moving. Ervin gets across the 35 to the 36, a gain of 26 yards. Sanders and Omarion Cooper combining on the tackle.
Great block on the edge right here. Tackle tied in, opens up a huge hole for Gabe Ervin. Already his 8th carry of the game, had 7 in the first quarter, now 8. This one was a big one, and again, when he gets that head of steam going, he is a big back, 220 pounds, and Gus, he's elusive, and this run game, they gotta start establishing it. That was a good start.
26-yard run, first down at the 35. And Ervin tackled by Shane Coates. No gain on the play. Let's go downstairs, check in with Jen.
Well, something to point out, Gus, with Coach Rule, really, this is an entirely different team. When you talk about the chemistry, the atmosphere, the way this group has come together, I had a chance to catch up with linebacker Luke Reimer, who told me, I feel like a freshman again. And he's a senior. He said the first thing Coach Rule brought in to the mix, he sat down with the players, said, what do you guys need from me? What do you want to do better? He believes that this team has moved on from the past. They believe in the process from Coach Rule, and defensively, a good start.
All right, second down. Here's Sims being chased. Sims throws on the run. And it is caught. Beautiful grab by Billy Kemp. How did he keep a foot in bounds? Gains 18.
I mean, Sims dead sprint to his right. And watch Kemp get his hands under the ball and that foot down. That was sensational stuff. Kemp, transfer from Virginia. He's a guy that's had a lot of catches in his career.
As a completed catch at the sideline. Play is under further review.
So they're going to take a look at it.
And they'll look at the process here. Gus, the first thing that has to be established is control. So you've got to say, when does he get control? Right there. And then there was a knee down. That left knee was down inbounds. And then he's got to maintain control through the process of going to the ground, and he did. It does to me as well. There's control, knee. Now he just has to maintain possession and control, and he does in that right hand. That's a beautiful catch. Because he had 192 grabs at Virginia before transferring to Nebraska. Certainly a guy that they need to feature a little bit more, and they have so far today.
Ranks 4th in Virginia history in receptions with 192 and 10th in career receiving yards.
On the sideline, the receiver had a left knee inbounds and maintained control throughout the process of the catch. Therefore, ruling on the field is confirmed.
That's some good stuff right there. And that was after the first game as a coaching staff. You got to go back almost to the drawing board. I call it a hindsight page. What do we need to do better? What should we have done different? Part of what this staff told us was that Billy Kemp needed to get the ball more in space. I know that was a broken play, but just a picture of what he can provide. Marcus Satterfield, the offensive coordinator, and the talent that he has on the outside.
First down and 10 at the 47. And they'll run it straight ahead, and it's Sims who picks up a first down. Omarion Cooper with the tackle, but Jeff Sims, we know he can run the ball. 19 carries last week for 91 yards against Minnesota.
He's a big, strong quarterback, 220 pounds, and they're looking right now at that left shin, whether it was down before they actually called it down. Probably was. Probably need to move this back. I don't know if replay will get involved or not. And there's the stoppage. I think that they will. Might Try to make this a quick review. Our replay can just, with the headset and the communication system, Gus, just tell the referee, move the ball to this yard line, and it's 1st and 10.
The previous play is under further review to assess whether the runner's knee was down.
I don't think we need a full review, but hey, you know.
And our rules analyst, Dean Blandino, joins us. Dino, your thoughts?
This would be a good opportunity, as Joel was saying, for a quick review. They have their wireless communication. It was clear the shin was down. Just tell the referee, put the ball on the 43. It's going to be 2nd down, and we can avoid going to a full stoppage.
Yeah, and that would be, I guess, the only hard part is first, Dean, establishing, okay, we have a runner that is down. The shin is down right there. Now, what was the down and distance? Did he achieve the line to gain? A 1st down would have been at about the 37, and he's down at the 43. And like you said, Dean, it'll be 2nd down.
Exactly right. We have to know where the line of gain was, and they're communicating that to the referee during the review process.
Runner's knee was down at the 43-yard line. Replace the ball there.
Well, that run game, though, as they went through that, they're starting to churn a little bit, aren't they? The big run to start this drive by Gabe Ervin, and then that beautiful little, and it's a read for Jeff Sims, but it's a read where the read is actually trying to take the runner outside, and then Jeff Sims is the inside read, and that's that kind of quarterback, they call it like a Q power type of a read. And I tell you, that's very effective. They'll come back to that at some point during this half.
2nd down and 6 at the 43. Nebraska showing ability to move the football. They'll run it straight ahead, more running room. Ervin, and he'll go down inside the 30. Cooper with the tackle. But that's a gain of 13. Now this Nebraska offensive line starting to push.
Yeah, and a beautiful little pull right there. You've got Bonner, 16, kind of an extra fullback tight end, and that offensive line pushing towards the left. And then watch Bonner right here. He's going to get this seal right there. That's a beautiful block, allows the cutback lane, and Ervin scampers downfield.
As you mentioned, Joel, styles make fights. Nebraska good at running it. Colorado not good at stopping the run. Here's another run for the Huskers. Johnson upended by Marvin Ham. But he gained 6 on the play.
I really love what Nebraska has done. You heard Matt Rule at the quarter break tell Ginny they're running a lot of man coverage and being aggressive on 1st down. And so what Marcus Satterfield, the offensive coordinator for Nebraska, has done is he has implemented a lot of motion into these 1st down run calls. Gus, you notice that there's a wide receiver racing across the set on almost every single down. And what that's doing is that's making Colorado have to think about their man coverage, who's got who. And because of that, they're finding some run lanes on the inside. So Marion Cooper that was apparently down.
Injury timeout. 8:40 to play in the 2nd. Back after this. And actually, folks, we'll stay right here. 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. 2nd down and 4 here in the 2nd quarter at the 24 for the Cornhuskers. Scoreless game. Nebraska losing to Minnesota on the road last week. Colorado winning on the road at TCU last week. Cornhuskers lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Ham, Dominic combining on the tackle.
They've got an extra offensive line right now, linemen. They're trying to go big. Now they'll bring in an extra tight end. This is about as big as you can go. Only one wide receiver, maybe 2 out there. Extra lineman, extra tight end. Nebraska trying to get physical right here.
3rd down and 5. And that ball deflected off a Cornhusker in motion. Lindenmeyer, the fullback,
trying to time the motion, get him across the formation, but he called for the snap too early, and they are so fortunate that Lindenmeyer was able to look back and dive on that ball and save possession for this field goal opportunity.
So this will be a 45-yarder for Tristan Alvano. Clean snap, good hole, got it up, and oh, it hit the right upright. No good. Alvano, game of inches. No score from Boulder.
Coach said, man, this goat done took over our office.
And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hands.
Hospital bill for Prime. Did you just say Gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about. Say it one time. Aflac. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
Now, how do we get this goat out of here?
Aflac. Meet one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Elephant would have been scarier.
Who's this? This is Alf. We have to help her.
Our mission is to find the weapon designated Alpha O. You are authorized to kill on sight.
They're coming to get me.
I'm your personal escort, okay? I'm like a bodyguard.
You have to protect her.
I'll do anything to keep us safe.
The Creator, rated PG-13, only in theaters September 29th. Get tickets now.
Hello, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order, please? Quarter pounder with cheese.
Royal with cheese.
How can you be sure you're getting the right deal?
I have to talk to my bestie. This one's like your last boyfriend. It's got issues.
For the right used car, just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com. Hi, we're Visible. We're the wireless company with nothing to hide. Seriously, hidden fees? We don't have them. Annual contracts? Not our thing. Great wireless on just one line? Now that's more like it. Get unlimited 5G data powered by Verizon for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. That's right, $25 a month means $25 a month, every month. Sorry, hidden fees. We're just not that into you. Sometimes the choice is just Visible. Switch today at Visible.com.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by Aflac. Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. And by Verizon. Switch to My Plan, the plan for fans. The rivalry between these two teams dates back to 1898, but the 1980s and 90s delivered some of the greatest games that these two teams have ever played. And you were at the big one in 2001, weren't you?
Yeah, I was just a fan. Actually, I was sitting in the stands and I was like, this looks like more fun than minor league baseball.
First down to the 27, and they'll run it. And it's Cavassier Smoke. What's Nebraska doing defensively to confuse this Colorado team?
Well, there's no in-between so far, and that's because Nebraska is either getting after the quarterback or dropping 8 into coverage, but they've won the one-on-one matchups up front. Sanders has had to pump fake several times, isn't quite comfortable with the defensive looks he's seeing in the secondary, and then they're getting home with that pass rush.
So what's the adjustment if you're Colorado?
Well, they're trying to get to some run game right here and provide shorter yard situations. It's not working, though. I would try to get to quick game. They need to get their athletes the ball in space immediately and try to break a tackle that way. That's the one thing that Tony White's defense was very nervous about, was tackling in space. They've done well so far, but Tony White has done a great job. They played terrific last week against Minnesota on that defensive side, and they're playing great today.
Third down and 9 at the 28-yard line for Shedeur Sanders. And the Buffaloes, here's Sanders, winds up, deep ball, nobody close. Some miscommunication on the route. Hunter, closest man to the football, and Colorado will have to punt it away.
I believe this is their 4th punt. We did not see 4 punts last week with Colorado. This offense is totally out of rhythm, and this is exactly what Colorado fans were nervous about. How would they play after that euphoric win on the road against TCU? It has not been the same here today for their offense.
Bassett inside his own 15. High spiraling punt. Fair caught at the 29. 43-yard punt coming up. Cornhuskers with the football. No score from Boulder.
There he is. It's right there. Oh, he's straight ahead. He's straight ahead. Go, go, go.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
At Doss, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough. So they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good. Doss, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
I walk along the city streets you used to walk along with me. And every step I take recalls how much in love we used to be. Oh, how can I forget you when there is always something there to remind me? Always something there to remind me.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
I got that sauce bisque and some tay-tays.
More formally known as sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes.
Bish squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Cup of dubba java.
It's 2 coffees.
Cup of dubba java.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Thursday, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Judge and the Yankees take on Devers and the Red Sox. Or Arozarena and the Rays battle Rutschman and the Orioles. Baseball night in America, Thursday on Fox.
Welcome back to Boulder, where we're still looking for our first points. Rob Stone back here with you. And coming up on the State Farm halftime, the guys will join me. We'll talk about how Nebraska's been able to slow down this Colorado offense. Plus, highlights from around the nation, including number 10 Notre Dame. Tough road test in Raleigh. And Utah having some early issues, guys, with the Baylor team that fell to Texas State last week.
All right, thank you very much. First down and 10 of the 29. Another fumble. Sims coughs it up again. Holy Chicago, Jeff Sims fumbles the snap. Dominic has it. And Colorado's in business.
These are not bad snaps. They're right where they need to be. They're trying to time up this motion, and he continues to snap the ball right when the motion is passing him. I believe that took his eyes off the ball. It hits the ground, and how about Dominic? Picks it up with one hand, and now Colorado inside the 20. A couple of turnovers from this defense, and massive mistakes from Jeff Sims so far in this first half.
That's the third time Nebraska's put the ball on the ground. They've lost 2 fumbles. Colorado with a great opportunity here. Sanders sideline, and it's caught out of bounds. Tarvarish Dawson with the reception, a 6-yard gain.
Number 6, Quentin Newsom with the tackle.
I would just stand up and throw it to the open receivers as fast as I possibly can. Hitch, get the ball in space right now.
Second down and 4. Sanders in space, and that's incomplete. Dylan Edwards tried to get it out of the backfield. Omar Brown there defensively for Nebraska.
And watch Sanders, every time they rush 3, he's got to pat the ball. Why? Because there's 8 defenders back there, and there's not a lot of space when you're inside the red zone. He's got to try to get it all the way out. Dylan Edwards can't hang on.
3rd and 4 at the 13. Sanders underneath. Horn looking for space, and he may have lost a yard on this play.
I tell you what, this Nebraska defense is flying around. I love the game plan from Tony White, the execution from these players. They have played fantastic. They're trying to get this little screen to the outside and bring these linemen, little tunnel screen to get the linebackers. They never get off their blocks, and then Horton doesn't dive for the line to gain.
So Jace Feely comes in to attempt a 31-yarder. He had a 49-yarder last week against TCU. Got it up. And Colorado finally on the board. 4:20 to play in the second quarter. Buffaloes lead the Cornhuskers 3-0.
Every year, Jersey Mike's raises money for the USTA Foundation, bringing tennis and education programs to communities across the country. And with your help, they will continue to support hundreds of thousands of under-resourced kids. So to say thank you, this year, they are playing doubles with 2 days of giving.
That's right, Chris. Come to Jersey Mike's this Saturday and Sunday and help support the kids' programs. Together, we always make a difference.
Cashback is good, but double cashback is even better. Discover matches all the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year, which is cashback at its best.
Officially, it's a fridge full of beer. Unofficially, it's free AC. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
Doug.
What do we always say, son? Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
So you only pay for what you need.
That's my boy. And you get out there and you make us proud, huh?
Bye, Uncle Emu.
Stay off the freeways. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by Jersey Mike's Subs. Be a sub above. All right, the NFL season kicks off tomorrow on Fox with NFL Sunday, where Aaron Andrews sits down with Aaron Rodgers ahead of his Jets debut.
I just want to know who's enjoyed New York more, you or Carrie Bradshaw?
Oh.
Not Terry.
Yeah. I think Carrie probably.
Yeah.
But I'm enjoying it. I'm trying to catch up. I'm having a blast.
3-0. Colorado on top of Nebraska late here in the second quarter. That one into the end zone for a touchback.
Gus, we're going to have to... There's some extracurricular here. I haven't seen a flag yet, but these miscues are all related to quarterback operation. And you look at Jeff Sims, just drops a snap. That was a turnover in this game in scoring territory. Then he does not operate the motion and time it with the snap properly. They don't get the third down. They miss the field goal. And then there again, trying to time the motion, drops the ball. It's a turnover. So they're going to have to decide what they want to do at quarterback. They do have a guy that got into the game as an H-back last week, Heinrich Haarberg. He's the first in-state scholarship QB in Nebraska since 2001, number 10. Just be watching over the next couple of series how they want to play this with Jeff Sims struggling with turnovers.
And one of the off-season focuses for Sims was limiting turnovers. Coaches said in fall camp he was making progress in that area. First down and 10 of the 25. Sims guns it to the sideline. Caught and out of bounds goes Billy Kemp.
Kemp has certainly done his part so far today. A few catches so far in this first half, and this offense, outside of those miscues, has moved the ball on the last couple of possessions, primarily through the run game.
2nd down and 5 at the 30. Approaching the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. Sims gives it up. Whoa, what a tackle. Jordan Dominic dominating. Loss of 2.
Watch how fast he gets into the backfield and disrupts this. Irvin gets the ball, and he is put down by Dominic. He's the one who recovered the fumble in the last series, and here, bam, wraps him up. Perfect tackle, and now Colorado with a chance to get off the field.
That'll make it 3rd down and 7. At the 28.
I think that's a delay. I don't think he got it off in time.
Delay of game.
Well, the operation just isn't clean, is it, Gus?
He's got it. I don't know. Matt Rule may have to find somebody else to play quarterback for him because Sims is costing his team games. Cost him last week with the turnovers. And this week as well when it comes to a defense that's playing excellent football. 3rd down and 12 of the 23. Unforced errors by the Georgia Tech transfer. Sims throws on the move and intercepted. Wow! Silman Craig.
Cannot throw this ball. Silman Craig read this the entire way. Maybe for a moment, Fedoni was open 24. As he breaks, he's open there. Not now, and you can't telegraph that ball with the defender undercutting the tight end, and Silman Craig runs right under it, and that's about as easy a pick as you're going to get. Cameron Silman Craig starts today for an injured Slusher and has come up huge here with another turnover, and this defense is again, Gus, put into a poor position by their offense.
1st down at the 30-yard line. Can Sanders and the Buffaloes pay it off? Here's Sanders looking. Sanders winding up. He's got him in. Touchdown! Tarvarish Dawson. 30 yards. Fifth touchdown pass of the season for Shedeur Sanders. In for the extra point. And it's good. Points off turnovers in the last 3 minutes and 3 seconds for Colorado.
Well, first, it's about protection. Sanders needs time in the pocket in order to get this big, deep over route that's coming from the left side. So he's got the protection to start. Only 3 guys rushing, and he can wait, and then attack the grass where the corner has vacated a zone, and Dawson ends up running right to that area, and it's an easy throw for Shedeur Sanders. And Colorado finally gets some offense going. This defense continues to be put in a tough position by their offense. They have answered Up until this point, and this is one of the areas of the game, Gus, that Colorado really stresses. They call it the middle 8. It's the last 4 minutes of the first half, the first 4 minutes of the second half. They won it against TCU with a field goal late, came out and scored on their first possession. And here, they get a turnover again defensively and put it in the end zone in the middle 8.
The big question, though, now for Nebraska is who does Matt Rhule send onto the field to play quarterback? As this one goes into the end zone for a touchdown. And that question will be answered right now.
I think for the psyche of the team, it's probably got to be Harburg.
And there it is.
Although now he's walking back to the sidelines, and now it looks like Sims is going to be the one that takes it. They're going to stick with Sims here, Gus. I will say it's a tough position. I get it. And Sims has got to figure it out. But the tough position is coming in cold in a 2-minute type situation. There's only 2:35 left here. And that might be, we might see a change after halftime. But at this point right now with the crowd noise, this is a precarious spot offensively for Nebraska.
First down to the 25 for the Cornhuskers. And he'll hand it off. Irvin. 3-yard gain on the play. Trevor Woods with the tackle.
And this is what you got to think of on both sides. If you're Nebraska, you're probably going to put Sims under center and not in the shotgun. You're probably going to run it 3 straight times and not let him throw it. So Charles Kelly, the defensive coordinator for Colorado, has to expect that. And he's got to send the kitchen sink right now into that defensive front to stop that run game. Look at this formation. Tight ends, bunch set. These are run sets.
2nd and 7. Here's the run. And a first down for Nebraska. Marvin Ham with the tackle on Irvin.
Gus, there's no reason for all those secondary players to be backed like that. Not when you know what's going on the field. You allow them to just hand the ball off for a first down. They're not going to throw it unless it's an easy play action with Sims. I just don't believe that they will. Not with the half that he's played. So this is an opportunity for Colorado to send all those guys up to the line of scrimmage. Although here we are, shotgun, spread set. Now he'll go back under center.
First down at the 37. 127 and counting. Play fake. They're going to throw it. Jeff Sims lets it fly. Incomplete.
They're going to get a defensive hold or pass interference here in the secondary. There's also a flag down right where Sims let go of that ball. A lot to sort out here. Sims did take a shot. I didn't think it was late. It was right when he was delivering, but you don't know if the defender took him down to the ground and then drove his weight on the quarterback into the ground. That would be roughing the passer. And then the flag in the secondary.
We have offsetting dead ball fouls on each team. Unsportsmanlike conduct, taunting defense number 33. Unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 66 for pulling an opponent off the pile. We also have sideline interference, Colorado. All those penalties offset, down counts, second down.
So offsetting penalties.
It was like a dissertation right there.
I know.
This is the hit on Sims. I couldn't see after he hit. There's some contact right there. And then right here, gets in his face, and then there's the push. That's the unsportsmanlike. But again, that's the unsportsmanlike that you're going to get as he throws him off.
So that'll make it second down and 10 at the 37 with 1:19 to go in the first half. Sims in trouble. And Jeff Sims is sacked. Great pressure Leonard Payne Jr. in on the play.
Great rush from the interior. He's lined up on the guard and wins right away. And then you just see the determination to get to the quarterback, but you also see the strength of Sims didn't go down right away. Really no chance for the quarterback there. Boy, Nebraska, after a couple of those positive offensive series, Gus, where they were running the ball, Gabe Ervin had a rhythm going. They had the motion going, and this defense for Colorado, they were fortunate to get the miscues from the quarterback to stop them. They missed the field goal. They turned it over now 3 times, and the wheels have come off. Now we don't see any of that run game, and albeit inside of 2 minutes, but every pass play that Nebraska throws, you can feel the Cornhusker fans take a deep breath. You know, I would think about, if I was Nebraska here, making sure that this clock is running to force Colorado, Gus, to use a timeout.
Colorado with 1 timeout left. Nebraska with 1 timeout left. 10-0. Nebraska defense has played extremely well.
It's just the one play. It's just a 1 touchdown pass. I mean, that is all they've given up all day long.
But their offense gave Colorado the short field.
That's right, several times for the field goal and the touchdown pass.
3rd down and 17. Sims. Play action. Steps up in the pocket. Wants to run it. And goes out of bounds. Wisely chopped out by Omarion Cooper.
No, Gus, he needs to stay in there. And the reason is now Colorado retains the timeout. If he goes down in bounds, Colorado has to use it. Now Colorado gets the ball probably with about 51 seconds left, 50 seconds left, and a timeout. So as he's scrambling, if you're not going to get the line to gain, he's got to go down in bounds. And now Coach Prime is going to send his offense back on the field with a chance to score some points, again, in this middle 8 scenario in the game. Last 4 of the first half, first 4 of the second.
Buschini punting it away from the 24. Jimmy Horn, the deep man, at the 20 for Colorado. Horn comes up. Takes a bounce, bounces backwards, and is downed at the 36. 26-yard punt. The NFL regular season kicks off tomorrow on Fox with a huge doubleheader. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on the Steelers or other regional action. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads the Packers against Justin Fields and the Bears, where the Rams battle the Seahawks. It all kicks off tomorrow on Fox. So you're right, 49 seconds to go. Buffalo's with the football. And Colorado with 1 timeout left. Shedeur Sanders. And the Buffalo's finding a little bit of rhythm on offense. Let's see what they can do with this timeout. Here's Sanders. Under pressure. Starts to move. And goes out of bounds at the 40.
The secondary has done a marvelous job, Gus, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
He's just got nowhere to go with the ball. Even when they've got a little time in the pocket, which he had there, nowhere to throw the football. And you can see he's just putting his arms out to the coaching staff. And this secondary has done a terrific job. And quite frankly, a bit surprising with the way that the talent on the outside operated last week. I was expecting them to throw the ball well.
2nd down and 8 at the 39. Nebraska jumps offside. Free play for Sanders. Over the middle, caught for 1st down. Travis Hunter breaks a tackle, still on the move, and it'll go down at the Nebraska 40.
Boy, huge completion there. That puts them just on the edge of field goal range.
Offside. Defense number 11. That penalty is declined. First and 10. Clock is started by 6.
What a move from Hunter after the completion. How about the athleticism of Hunter? Played basically every snap so far in the first half.
Remember, Jace Feely kicked a 49-yarder last week against TCU. Sanders, here's that tunnel screen, caught by Weaver. Burst of speed And he gets to the 26-yard line. Almost popped loose, gains 12.
I tell you, that was a touchdown-saving tackle right there by Deshaun Singleton.
First down to the 27. Sanders, far side, delivers, Horn. And he'll pick up a first down.
And they jumped offside only because they were trying to flip the defensive lineman there. And so that was a free play as well.
Offside, Nebraska, number 97. That penalty will be declined. First down. The clock will start on my signal.
So they got to be ready to snap it because this clock will start with the official, and he's going to wind it right now. Shedeur has got to be ready. They have the timeout. Probably got to start taking shots to the end zone, feeling like they are in field goal range here.
First down at the 17 for Colorado. Sanders wasting a lot of time. Here's Sanders looking. Sanders, sideline throw, caught. Wilkerson stays in bounds with the second remaining. Hartzog with the tackle, and Colorado gets a timeout. And that'll bring on Feely for the field goal attempt.
I tell you, they got incredibly lucky there. I think that's a mistake from Shedeur. He's got to know that that ball needs to go in the end zone, or you've got to burn it. You can't throw that ball short of the sticks. And then Wilkerson,
he's got to get out of bounds.
He's got to get out of bounds. And alertly on the sideline, Dion and his staff were right next to the official to save the second with a timeout and at least get their field goal kicker on the field.
So that brings on Jace Feely, Arizona State transfer. 1 for 2 last week, good for 49 yards. Out, had a 49-yarder blocked. This one,
number 17, Jace Feely,
from 31 yards out. Already hit a 31-yarder here in the first half. His father, Jay Feely, 14-year NFL veteran, in attendance today. And I had a chance to talk to Jay Feely at practice yesterday. He works for CBS Sports as a analyst just like you, Joel. He's in town to do the Broncos game. And I said, what was it like growing up with your son when he started finally beating you and kicking the football? He was like, man, you know, I realized that I couldn't do it when we would go out to 50 yards and I had no shot.
That's right. Jay said he was more concerned about his hamstring.
That's right.
He was the kick, and he knew, like, okay, time to pass the torch. Nebraska there calls a timeout. Feely went ahead and kicked it. He pushed it right. So last ball off of Feely's foot, no good. Pushed it right, didn't count. We'll see what goes here. And by the way, Nebraska out of timeouts, but even if they had one, they couldn't call back-to-back.
There's Shedeur Sanders. 500-plus yards last week. Different story this week. This Nebraska defense has limited his explosiveness. 14 of 21, 134 yards. So Feely into attempt a 31-yarder. Gets it away. And good. Colorado with 13 points in the final 4 minutes and 20 seconds of the half. After we were scoreless for 15 and a half minutes. Their first lead over Nebraska at halftime since 2004. Your thoughts on that first half?
Well, it was really about what Nebraska gave to Colorado, and they got those 13 points late.
All right, let's go downstairs to Jenny with Coach Prime.
Coach Prime, quickly on your offense, what are you liking the way they ended that half, and how do you establish that rhythm in the second?
We got to have that rhythm. We was all over the place. We were truly erratic, couldn't run the ball. We wasn't clicking in all cylinders. I think we beat ourselves up at least 5 penalties in the first half. That's not indicative of who we are, but the defense has been holding up strong, and I'm proud of that.
What's your message to the guys? Because I know this moment went a lot to you getting to this point.
Yeah, it's personal. This game is personal. It's only 13-0. We should be up much more than that, but we got to just take care of the little things, and we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
God bless you, Buff Nation.
Colorado gets the ball to start the second half with a 13-0 lead. Coming up, Rob Stone and the guys with the State Farm Halftime Show right here at Folsom Field.
Like it's a stick up, get them hands up.
We are Nebraska. We were up before dawn, rolling up our sleeves, digging deep, sparking ingenuity, unlocking mysteries, solving the impossible, creating bold futures. And as the sun sets, we keep right on going. We are Nebraska, and we're not letting up.
The ones you love deserve you at your best. That's why St. Francis has built a healthcare system designed to empower you to live an exceptional life. As your healthcare provider, we're here to meet your unique needs. Because when people come first, life is beautiful, adventurous, joyful. Whatever you need for a happy and healthy life, you'll find it at St. Francis Healthcare System, where people come first.
At Long John Silver's, every bite is its own golden treasure. Thanks to thick, flaky Alaskan fish, hand-dipped in our signature batter and fried to golden perfection. Sail in for a $6 fish basket or order ahead at longjohnsilvers.com. Fish yeah!
Chris Willis RV has new 2024s arriving daily, and we must make room. So all 2023s must go. No reasonable offer will be refused during this time to find an amazing deal on 2023 models. And with factory-trained technicians and the Chris Willis RV guarantee, Chris Willis will be there before, during, and after your purchase. No smoke, no mirrors, no tricks, no hassle. Nobody works harder for your business and ensures your family's fun than Chris Willis RV. Visit us in Dexter, Missouri, or go to chriswillisrv.com today.
SEMO football is back at the newly renovated Houck Field. Your defending OVC champion and nationally ranked SEMO Redhawks kick off Saturday, September 9th at 6 p.m. Are you feeling rowdy?
After Advil.
Feeling better?
On top of the world!
Before Advil. Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. When pain comes for you, come back fast with Advil liquid gels.
Your local weather with Fox 23 Chief Meteorologist Rusty Dawkins.
Special Forces World's Toughest Test. New season premieres Monday, September 25th on Fox.
Tonight, Bo Nix leads Oregon against Texas Tech. Wow! Then, Stanford faces reigning Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams and 6th-ranked USC. It's a huge night of football on Fox.
One play after Nebraska INT, Colorado capitalized. Tavares Johnson, the Auburn transfer. With his first touchdown of the season, it is 13-0 Buffs at the break as we welcome you to the State Farm Fox College Football halftime show. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Slow start, but a strong finish to the half for the black and gold here in Boulder. Glad you're with us. Rob Stone, Brady Quinn, Mark Ingram, Matt Leinart, the coach, Urban Meyer here with you. Turnovers. They doomed Nebraska in their opener at Minnesota last week. Same story today as we see in our State Farm halftime highlights. Brady?
And it started right off right out of the gate with the first drive. And you see it, just a bobbled shotgun snap. Ben Scott to Jeff Sims. Ends up in a turnover at the Colorado 31, taking points off the board. Then a shotgun snap hitting Luke Lindenmeyer, the tight end. Again, taking away what was to be a promising drive. And then Jeff Sims bobbles this shotgun snap. I've never seen anything like this now. And then finally Jeff Sims, as he scans the field, drops back, stares down his target. Easy interception. That is 6 turnovers by Jeff Sims alone in the last 6 quarters. You just can't win football games when you don't take care of the football like that. I think the only saving grace right now, guys, is the way the Nebraska defense has played, with the exception of one play, and they get back their one of their better defensive players, Ty Robinson, out off of that ejection suspension for the second half.
Yeah, they've made it very difficult for Shedeur Sanders and this offense just to move the ball and score points. But as you alluded to, those turnovers, Jeff Sims had the costly interception, and finally we saw them capitalize. Great concept here down for the red zone, the double post, sneaking the deep over there to Tavares Dawson for the touchdown. This was really the biggest play of the first half for Colorado. And I would just say, moving forward, and the concern is their lack of run game. You heard Coach Prime there with Jenny at the end of the half. They got to establish some type of ground game. Their average third down in the first half was 3rd down and 8. And what does that do? It allows that Nebraska rush and blitz to tee off and hit Shedeur Sanders, which is what they were able to do. So I imagine that halftime speech is, hey, we got to be more physical at the line of scrimmage. We got to take pressure off of our quarterback. We got a 13-point ball game. Let's establish the run and establish our identity up front.
Yeah, listen, we've been talking all week about how it was going to be this Colorado offense to be the reason why they were going to win this game. But look who has answered the bell. Look who has stepped up. It's the Colorado defense who has given this team life. They have been looked at as the liability. They've been disrespected after last week's performance against TCU. But look, what was the message of Prime this week? He said to take it personal. That's exactly what Colorado has done on defense. They had taken it personal, and they're playing scrappy, and they're playing tough. And their 3 turnovers are the difference in this game and why they're going in with a 13-0 lead at the half.
I want to go back to the Nebraska defense. Defense coordinator Tony White, this is 2 weeks in a row they're playing well enough to win the game. You see well-coached team, great effort. Take a look at he's designed some pressures where there's unblocked defenders going after Shedeur. And then also we said in the pregame, open field tackling, if they can tackle in space, they'll keep this thing close. Another pressure and open field tackling. And then once again, they get after the quarterback, get the pressure. Rob, they are playing well enough to win this game. Now they got to keep them going. They got to do something on offense, but that's 2 weeks in a row. That's heartbreaking you just hope that they can keep that locker room together.
And it makes you wonder if they would be willing to make a quarterback change, putting Heinrich Haarberg potentially in there for Jeff Sims. He's just not taking care of the football.
Would you make a quarterback change?
I think at this point, if I felt like the feel of the team right now in the locker room is that we don't feel like we've got any hope, yeah, you've got to do something to get more out of the offense right now.
And that's a quarterback right now that's losing confidence really fast. You know what I mean? So
for sure. Again, rushing a problem for Colorado, though, again, just 16 yards on the ground in the first half. Folks awfully critical of that Ohio State offense last week. Well, the residents of Columbus might be settled down this Saturday. Yes, the Buckeyes are back to their old ways.
Patrick, Jake for State Farm. Explain this bundling thing again.
All right, Coach Reed. Let's say these fries are your car, right? And
And this burger is your home.
Okay.
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
I'm like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Man, I wish I was out there. Let's unretire. Why not?
Dan Marino? You all right?
22.
Number 13.
I'm good right here, bro.
Should we?
Don't even think about it.
This season will be like no other, and the conference that exemplifies champions marks a legacy moment in the city that defines extraordinary. The 2023 Pac-12 Football Championship game, Friday, December 1st. The top 2 teams in the conference leave it all on the field, live at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Secure your seat now. Visit pac-12.com/tickets today.
This story couldn't be written in Hollywood because it's so unbelievable.
What made you decide that you want to speak out?
I hold a very unique perspective that nobody in that courtroom ever held.
Your dad had told you he didn't go down to the kennel that night.
I do not think whatever storm he concocted was to kill my mother and brother.
You believe the killer is still out there?
The Fall of the House of Murdaugh, streaming now on Fox Nation, part of Fox Justice. Sign up now and get your first 3 months of Fox Nation for $1.99.
Let's play Snake Oil.
Wednesday, September 27th. Crazy products.
The casket that you can build yourself.
Taxidermied line of luggage.
Can you figure out which is real and which is fake?
It is a suitcase with a head on it. That might be awkward enough that it might be real.
I know.
Will you get fooled or find your fortune?
Bet it all.
David Spade hosts.
Are they real or snake oil?
Snake Oil. Series premiere Wednesday, September 27th on Fox.
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader on Fox. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads a new era of Packers football against Justin Fields and the Bears.
Touchdown,
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader, Sunday on Fox.
Still 3 more games to go today on Fox. When we're done here in Boulder, we're going to take out to Ames for Iowa and Iowa State, the Cy-Hawk Trophy. Then Oregon meets Texas Tech. We wrap things up inside the Coliseum. Top 10 side USC hosting Stanford. And we welcome you back to the State Farm Fox College Football Halftime Show. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. An emotional day in Charlottesville today as Virginia hosted its first home game since the shootings back on November 13th of last year that claimed the lives of football players Devin Chandler, Deshaun Perry, and Lavelle Davis Jr. Pick things up. First quarter, scoreless. Jordan McLeod. Ooh. Taji Hudson.
Ooh, a little trickery.
Oh, a little double pass.
A little trickery.
Phoenix Sproles with the touchdown. Jay with the lead.
Kendall Sproles?
Might be. Number 12, Utah hosts at Baylor. Bryson Barnes escaping and then picked. Led to a Baylor field goal.
Oh, no.
Second quarter tied at 3s. Sawyer Robertson, touchdown.
Filled a nice midweek, cleaned up some mistakes, touchdown through the air, too.
Troy on the road at 15th ranked Kansas State under a minute left in the half.
Oh,
nice catch.
Gunnar Watson to Chris Lewis.
Oh, look, mama, one hand.
Under 30 left in the half, same score. Will Howard, Phillip Brooks down the sideline.
Tony, man, Kansas State's it's a tough team.
Can't sleep on them in the Big 12.
Can't sleep in that.
Number 1, Georgia hosting the Fighting David Lettermans of Ball State. Chaz Chambliss with the pick here. Crazy bounce.
It's off his foot.
That bounced off his heel?
Yeah.
You know what happens after turnovers, don't you? Points go up. 2 plays later, Dylan Bell.
Oh,
31-point second quarter for Georgia.
Old Georgia off-season schedule, preseason schedule. Can't help it, Brady.
That's a good run right there, Coach.
Their schedule all season is
Here's your Buckeyes coach. Kyle McCord to Marvin Harrison Jr. Takes it 71 yards. McCord 13 of 16, 253, 3 touchdowns.
There go that man, Herb.
And how about Harrison, guys? 160, a couple tutties there in the first half. Mark.
You're going to see another from him in a second. This one live on Big Ten Network. Here's Mitch Davidson, the keeper. We're tied at 7s. It's all right. It's all right, Coach. Don't worry about it. McCord will find Harrison Jr. again.
Mama, there goes that man.
I mean, last week he only had 2 catches, man. You got to feed your beast.
Harrison Jr.
The King chiming in on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Him.
Was he chiming in last week?
Him Duncan. Him Hardaway. He is him.
I mean,
Number 7, Penn State hosting Delaware. Katron Allen, 14 carries, 69 yards in this 4-yard score, 14-0. Marcus Yarns.
Okay.
Down the sideline, 66 yards, 7-point game.
Slide in.
It's all right. Penn State's going to have a little more scoring to do.
Yeah, Nicholas Singleton, 11 carries, 52 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Hey, that boy nice right there, Brady.
Drew Aller as well, man.
Penn State with the lead. Matt, we were talking about the quandary right now in the Nebraska locker room. Jeff Sims and the 6 turnovers over the course of his last 6 quarters. What's the decision you'd make?
I think I would make the decision to start Heinrich Haarberg, your backup, and just see if he can breathe some life into this offense. Too many turnovers, put you in too many situations. They are in this football game still. I think they need some type of spark from him.
The problem is, too, when he transferred from Georgia Tech, that was his issue at Georgia Tech. And if you can't clean it up by now, you got to give someone else an opportunity.
I'll tell you, we've seen Nebraska 2 weeks in a row. That's not a bad team.
And their defense is outstanding.
They can win some games.
Correct. If they can clean up and close out games,
and they play hard.
Watch out for Nebraska. But right now, it's all Colorado. 13 love in Boulder. Second half kick on the backside.
Start Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday on Fox. Quarterback Drew Aller leads 7th-ranked Penn State against Illinois. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Penn State, Illinois. Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
We
We've never been good at keeping secrets. Like how Sonic's new Bacon Peppercorn Ranch Grilled Cheeseburger with small fries or tots is just $3.99. Oops. Burger's out the bag. Sonic Bacon Peppercorn Ranch Grilled Cheeseburger deal for $3.99.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. Or get 0.9% APR plus 2,500 trade assistance on 2023 Sierra Denali 5.3-liter V8 light-duty models.
Visit your Heartland GMC dealer today.
SEMO football is back at the newly renovated Houck Field. Your defending OVC champion and nationally ranked SEMO Redhawks kick off Saturday, September 9th at 6 p.m. Are you feeling rowdy?
Live your life at Newbridge, the Heartland's newest one-of-a-kind resort-style senior living community. All-inclusive, worry-free pricing and person-centered care. Bridge the gap between your house and ours with incredible amenities and activities suitable for every level of mobility and ability. Make an appointment today as reservations are going fast. Let Newbridge be your new way of living.
There comes a time in every dip's life when it's ready to leave the slow cooker, even buffalo chicken dip. So we put juicy chicken, buffalo sauce, and melty cheese in a portable crispy golden shell. Runaway dip. You're free now. Sonic $2.99 Buffalo Chicken Dip Bites.
Your local news with Megan Conway. Weeknights at 9 on Fox 23.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm coming.
Make them feel you. Make them feel you. Football's a physical game.
Give the people something different. What's my definition of success? Listening to what your heart says. Person that can take the failures in their life and turn them into motivation. It's believing in yourself when no one else does. It's amazing.
Yeah. Hey, hit records on my demo. Did y'all boys not get the memo? I do not stay at the Intercontinental.
Hey, what's the move? Can I tell the truth? If I was doing this for you, then I have nothing left to prove. Nah, this for me though. I'm just trying to stay alive and take care of my people.
Big News Saturday is sponsored by AT&T Business. Next level moments need the next level network. Welcome back to Folsom Field, Boulder, Colorado. Buffaloes on top of the Cornhuskers 13-0 as we head to the third quarter. Gus Johnson, along with my QB, Joel Klatt. A lot of mistakes in that first half, especially for the Nebraska offense.
Well, and really the Nebraska offense and their miscues are why Colorado was able to get those points late in that first half. If you take a look at the next level moments from the first half, sponsored by AT&T Business, next level moments need the next level network. It was the miscues. We continue to harp on it. The turnovers. Jeff Sims has got to hold on to the football. He gave a short field to Colorado, and then they were finally able to capitalize. They did it through protection, keeping the pocket clean, and that develops a long over route that you get to Dawson in the corner, and finally Shedeur Sanders was able to hook up with a wide receiver late, because it's been tough sledding for this Nebraska offense. Gus, the pressure from that defense has been immense. 4 sacks in the first half. They've done a great job of mixing up blitzes and coverage, and it has made Shedeur Sanders hold on to the football, and the timing of the Colorado offense has been totally blown up.
As you take a look at the statistics from the first half, Joel, is there one statistic that jumps out at you?
I would say it's those rushing yards from Colorado, and Coach mentioned it, the guys at halftime mentioned it. 16 yards is not going to cut it. That's part of the reason why the coverage in the secondary has been so effective. And then the other one is obvious. It's the 3 turnovers. That's the reason Colorado is up 13-0. Even with how well the Nebraska Cornhuskers defense has played, they still find themselves at a deficit 13-0.
So Colorado will get the football to start the second half. Travis Hunter ready to come back on the field on offense this time. Just an electric atmosphere, especially from the student section here in Boulder. Xavier Weaver ready to return as Alvano sends it away into the end zone for a touchback. And let's check in with Jenny.
Well, guys, I'm going to start with the positive from Coach Rule, and as expected, extremely pleased with his defense. He said, they have been everything I've needed them to be. So happy with the way defensive coordinator Tony White has them playing. They're tackling well. They're disrupting Shedeur Sanders. But in terms of their offense, same story, different day. Their quarterback situation, I asked him if we would see backup Heinrich Haarberg. He said, maybe, but not at this point. The reality is, with Sims and those turnovers, you just can't win a game with 3 turnovers. We have to clean it up, handle the noise better if we want to stay in this game.
All right, first down and 10 to the 25-yard line for Shedeur Sanders and the Buffalo. Sanders in trouble, sacked for the 5th time. What a day this defense is having. Luke Reimer this time. A loss of 9.
You want to play as a young running back in major college football, you got to deal with linebackers like Luke Reimer. Dylan Edwards had to block Reimer, and Edwards got run over. Reimer, a senior, look at this intensity. Runs right over Dylan Edwards, and boy, Shedeur Sanders is lucky that he retained possession.
Second down and 19. Edwards out of the backfield this time, gets upfield for positive yardage, but it will bring up a 3rd down and long. Make it 15 for the Buffaloes.
Well, you get Ty Robinson back, number 9 at the defensive line position. He's 6'6", 310 pounds. He's their best defensive lineman. And even though Cameron Linhart was great, number 11, now they're going to have a chance to put both of those guys on the field to rush in these scenarios.
3rd down and 15. 3 receivers at the bottom of your screen. Sanders, empty backfield. Here's Shedeur with time. Shedeur in trouble. Sanders breaks contain, fires it down the field, and caught by Travis Hunter. On 3rd and 15, he gets 42.
What a beautiful adjustment by Hunter, and he gets away with a little hold right there. Doesn't extend his arm, which is so smart. That's the nuance of wide receiver that, quite frankly, I'm surprised he has. See how he doesn't extend his arm, doesn't draw the offensive pass interference, and gets the catch.
3 catches, 73 yards for Travis Hunter. Big 42-yard gain on that last play. Edwards running it. Ty Robinson defensively for the Huskers.
Boy, and I tell you, that's one of the first times all day outside of the touchdown pass that we've seen a free receiver in that secondary.
Second down and 6 at the 36 underneath. And the ball caught. Nicely done. Dawson with the grab.
How about the tackle from Newsome, right? Gus, that's what I think has been so good for Nebraska.
Some good open field tackling.
Great tackling in the open field. We have not seen those runners get much after the catch.
3rd down and 1. Sanders guns it, and ball caught by Horn, and he loses 2 yards on the play. Sean Singleton defensively.
Down by number 5, John Bullock.
Boy, it looks like they're going to stay on the field here.
On 4th and 3.
4th down and 3.
Dylan Edwards right next to Sanders.
It looks like they're coming, which means Dylan Edwards is going to have to block one of these linebackers. Earlier on this series, he got run over.
And they run the reverse. Horn trying to get around the corner, nothing doing. Great defense by this Nebraska Cornhusker squad. Tell you what, this defense is balling out. They have been aggressive, well prepared, and disciplined. Brown that time. Omar Brown. Johnny on the spot. And Colorado turns it over on downs. Let's see what Nebraska can do on offense after this.
Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest.
Sure do.
That's why at Progressive, we show you rates from other companies, even if they're lower than ours, so you can choose what's best for your family.
Comparing rates used to be a hard day's work, but not with AutoQuote Explorer.
Need me to help again?
No.
So join us and taste why Progressive is the name people trust.
Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance? Why is that funny?
No matter where you're headed, with the right view, the right co-captains, and stunning American design and craftsmanship, you might not care if you ever get back.
Rich, velvety coffee. Cafe quality espresso. One high-pressure system that can do both. Brew to your heart's desire with the L'Or Barista System. A masterpiece in taste.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain, and make your deck yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
It's time to hit refresh, to be buttoned up, to feel your best and look it by using Just for Men shampoo and hair color to eliminate gray in 5 easy minutes. It's time to look forward. Just for Men shampoo in color.
Caleb Williams has transferred to Wendy's for the new loaded nacho cheeseburger.
This burger's my inspiration, and I just hope to inspire you.
Oh, you have inspired us.
Thought we were doing names on the headband.
Get it together.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new loaded nacho cheeseburger.
Crabopolis. Special premieres September 24th after football on Fox.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with Renters Insurance. And by Wendy's. Try Wendy's new loaded nacho cheeseburger today. Welcome back. 13-0. Colorado leading Nebraska here in the third quarter. First down and 10 at the 34-yard line for the Huskers. Sims handing it off to Irvin, trying to get outside. And he's bottled up, cuts it back in and gains 3. Trevor Woods with the tackle. Really like watching Trevor Woods play. Junior from Katy, Texas, and he's kind of stuck it out around here.
Yeah, he has. He was one of the players that, one of the few, you should say. There was only 9 players that came back. He's one of the few that retained a position as a starter, and they said that he just got better every single day, and he would show up and make plays. An interception last week against TCU. He's played well today.
Second down and 7. Sims on the move. And that ball caught at midfield. Marcus Washington. First down for Nebraska. I'll tell you what, Jeff Sims has talent, Joel. I don't know if it, psychologically this turning the football over is in his head or not, but he's got some skills.
There's some athleticism, there's no doubt. And what they have to do is that they've got to put him in positions to succeed. And they do that by keeping him under center often. I would not go in the shotgun. He's dropped 2 shotgun snaps.
First down at midfield. Sims. And Sims is sacked in the backfield again. Terrific defense. Alston getting there this time, the West Virginia transfer.
Pressure up front is something we didn't see a week ago. No sacks, no tackles for loss against TCU, and that front has shown up, and they've done a nice job presenting some pressure on Jeff Sims.
Taj Alston, second Colorado sack of the day. Second down and 17 at the 43. Sims, he'll run it this time with a lane. It's a sideline. He can move. Sims down the sideline at the 10. 5 touchdown, Nebraska. That's what you want from Jeff Sims. 57 yards.
They're going to motion to an empty backfield. Here's the motion. Watch Colorado. The linebacker is going to vacate his area right here. When that happens, Jeff Sims has a lane. It's a design quarterback draw. There's no way he's throwing this ball. Linemen get up to the second level. You got a wide receiver, great block on the safety, Trevor Woods, and now it's just speed from Jeff Sims. Colorado, wrong defensive call at the wrong time. Nebraska takes advantage. Beautiful run.
Alvano in to attempt the extra point. And it's good. 4 plays covering 66 yards. Big Red scoring in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Sims going to his bread and butter. Running the rock. 13-7.
GMC Sierra with hands-free driving offers the most advanced and luxurious pickup in its class. Yeah, it rocks.
Introducing IHG One Rewards. 18 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations. One loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
Geico makes car insurance easy. As easy as getting stuffed up during allergy season.
Before all the pollen, I used to stop and smell everything. The smell of fresh cut grass, my coffee in the morning, the hot dog smell from the hot dog guy. You did this to me.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
Curse you, ragweed pollen!
Time to spare? Maybe someday. Tonight, Panera. Solving crunch time and dinner with one easy swipe. That's big. Panera. $0 delivery fee for a limited time.
Officially, it's a fridge full of beer. Unofficially, it's free AC. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by GMC. We are professional grade. And by Coors Light, made to chill. Celebrate responsibly. The last time Nebraska beat Colorado was 13 years ago at Memorial Stadium. Running back Rex Burkhead ran for a touchdown, passed for 2 more, leading the Huskers. It was Nebraska's last year in the Big 12, and the win sent them to the Big 12 championship game. 13-7, Jeff Sims. Nice to see something positive happening for this young man. It's been a struggle to start the season. Let's see if he can build on that as this ball was kicked out.
I love what they did game plan-wise, right, Gus? They got him involved in the run game.
All right, Skip Bayless, I guess after the first couple of shows, had to explain to some of his guys that they were having a failure to communicate. Now Skip is talking a whole lot more. The all-new Undisputed is here. Undisputed is here. Skip is back, joined by legends Richard Sherman, Michael Irvin, and Keyshawn Johnson. Undisputed weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1. Boy, I tell you what, we got some killers here. Keyshawn, Michael Irvin, Richard Sherman. With the head dog, Skip Bayless. First down and 10 of the 25. And it's Hankerson. Hankerson stopped by Ty Robinson for a 4-yard gain.
So this Nebraska front has controlled the game. This is what allows them to just sit in coverage, and that's why Shedeur Sanders can't find anybody open. That defensive line has done a great job. They're winning and getting to the quarterback with only a 4-man and 5-man rush at times. That's what's making life so difficult for Colorado right now.
Second down and 6. Underneath. Called by his tight end, Michael Harrison.
Michael
Harrison. Picking up 8 yards on the play. Omar Brown, defensive. Buffalo's quickly to the line of scrimmage. Sanders, incomplete. That one thrown behind his target that time.
Yeah, just a lack of execution from this Colorado offense really all day. They've been on the wrong page, the wide receivers and the quarterback. And this was the fear. You know, I know that the coaching staff said, no, we're hungry. We're not going to be complacent. But you had the whole world telling this offense how great they were all week long. It's human nature to come out here and not play as well and execute as well, which we've seen.
Second down and 10. Here's the Sanders looking, and he'll just dump this one at the feet of his target. And something does when it comes to this Colorado offense, Joe, kind of looks like it may not be broken, but needs to be fixed.
Well, it's stagnant because Nebraska's controlling the game with the front 4 and 5. Then it's tough for any offense, Gus. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do. When you can't run it on a defensive front that's not getting secondary help, and when you can't protect the passer when they're only rushing 4, it's going to be tough all day long. And now you've got everybody up for Nebraska right at the line of scrimmage.
Third down and 10 at the 37. A lot of room over the middle. Sanders in trouble. Fires. Open. Caught. Down the sideline. And at the 20-yard line goes Xavier Weaver.
Nebraska gambled. They send everybody. It's one-on-one on the outside. And that's just a blown coverage. Weaver runs right by the corner. And it's an easy completion for Shedeur Sanders. One of the first times we've seen the coverage break down for the Cornhusker D.
Weaver, 5 catches.
They're going to try to see if he caught that, Gus. I think they're going to take another look at this as he went down to the ground.
As it stands, it's a 41-yard reception.
Encroachment offense, number 6, was lined up well beyond the ball. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Wow, that's a huge mistake right there. That's Dawson who cut the touchdown pass, and Matt Rule saw his defense gamble there, a little risk reward, and they got burned because of it on a long third down.
First down and 15. Here's the run over the right side for Anthony Hankerson.
That's exactly what Coach Sanders wants to see. Even when it's only 4, 5, or 6 in the run game, is that you're now causing Nebraska to have to answer the question, do we want to commit safeties to help stop the run? That's what Colorado needs to do in this second half if they want to open up some of this passing game on the outside.
Second down and 8 at the 20. Hankerson remains in the game. Shedeur Sanders over the middle. Caught by Hankerson. And Anthony Hankerson has a first down. Hankerson, a sophomore.
And one of the few holdovers just like Trevor Woods defensively.
First down at the Nebraska 12. Ground attack, half-yard gain for Hankerson. Wallen with the tackle.
By number 93, Kyle Wallen.
This is when it gets difficult to throw the ball. And the reason is because Nebraska is just sitting in zone coverage.
So what do you want to throw inside the red zone like this?
You've got to sit in space. So you've got to run hook routes, in particular over the middle, find space around linebackers. And those guys have got to sit down for the quarterback.
See if he looks for a tight end. Here's Sanders in the end zone. Incomplete. Wow. Dylan Edwards was open. Maybe the worst throw we've seen from Shedeur in the last couple of games. That one, actually, it was a great throw.
Yeah,
My bad.
I was going to say, that was beautiful.
Looks like it turned him around.
Edwards kind of looked on the wrong side. He should be looking over the inside shoulder. That's where the ball came. Sanders threw it perfectly, but now, Gus, another one of these third down scenarios.
Third down and 10 at the 12. Shedeur Sanders under pressure, bounces, takes his time, guns it. Touchdown, Buffalo! Xavier Weaver. And the Colorado Buffaloes are starting to find their mojo. 12-yard catch. 10-play drive, covering 75 yards.
Watch the block by Edwards, Gus. The running back gets it done. We saw him run over earlier, so what does he do? He goes low. That allows Sanders to slide out to the left, and then Weaver did a beautiful job of not stopping his route. He continues into the end zone and finds the space in that zone. Sanders finds Weaver, and it's a touchdown for Colorado.
Shedeur Sanders, 22 of 32, 351 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. 6 touchdowns in 2 games, no picks in 2 games. This one, thing of beauty. Weaver and Colorado extends their lead.
My chain, my watch, my wrist, my house, my rise and grind. I give away all this.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance. At each day's start, as time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to a sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction, and don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
Coach Saban, this coach done took over our office.
And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hands.
Hospital bill for Prime. Did you just say Gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about. Say it one time. Aflac. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
Now, how do we get this goat out of here?
Aflac. Meet one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Elephant would have been scarier.
Wasn't me. You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
It's pizza night, but that ain't pizza.
No, this is KFC's new $20 fill-up box.
Let me get those new KFC chicken nuggets. Pass me that sauce.
And biscuits, too.
Looks good.
Tastes good. This is for everybody.
For the better part of the summer, Coach Prime has been tweeting out one word: win. Seems like his team got the message loud and clear. Deion Sanders, who could forget? It's almost like we've grown up watching him.
Yeah.
At Florida State, he comes out, he's Neon Deion, he's got rap videos, he's got the Jerry curl, he's got the sweet dance moves, and he's one of the best players out there. Who would have thought that? As time went on, Coach Sanders matures into this wonderful coach and a leader of young men. In a sense, he's aggregated the African-American college football fan. A lot.
Well, there's no doubt that the story of college football, and Gus, I think of the entire sports world, is what Deion Sanders is doing at Colorado after last week. Every show, every opinion that you can possibly imagine being lobbed towards this program and Coach Sanders. And he always handles it in stride.
First down and 10 at the 25 for Nebraska. And here's that Colorado defense stepping up big, swarming, gang tackling. Wonderful job. Dominic leading the way, a loss of 12 yards on the play. Let's go downstairs to Jen.
Well, we've been talking about Coach Prime and, of course, telling his story. We know Coach Prime. We know the history. We know who he was as a player, but who he is as a coach. And what we've learned in talking to him, it's always about the players. It always goes back to the players, and that goes back to the Truth Days. He has always wanted to be a mentor and someone that these young men can look to. It's all about Coach Prime, a ministry of coaching, if you will, so far.
Second down and 22 for Sims. Underneath, ball caught at the 18-yard line by Kim in front of Shiloh Sanders. Deion Sanders, he started coaching at the Little League level. As a matter of fact, he coached Dylan Edwards when he was 4 years old, all the way through high school in Jackson State, now Colorado. What were your thoughts, Joel, as a Colorado alum, a former football player here when Coach Prime was named their head coach?
I was ecstatic. There's only a couple of people that can drive the type of narrative and excitement and exposure that he can, and he certainly has done that. And this is about talent acquisition, and he can certainly do that as well.
Third down at 16. Incomplete for Sims. Had a receiver, Alex Bullock, the walk-on, received a scholarship this year and had a big touchdown last week against Minnesota on the road. But that will force this Nebraska team to punt it away.
And that's just an unforced error, a miscue in and of itself, because Sims gets the protection. This is a beautiful throw. It's right on the money, and Bullock has got to rein that in. Wide receiver is where this team is weakest. A few former walk-ons out there. They got a DB now moved over out there. That's a rough sledding on the outside.
Horn goes to the sideline, picks it up at the 35, and steps out of bounds. 20-7. Buffaloes with the lead. The offense has been getting a lot of attention, but this Colorado defense stepping up and playing big today at home. 20-7.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Hi, guys.
Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get him.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Consumer Reports Best Brand for 2023.
Sometimes all you need to change your life is a sign. Like an actual sign that's like above you. And no, I don't love B-dubs just because I'm a buffalo with wings. Frankly, that's offensive and reductionist. It's like they made beer into a place and gave that place sports and chicken wings. And the people, the best.
Marty! You're dead weight!
Yeah, this place is kind of like heaven. You know, without needing to get hit by a bus. Let's go sports bar!
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Tonight, Bo Nix leads Oregon against Texas Tech. Wow! Then, Stanford faces reigning Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams in 6th-ranked USC. It's a huge night of football on Fox.
20-7, Colorado leading Nebraska. 5:05 to go in the third quarter. And Joel, you feel like it might be time for Shedeur Sanders and this Colorado team to take a shot.
Well, they've got the field position. They just established a little bit of a rhythm. Watch out, like if they get a first down here, ball's near the 50, I just feel like they're going to try to go over the top and try to get a quick touchdown.
This Nebraska defense, though, has been great. First down and 10 at the 34, Sanders. That one deflected and somehow into the hands of Edwards. Did that ball just pop up in the air?
Well, it looked like he was trying to take the shot right there. Watch this, Gus. He's coming back, and it looks like he's trying to go deep, but the ball floats out of his hands because of the pressure hit his arm. And how about Edwards, like a center fielder in the outfield, just tracks it and gets the catch.
He gained 7 yards on the play.
start. Offense, number 12. 5-yard penalty. Second out.
That's Travis Hunter.
I mean, look at this. So his arms definitely hit, and the ball comes out, and that's when Dylan Edwards becomes like a center fielder. Nebraska couldn't get their head around, and Edwards corrals it in. Even the playmaker is saying, look at that.
Look at that. Michael Irvin. Second down and 8 at the 36. Here's a handoff. Edwards. Dylan Edwards. And look at the little guy go. 34-yard gain. Javen Wright with the tackle.
Beautiful block on the right side by 78 Savion Washington. That's why he got the edge. And how about the Jets on number 3?
First down at the 30. Sanders bouncing. Sanders throwing. Caught at the 15-yard line. And it's Xavier Weaver. And quietly, folks, Xavier Weaver is looking like the #1 target for Shedeur Sanders.
Boy, he was great last week. And look, just over the outstretched arms of the linebacker, that ball looked like it was going to get tipped or picked, and it got through. Weaver, good concentration to corral that one in.
First down at the Nebraska 11. Delayed handoff. Edwards. And he stood up at the 6-yard line. Weaver with 7 catches for 112 yards for Colorado. And now Shedeur really starting to throw that ball. He's got 277 passing yards.
And this offense, listen, it hasn't been pretty. Too many penalties. Defense has played really well, but now you're seeing the rhythm here and some of those athletes in space that we've been talking about all week.
Second and 6 at the 7-yard line. Hankerson in the backfield. Sanders looking. End zone. And a flag. Travis Hunter, the intended receiver, looks like somebody may have held him. Omar Brown. Hartzog.
Pass interference. Defense, number 13. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. First and 10. First and goal, excuse me.
Malcolm Hartzog called for the penalty.
They're trying to clear out the zone and then just bring Hunter into the back of the end zone, and you can see absolutely being held right there. Can't get to the ball. Flag comes out. Playmaker, how many times did he think he called for a flag at the end of an incomplete pass in his life? Maybe every one that he didn't catch, he was calling for a flag.
First down and goal at the 2-yard line.
They got that defensive lineman in, Gus 95, fullback.
Savion Wilkerson, the pistol back. Sanders on the play fake. Reverses, lets it fly. Incomplete. Hunter couldn't hold on. Well defended by Quentin Newsome.
They were trying to sneak those big guys out into the flat on the right. Good defense by Nebraska, and there's Newsome. I tell you what, Newsome did a great job of. Even though he never turned to defend the ball, he wasn't contacting Hunter until the ball arrived, and then he fought through the hands of the wide receiver. That's a beautiful job by the corner.
Second down and goal at the 2. Not a lot of room. As Wilkerson gets to the line of scrimmage, really no gain on the play.
And with the struggles of the Nebraska offense so far today, this is a must. They have to force a field goal here. I would think that Colorado might even go for it on 4th down, knowing that a score here
could put them away.
It could put them away. With what we've seen offensively from Nebraska, huge play right here, and then decision for Coach Prime and that staff.
Third down and goal at the 1. Dylan Edwards in the backfield. Sanders will throw it. Sanders steps up. Sanders sacked at the 13. They brought pressure. Nebraska gets it done.
Only thing you can't do as a quarterback right here is take a sack. This is a huge mistake from Shedeur Sanders. Nice pressure right there from Nebraska. Reimer gets into the backfield, number 4. Nowhere to throw it, and now they force Colorado into a field goal. Huge play for the Huskers defense.
Riley Van Poppel, number 94, getting the pressure on Sanders. Feely In for the field goal, and it's good from 30 yards out. 23-7. 1:20 to go in the third.
Well, you've been talking about him, Gus. Xavier Weaver is our Good Hands playmaker, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. Boy, he's been terrific, as you've been talking about. He has 7 catches now, 112 yards after having 100 yards last week, winning on the outside and one-on-one, finding the zone, the open space for the touchdown. That was beautiful concentration as the ball floated over the linebacker. And Weaver is a guy that we didn't talk a lot about. One of the 4 that had 100 yards a week ago against TCU. And he has come out and really backed up that performance. Xavier Weaver, the transfer from USF from South Florida.
And this is his 5th career 100-yard game.
Back-to-back, Gus. He had 116 catches in his career at South Florida, you know, so he can play. There's no doubt.
53 catches, 718 last year. 6 touchdowns, second team all AAC by the coaches. Next week, Big Noon checks in on the Big Ten as Penn State travels to Illinois for the first time since their epic game that went to 9 overtimes. And if we're being honest, we're hoping for a shorter game this time around. Regardless, Jenny, Joel and I will be joined by the Big Noon kickoff crew Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on Fox. How's Illinois looking this year, Joel?
Well, they've struggled so far. Remember, they lost a lot of those secondary players. They lost their defensive coordinator, Ryan Walters. Buffs fans, you know him well. He started at safety here in Boulder. Now the head coach of Purdue. They lost to Kansas last night. Illinois did. But I tell you, that Penn State team, Gus, that's a good team. That is a
Are they finally ready to compete with Michigan and Ohio State?
I think so.
False start.
I like
Offense, number 13. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
I like Penn State's quarterback.
Yeah, Drew Aller, he's a terrific player. You know, there's a lot of guys emerging this year. One of them is Travis Hunter right here, you know, in this game. I know he hasn't had the spectacular play like he did a week ago, but here he is, 90 total snaps. Look at this, 53 on offense, 37 on defense. Had a big catch down the field. He just does it all.
First down and 15 to the 20. Sims, quarterback draw. Still moving. And Jeff Sims gets close to the 40.
You just have to assume, if you're the Colorado defense, you have to assume run first all the time and then react to the pass off of that. Even if they're in spread sets and shotgun, then you've got to assume, like the touchdown run, Gus, that it's that way for a reason. They're trying to open up space for Jeff Sims in the run game.
First down at the 37. Sims looking. Sims sideline throw. Nice check down. Has his tight end. And a first down for Nebraska.
I love to see it. You talk about a bounce back here in the third quarter. The touchdown run, that was a beautiful job of scanning through his progression, getting all the way to the last guy in the progression, finding the completion, manipulating the pocket, all of those things. Jeff Sims getting a little confidence here in the third quarter.
That'll take us to the end of the third quarter. Let's see if they get this one off. I don't think so. And that'll take us to the end of the third with the score 23-7. Colorado leading Nebraska as we head to the fourth here in Boulder.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just a bunny! Calm down, Taco. Sit. That just stop. Sesame, no, Arthur. Walter, don't. No, please. You're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This season, we have more pressure than I ever would have imagined.
If we do not get promoted, we are in trouble.
This year is the year.
just feel now there's stakes here.
We're all in physically, all in financially, and all in emotionally.
Burden isn't just that promotion. It's not ever letting down this community.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres September on FX. Stream on Hulu.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be.
Hey, I'm Kyle. It's time to buy a new car. Check
Virtual when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
At Coyote, we're going to treat you like dirt because we hold dirt in the highest regard. We're honored to find it under our fingernails, lucky to be caked in it at day's end. It keeps us humble, honest. But if you know us, you know getting treated like dirt means getting treated with respect. Coyote, we dig dirt.
See Perryville Outdoor Products at 814 North Kings Highway in Perryville.
At Long John Silver's, every bite is its own golden treasure. Thanks to thick, flaky Alaskan fish, hand-dipped in our signature batter and fried to golden perfection. Sail in for a $6 fish basket or order ahead at longjohnsilvers.com. Fish yeah!
At Rally's, I'm in the driver's seat. Hit me with that double meat and cheese Big Buford. Actually, give me a second one for just $1 more. Buy one, get one Big Buford for $1? Legendary. Whatever you order, own it at Rally's. Get your late night flavor fix.
Hey, I'm Kyle. It's time to buy a new car. Check us out on this website or call us on this phone number, and our fine sales associates will find the car of your dreams. Go ahead and get ready. I'll turn off the TV for you.
Kai, did you just turn off their TV?
Yeah, they're coming to buy a car.
Did you remember the last part?
Oh, yeah. And remember, folks, if more's down the back of your next car, you pay too much.
Watch Jeremy J. Ford on Fox 23 News at 9.
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader on Fox. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads a new era of Packers football against Justin Fields and the Bears.
Touchdown!
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader, Sunday on Fox.
Big News Saturday is sponsored by AT&T Business. Next Level Moments need the Next Level Network as we start the fourth quarter.
23-7, Colorado. Big second quarter off of those mistakes offensively from Nebraska, but the offense clicking here, Gus, in the third quarter. Shedeur Sanders finding a rhythm, but here Jeff Sims getting a little confidence with this Nebraska offense to start the fourth.
Sims under center, hands it off to Irvin, and Irvin. A fumble. Wow. Again. Bishop Thomas recovers it.
Another exchange. This one not center quarterback related. It was Gabe Irvin and Jeff Sims. They're trying to run a counter play. Sims faking the ball to the left side and then trying to get the handoff over the right. There is a flag down far side. We'll have to get the announcement.
I don't think I've ever...
Ruling on the field is the fumble was recovered by Colorado. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, Colorado number 21. That's his first unsportsmanlike foul toward disqualification.
So, Gus, here's the exchange. Watch, he's going counter here. Okay, fake it over the left, now a handoff over the top. That is short. Listen to me, quarterbacks out there, young quarterbacks, you are responsible for the handoff. That ball has got to get into the pocket for the running back. The quarterback has got to let his eyes be the guide, take you in there. Here's the penalty at the end. There's where they got Shiloh Sanders 21 for the unsportsmanlike conduct. But another quarterback mistake, Gus, puts the ball on the ground.
And they'll run it, Hankerson. And I don't think I've ever seen in all my years of calling games something like this that's happened where a team's quarterback has mishandled snaps and fumbled the ball continuously over a 2-game span.
And these are, I mean, there's...
Or turned it over continuously over a 2-game span.
I will guarantee you these types of turnovers have not happened in camp. This is just kind of like out of the blue. You can't prepare for this.
Sanders, first down. Weaver again turns it up. Xavier Weaver stopped by Omar Brown.
This defense has got to start feeling like they're a little gassed, don't you?
I've been on the field a lot.
Yeah, and this is what they had to avoid. They had to keep their offense on the field.
First down at the 47.
Colorado using a little bit of clock, not going at that hyper tempo that they want to start the game with. A little false start there.
False start.
Sloppy.
65. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's Jack Bailey, left guard.
Trying to get the motion across. Yep, right there, just a little flinch. Flag came out, puts them behind the chains here. It does seem like they're trying to slow down. And remember, their coordinator, Gus, he's a former head coach. He was a head coach last year at Kent State. And Sean Lewis comes here, head coach mentality right now, trying to slow it down.
First down at 15. And they run it. Hankerson will gain 2 yards as he tumbles forward. Stopped on the play by Elijah Judy.
Aren't they methodical right now? I mean, This is so different than the start of the game. 23-7 lead, and smart. I mean, this is smart football from Colorado offensively.
Second down and 13 at the 44. Here's Sanders. Sanders finding Jimmy Horn. Deion Sanders told a great story yesterday in our meeting, flag on the play, about Jimmy Horn after the great game, 100-yard game he had last week.
Yeah, we'll get the announcement, but, you know, Jimmy is a guy that they recruited to Jackson State, first of all. And, you know, Jimmy's father is incarcerated, and the conversation between Jimmy's father, and Deion went about like you would expect. Jimmy's father said, "Take care of my boy," and Deion says, "I got you."
After the play was over, unnecessary roughness, personal foul, offense, number 73, 15-yard penalty, down the pass, third down.
Here's the end of the play. You're going to see, well, first Nebraska gets away with that one right there. That's Ty Robinson, and he threw down Hankerson, number 9, and then that's the second. Landon Beebe, 73, gets the flag. But just to finish that story up, yes, last week after the game, Coach Prime almost came to tears in our meeting talking about Jimmy Horn calling his dad, and that conversation and listening over that conversation after that great performance last week.
Here's Sanders over the middle, caught by guess who? Jimmy Horn. And Junior picks up big yardage. 17.
Offside. Defense, number 14. That penalty is declined. Result of the play, 1st and 10, Colorado.
Jimmy Horn looks at Coach Sanders like a father figure and a mentor, and this is why he wanted to be here. And he also wanted to play in this offense, and he had a huge game a week ago and a nice big catch there.
First down and 10 at the 42. Shador to Weaver. Xavier Weaver continues to rack up big yardage as that catch in front of Malcolm Hartzog.
Man, Weaver is just lighting up the stat sheet. Now, what is it? 9 for 124, Gus, or 9 for 131, excuse me, and the touchdown. And Shador finally in a rhythm, taking some of these easy throws that Nebraska is giving him.
Here's a run by Hankerson. Now Colorado starting to lean on this Nebraska team. Gained 14 yards. Isaac Gifford with the tackle. But this Nebraska defense has been on the field for such a long time today.
And finally starting to give up some of those runs that we heard about at halftime. And that's what's opening things up on the outside.
Far side throw. Horn picks his way forward. Looks like he's got another first down. Jimmy Horn Jr.
The other part of this is that Nebraska had tackled so well early in the game in space. His horn is getting looked at right there. Looks like he might have cramped up with that right leg, Gus, after the catch and run. They stopped the run with the front seven, and then they tackled well in space. But here in the last couple of drives, we've seen a couple of broken tackles. How about Travis Hunter blocking out in front? Horn, nice little hurdle towards the line to gain, gets the first down as he goes out of bounds.
First down and goal at the 8-yard line. Trick play here. Dawson, can he get there? Touchdown, Colorado. Tarvarish Dawson, his second score of the day. And the Buffaloes take a 29-7 lead.
I'll tell you, the ball handling here from Sanders. Watch right here. He's going to fake the little shovel pass first, then the option, and then he flips it to Dawson, who's got lead blockers in front of him. Beautiful move and a great block out in front. That was Savion Washington, number 78. Dawson gets himself inside, dives for the end zone. Beautiful job. They'll go for two.
Sanders and the offense. Here's Sanders looking, steps up, buys time, still on his feet, trying to make something happen across his body. Hankerson, did he get in? Looks like
I think it's good. I think they're calling that a catch.
But Shedeur may have stepped out of bounds. I'm not sure.
He was awfully close. This is the end. Does Hankerson get his hands under this? I don't think he did. They called that a catch. They'll take a look at this. There is flags on the play. Shedeur took his helmet off after the play, which I'm sure would be an unsportsmanlike.
The ruling on the field is that the catch was good for a two-point conversion. That play is under further review. However, after the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 2, Colorado, for removing his helmet.
Here's the end of that throw.
Watch his foot.
He stays in.
He stays in.
And then after he thinks it's good, as he pops back up, this is what he does. He rips his helmet off right here, and that's what draws the flag. So there's your unsportsmanlike. And then the catch, you know, I'm sure they're going to take a look at this, but, man, how about Hankerson?
It's hard to say it's not a catch.
You're right, because those arms, are they under the ball? Called good on the field. Beautiful adjustment from Hankerson. Right there, boy. I mean, Gus, if you're just asking me to re-officiate the play, my hunch is that it's incomplete. This is probably the best look. Yeah, that's incomplete. There's not control before that ball hits the ground. That last look was the best one. Even this one is tough. See, the ball hits right there. He doesn't have control of that. Ball can touch the ground if he's got control, but he doesn't have control. This is a beautiful look right here.
That ball's on the ground,
yeah.
Like you said, Joe.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right now, the score reading 31-7, but looks like they'll wipe this one off the board, the 2 points. 10:45 to play in the fourth quarter.
I'll tell you, that was a good drive by that offense, wasn't it?
Going into this game, Colorado favored by...
Really, it was 3.5, but it was going down to 2.5, and they have answered here. And I'll tell you what, last week...
7, wasn't it?
After further review, the ball hit the ground before the receiver gained firm control. Therefore, it's an incomplete pass. The try is no good. The 15-yard penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct will be enforced on the kickoff.
Last week they were 7-point dogs. And they continue to overachieve in Deion's first year. Dawson, second touchdown. Buffs rolling in Boulder.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new three-row Mazda CX-90.
I walk along the city streets you used to walk along with me. And every step I take recalls how much in love we used to be. Boy, how can I forget you when there is always something there to remind me? Always something there to remind me.
Starbucks Double Shot Energy Drink. Focus to do you. What gives you energy?
Love steak? Love lobster? Can't choose? Well, you'll love Outback this week, mate. Get a mouth-watering lobster tail and a juicy signature sirloin starting at just $24.99. Every day this week for a limited time, only at Outback Steakhouse.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. Couple of Boston Celtics, Ed Spencer, Dinwiddie, Derek White, 29-7.
There we go, the future.
Buffs.
So, Gus, before the break, we were talking about, the line. What I'm referring to is Colorado was a 7-point dog against Nebraska before last week's win over TCU. That flipped to a 3.5 favorite. It was going down to 2.5, and here they are up 22 in the fourth quarter.
And they were 20-point underdogs last week at TCU. Am I correct?
Yeah,
20 and a half.
That's right. And this team.
I don't understand how Vegas is getting it wrong. They usually get it right all the time.
Listen, they normally do. Those buildings don't build themselves. You know what I mean? But
right.
I will tell you, this is, I think, to your point, Gus, this is why everyone is so interested in what's going on here at Colorado with Deion Sanders. It's because they are way ahead of where anyone believed they would be, whether it was Vegas, analysts like myself, anybody that's talking about sports. No one thought that they were going to do this in the first couple of weeks. No one thought they were going to beat TCU on the road and then come back and have a 29-7 lead in the fourth quarter over Nebraska. I went here. I didn't think that was going to happen. They are overachieving at every moment.
They'll be at home against Colorado State next week, and then they're on the road at Oregon. Here's Sims with the option. Deals it down, and a nice play as Johnson lowers his shoulder, gets out of bounds. Shiloh Sanders with the tackle.
So now it's a 3-possession game for Nebraska, so they've got to go as quickly as they possibly can. You got to be thinking about trying to score with about 9 minutes here. You kind of set those benchmarks for yourself if you're trying to build a comeback.
Second down and 1. 10-16 to play. A lot of time left in this game. Johnson running it. Jeremiah Brown with the tackle.
On this series, I bet you're going to get a shotgun back motion out of the backfield. You're going to get a Jeff Sims quarterback draw on this. It might be right here if they motion out of the backfield.
First down and 10 at the 40. Sims pulls it down, decides to run it. And Sims finally tackled by Shiloh Sanders after he gains 4.
It's tough for Sims in the pocket, even when he has time, because this wide receiver group, they don't have the depth and talent to win on the outside against corners like Cooper and Hunter. So there's nowhere to go with the football.
2nd and 6. Play fake. Sims rolling out, and Sims gets rid of it out of bounds. And Sims getting up slowly. Been a rough day for this young man from Jacksonville, Florida.
There's good pressure by Savell Smalls. Transfer from Washington, number 13. He was the one chasing Sims. Here he is. There's Smalls. And I think he lands on that left foot. Yeah, he did. Gus, you see how he lands right there, and it kind of bends backwards, and that's why Sims is on the ground.
Heinrich Harburg is the backup, and he'll get loose on the Nebraska sideline.
There are people who say things aren't made here anymore. Those people should come to Michigan, or Kentucky, or Missouri, where you'll find Ford workers, not just assembling vehicles, but building the future of automotive manufacturing. It's why Ford employs the most hourly auto workers in this country. Can't speak for the other guys, but we're all in on America.
Please don't go. Please don't go. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away.
We love our house. The outdoor space is great, but we do have invasive weeds.
I think we got in the house.
I think you're right. Stay away from my family! Why are you so strong? At least Geico makes bundling my home and car insurance easy. We save so much.
You want me to get the spray stuff?
Get the spray stuff.
He's up here!
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
So here's what you do. Guy gets a sack. You go. Sacked you very much.
What else?
How about sack of all trades?
Boom, sackalacka. Saccaroni and cheese. I like saccaroni and cheese. Starving.
I'm too sexy for this shirt.
Whoa.
But you could say that.
I would say sacrilegious, but that would be sacrilegious.
Okay, you ready for this one? Sackety sack, don't sack back.
This was a really bad idea.
Sack of potatoes.
Ooh, how about suffering saccotash?
Like that one.
Pacific Life Game Summary sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. This third quarter, Buffs got it going offensively. Xavier Weaver with that 12-yard catch. Dawson, nice little end around. He found the end zone, and that offense started rolling.
And here's Harburg, who checks in for Sims. Nebraska backup quarterback Heinrich Harburg. Third year in the program, but he hasn't thrown a pass in a game, hasn't thrown a pass in competition since 2020 in high school in Kearney, Nebraska. And he is the first in-state scholarship quarterback for Nebraska in over 20 years. Heinrich Harburg, first and 10 at the 46. Hands it off. Irvin, number 23, gained a yard on the play. Let's go downstairs and check in with Jen.
Well, Jeff Sims back off the medical table. They were evaluating his left ankle. It has been retaped. He told the medical staff he will be fine. He's up, moving a little gingerly, guys, but telling everyone he's good to go to finish this one out.
All right, thank you very much. So Sims should be coming back on the field, second down and 9 at the 45. Harburg. Play fake. To throw it. Winds up, goes deep, nobody there, incomplete. Billy Kemp, closest man to the football.
Boy, Harburg took a hard hit in the pocket. He tried to stand in there and get this ball down the field. And watch right here, bam, takes a hit, goes down. The helmet came off. And Sims tried to run back out there, but now we're to the third string. This is Chuba Purdy. You know his brother Brock Purdy. Plays obviously for the 49ers, his college ball at Iowa State. And here's Chuba, transferred from Florida State. He was a 4-star quarterback, Gus. Top 200 player out of high school. Hasn't done much, but here a chance on a big third down.
Third down and 9 at the 45 for Purdy.
Game clock up. Operator, please reset the game clock to 8:07. 8:07. The clock will go on the snap.
He's more of a passing threat than Sims or Harburg.
Getting an opportunity here. Third down and 9. Purdy looking. That ball deflected at the line of scrimmage. And it looks like it may have been caught. Bishop Thomas with the deflection. Joshua Fleeks, the target.
There's a flag down late over there. That they did rule that incomplete, Gus. And now there's a flag on the far side.
Colorado bench. That's their first warning of the game and does not constitute a yardage penalty.
Well, they better get ready here defensively, and I think
Nebraska going for it on 4th and 9.
They've got to. 3-possession game. Harburg back in the game.
Here's Harburg looking. Hit as he throws, incomplete. Levante Bentley bringing pressure. And Nebraska turns it over on downs.
Here's Bentley at linebacker. He actually lost his starting job this week after last week. They felt like they could improve in the run defense, but here he is late in the game getting another opportunity. And boy, great closing speed from Levante Bentley, and he provides the hit and the pressure that gets Colorado off the field on 4th down. Transferred in from Clemson, Gus. He had 73 tackles in his career at Clemson, 5.5 sacks. And that was a big play for this CU defense.
Colorado with the lead and the ball when we return.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Coach Saban, this goat done took over our office.
And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hands.
Hospital bill for Prime. Did you just say Gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about. Say it one time. Aflac. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
Now, how do we get this goat out of here?
Aflac. Meet one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Elephant would have been scarier.
What would make you feel comfortable with the price?
Well, no one made me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane.
Try saying, "Show me the Carfax value." You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Freedom to move is what this lumberjack lacked. Until he got Duluth free swing and flannel to whack and hack. Now he's a limberjack. Free swing and flannel, only at Duluth Trading.
2 at target and 5.
Copy that.
Make a hard left down the alley.
Network's got you covered.
Changing route.
Go.
Roadblock ahead. Back up, reverse.
Next
next level moments
We're 30 seconds out.
need the Next Level Network.
North corridor, hurry. Coming through.
OR3, let's go.
The network more businesses choose.
Transplant received.
AT&T Business.
Need to hit the road if we're going to beat the traffic.
Maybe we'll just beat the traffic tomorrow?
7:57 to play in the fourth quarter. 29-7, Colorado leading Nebraska. Shedeur Sanders having another great day. 29 of 40, 338 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And he'll hand it off straight ahead on first down. Dylan Edwards is wrapped up as he bounces it out, gains 4. Kobe Bretz with the tackle.
They'll obviously go slow here, be a little bit deliberate. I'm impressed with this team's response. Hasn't been a very well-played game, really, either side. Colorado hasn't played that well offensively, far too many penalties, but they've responded at big moments and made big plays.
Buffs keeping it on the ground. Edwards trying to work that clock now. 7:16 and counting. Luke Reimer defensively.
And it reminds me, Gus, of our meeting with Sean Lewis when we asked him, you know, what were you most proud of a week ago against TCU? As that's Van Wells who gets up a little gimpy. He's the center. And he said the way we responded, our response. Remember last week, their last 3 touchdowns, they were behind every one of those possessions and had to score in order to take the lead, and they were able to do that. And there's been some adversity in this game as well, where they've had to respond, and they were able to do that. And they responded to a really poorly played half with a touchdown at the end of the half, and then they came out here, found some run game, and Shedeur settled down, and they started finding those completions. Big credit to Xavier Weaver, who started finding the space in the secondary. Gus, he's had a huge day, 131 yards, 9 catches.
Third down and 6 at the 48. Another big day for Shedeur Sanders. Underneath, Scott Weaver again looking for the first with a block. Weaver and a burst, still on the move, stays on his feet and finally goes down deep in Nebraska territory. A gain of 40 yards. The X-Man, Xavier Weaver.
Boy, the speed that this team puts on the field. Little tunnel screen in the middle of the field. And Weaver, after he catches it, did a beautiful job staying behind the lineman, finding and reading those blocks, and then he accelerates downfield.
Here's Sanders, and Sanders sacked. Colorado having some pass protection issues. Jamari Butler with the sack. Deion Sanders disappointed in terms of watching his son get sacked countless times today.
Well, but to be honest, there was a couple of those that were protection errors. Some of them, Shedeur has held the ball way too long and then taken a sack, hasn't thrown it away.
7th sack of the day for Nebraska.
That's certainly something they're going to have to clean up, because when you keep him clean, man, he is a dangerous passer. 30 of 35 a week ago, but he's been under duress too much today.
Here's Sanders to throw it. Steps up in the pocket, holds on to it, guns it, caught by his tight end, Michael Harrison.
That was a beautiful job of escaping the pressure, and then Sanders was going to take a hit. I feel like he felt that and still stood in there as he was evading the rush to the right and found his tight end Harrison, who did a beautiful job of coming back to his quarterback and providing a target.
Third down and 3 at the 5-yard line as we approach the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Shedeur Sanders looking, steps up, wants to run, touchdown Colorado. This time he does it with his legs, and that's an old school Deion prime time dance in the end zone for Shedeur. That's his dad, Neon Deion. How often did you practice that dance?
Every touchdown. If you're 41, you play football in America, you know as well as I know, in the backyard, every time you scored, you did the Deion Sanders, and Shedeur does it right there. 7 of their last 8 drives, they've scored. Haven't punted, Gus, since 5:38 in the second. You talk about response, finding rhythm. That offense exploded in this second half.
Signor Mayor, with this tower, I will make Pisa world famous. And you?
Yeah, you can see towers like this in Rome, in Venice, in Florence.
But this one is round.
No, I don't know. Maybe a Red Bull will help you see it from a different slant.
Yes, I got it. We'll build it like this.
Perfetto!
Red Bull gives you wings.
GMC Sierra with hands-free driving offers the most advanced and luxurious pickup in its class. Yeah, it rocks.
You can't be forgetting about me, Trish. What's the heck going on? I'm back. You know, football season is here. Y'all know what it is.
Rated R. Only in theaters October 6th.
All right, guys, listen up. This entire season boils down to one word.
Bundle home and auto.
But that's 4 words.
Not if you bundle them.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Big Noon Saturday is sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. 36-7, Michael Irvin and Deion Sanders, former teammates, best buds, the playmaker, and prime. Wow, some powerful names on the sideline to watch Colorado football. And the Buffaloes send it away deep in the end zone for a touchback. How about Shedeur Sanders? Another great game for this young man.
Yeah, and again, it's more about the response, because things weren't going their way early in this game. The pressure has been immense, and yet he continues to stand in there. He's safe with the ball. I've said he's taken some sacks that he shouldn't have. Well, at least he didn't throw any interceptions. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's like, my goodness, 31 of 42, 394 yards and 2 touchdowns. And you look at what he did at half. You went in there. If you're Colorado and you got on that whiteboard and you figured some things out, they ran the ball a little bit, they found the open space, and Sanders played really well here in this second half.
Under 5 minutes ago, they'll run it with Johnson, and Johnson knocked out of bounds. But I guess it's safe to say now, Deion said it in his press conference last week after game 1, that he thought his son should be a Heisman candidate. Throwing for close to 400 yards in his second game. He certainly is a Heisman candidate.
100%. There's no doubt. You know, if Travis Hunter continues to play both sides and produce, he's going to be in that conversation.
Incomplete. Harburg in for Jeff Sims. There's Hunter. Had a big day offensively. Travis Hunter. Really been able to catch the ball. Hunter, 3 catches for 73 yards. Second down and 10. And they hand it off. Nothing doing. Johnson stopped by J.J. Hawkins, as well as Taj McCoy.
You know, rightly so, we talk about the way this offense played in the second half. How about the defense all game? This defense has played so well. The defensive front seven, it largely shut down Nebraska. Really, they only had that long run from Sims for the touchdown. Outside of that, this defense has been airtight.
Third down, 11. And that one caught. Nice grab. As Thomas Fidone goes up high to get it. Harburg putting that one in a good spot.
And you see the talent from Fidone right there. Look at him just reach out and pluck that out of the air. That's something that I think Nebraska has got to incorporate into this offense. If they're going to be a run-oriented offense, you got to throw it to the tight ends more often.
Huskers going for it on fourth down and 1.
They stopped them.
Looks like they did stop him on fourth and 1. Stoutmeyer. Levante Bentley combining. And Colorado says they have it. Wow. Remember, this is a big-time rivalry, folks. It's the same rivalry as Michigan, Ohio State, Auburn, Alabama, or Texas, OU.
Certainly is that for if you're someone like me. I grew up 20 minutes south of here. And I'm blown away by this defense for Colorado. I know Nebraska's got some offensive struggles, there's no doubt. But think about it, Gus. This Colorado defense gave up 42 points, 541 total yards, 262 of those on the ground last week in that win over TCU. And they've come out here and have just shut down Nebraska completely.
New quarterback in for Colorado.
This is Staub.
Staub handing it off on first down to Charlie Offerdahl. Coach Prime allowing some of the subs to get some burn here late in the fourth quarter. Approaching the 3-minute mark. Staub, a freshman from Stevens Ranch, California, West Ranch High School. And the Buffaloes will pick up a first down.
You look at this schedule upcoming, Gus, they got Colorado State in-state rival next week. Then a huge, now all of a sudden just a massive road trip to Eugene to face the Ducks. They will host USC September 30th, and then Arizona State and Stanford. The way that now we look at this schedule for Colorado is just vastly different. Remember, you talked about Vegas earlier. They had their win total at 3 over/under for the season.
And they've got 2 if they can hold on to win this game. 2:20 left, 36-7.
Talk about what do they say, first impressions?
Or lasting ones.
They are, aren't they?
Yes.
Coach Prime in his first 2 games as the head coach of the University of Colorado went on the road, beat the defending national runner-up as a 20-point dog, and then came back home and in his home debut beat the hated Nebraska Cornhuskers in a rivalry game.
And you know what Coach Prime will probably say?
I expected this.
Exactly. You didn't.
I did.
But I did.
That's what he would say. Did you notice he looked at me when he said that yesterday?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, there's a nice sack by Nebraska. And a fumble. Looks like the Cornhuskers have the football. Nicely done as Lynham picks it up. So, folks, we want to make a big announcement. Big noon kickoff. Our studio show, not us. We'll be back here next week to follow Deion Sanders and this Colorado story. The biggest story in college football.
No, you're wrong. It's the biggest story in sports.
Ooh, I like it even better. Prime time. Harburg incomplete with 1:46 to go. Marcus Washington, the intended receiver.
You know, it's so fascinating. There was a large sector of people that were offended, a lot of them other coaches around the country, with how Deion was going about putting together this roster. You know, 86 new players, really hitting it hard in the transfer portal. And my point was, what do you want them to do? They were 1-11, lost by an average of 29. They played 7 ranked opponents last year. They lost by an average of 36 in those games. Their last 4 games last year, they lost by an average of 41.5. What did you want him to do with that roster? So, of course, he flipped it. I think it was the same type of people that then all week this week, Gus, started saying things like, it was just one game. Let's stop overreacting. Well, what do we say now? They're 3-point favorites, and they're up 36-7 in a rivalry game.
Deion Sanders saying in his press conference, don't let me get comfortable. And I'm about to get comfortable. What does that mean, Joel?
Well, this is a new roster. You know, this is a guy, a beautiful run here. How about this?
It's Johnson. And it'll go down at the Colorado 5. Omarion Cooper with the tackle, a 44-yard gain.
He means get comfortable with his players. Let me figure out how to coach each one of these guys individually. Because each one of these individuals, these human beings, they have a certain way that they are motivated. And once he learns that, he feels like they can go to the next level.
Another run for Nebraska on the other end for the Cornhuskers. They start their season 0-2.
Yeah.
Turnovers have been a major issue. Next week, they're at home to take on Northern Illinois and Louisiana Tech to follow. And after that, it's Michigan.
Well, there's no doubt that Matt Rule and Deion Sanders have taken 2 different routes in their first year.
And it's Johnson trying to get outside, but tracked down from behind. Nicely done. Jeremiah Brown.
Gus, while they both turned over the roster, Nebraska has over 60, I think 65 new players on their roster. Matt Rule did it with 44 of those as freshmen. I would say that this is kind of tortoise in the hare. Deion wanted it right now, and Matt Rule wants to build this slowly, and he wants to build this. Nice touchdown right there. Good ball.
Touchdown caught by Fedoni. But continue your point.
He wants to build this from the inside out. Deion has stated, I want to build it from the outside in. I'm going to bring the talent in to go out there and win now. And we'll figure out and continue to build at the line of scrimmage. Whereas Matt Rule wants to build this inside out for Nebraska and play a methodical, physical brand of football and return them to where they feel like they rightfully can be. Last week was a gut punch for Nebraska, losing that game to Minnesota. Today, I mean, frankly, they were just not a good enough team against Colorado. And in particular, when you start to compound those mistakes, I like Matt Rule as a coach. I think that this guy is a hell of a coach and is the right type of guy for Nebraska. But I got to tell you, when you're looking over as a Nebraska fan and looking how quick Deion did this at Colorado, it's got to be jarring, doesn't it?
Matt Rule's got to find a quarterback.
There's no doubt about it.
Can't turn the ball over the way Jeff Sims has been turning the ball over the past 2 games. It's demoralizing, deflating for your team. And hopefully this young man will have a chance to get it together. But as for now, 36-14, the final. The fans ready to storm the field. They said that they would do it. Deion Sanders has told us that if they do storm the field, he's not going to be able to get across the field to shake hands with Matt Rule. Safety purposes. Remember, Deion has 2 toes amputated. So it's hard to move around for the Hall of Famer.
So Matt just ran over. He ran over to shake his hand. How about that?
All right. Good sportsmanlike gesture. Sportsmanship. Matt Rule. You do have a good feeling about this coach.
I do. He's got a good staff.
And so do I. Yeah. On the other sideline, Deion Sanders taking on all comers. Coach Prime. A second away from winning his 2nd game to start his tenure at Colorado, 36-14 the final. And here the kids come. They are excited. This is a major release for Colorado football fans.
Better part of 2 decades. This feeling for these fans, they haven't felt for 2 decades.
Deion Sanders and his Buffaloes improved to 2-0. It wasn't pretty at all times, but effective. Next week, a rivalry game, another rivalry game. Colorado State right here at home. Big noon kickoff. Our studio show will be here. Shedeur Sanders officially in the hunt for the Heisman Trophy now. Another 300-yard game. He followed that up after throwing for over 500 and 4 touchdowns, no interceptions in his first game on the road at TCU. Shedeur throwing for 393. Today, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And our Jenny Taft is down on the field with Coach Prime.
Well, Gus, we found a little hangout here in the tunnel. We had to get Coach Prime out of there. You know what I'm excited to say? You're 2-0, Coach. You expected this. Some may have doubted you, but how proud are you about this potential?
I'm so proud of our team. We're so resilient. We stunk it up in the first half. In the second half, we came back. We started at the latter part of the first half, but we came back. We had a great talk at halftime, and we just came back and used our resilience.
Can we talk about your defense, too? Much improved from last week. 4 forced turnovers. How hard did they play?
They played their butts off. It was just a couple personnel things that we needed to fix. We still going to go take a look at just giving up that big play at the end of the game. We hate stuff like that. Coaches do. But overall, I'm so proud of our kids. I'm so proud of the school. I'm so proud of the alumni and everyone. I mean, seeing the kids storm the field, I've never been a part of anything like that before. So I love it 100%.
What can you tell us about what we should expect from Colorado for the rest of the season? Plenty more of this, I hope.
I don't think I stumbled or stuttered when I told you we were coming.
Not at all.
We coming.
Thank you, Coach.
God bless you. Thank you.
Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes celebrating here in Boulder. Huge victory. Your final thoughts?
This is a team that didn't even play all that clean. They're going to go back and watch the film and think that they can do much better. Deion Sanders in 2 games has made Colorado a top 20 program in the country right now. They're no longer coming. They're here this season.
Colorado State next right here in Boulder at Folsom Field. So Shedeur Sanders throwing for 393 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also rushed for a touchdown. How about the X-Man? Weaver, career highs of 10 catches, 171 receiving yards. Dawson had both rushing and receiving touchdowns. The first touchdowns of his career. Shedeur Sanders has thrown for 14 touchdowns since his last interception against Alcorn State last November. 36-14, partner.
Even if you went to this school like I did, you didn't think it was this possible this quickly. You see the release, the emotion on the field. Tell you what, this Colorado team, they have got some serious talent.
Don't forget our studio show, Big Noon Kickoff, will be here next week. Rob Stone and the guys will continue to follow the biggest story in sports. Prime time. 36-14 the final. For Jenny Taft and Joel Klatt, this is Gus Johnson saying so long from Boulder. Coming up next on Fox, it's Iowa State after this short break.
Oregon takes on Texas Tech. Then Stanford faces 6th-ranked USC.
It's a huge night of football on Fox.
Truebilt is bringing the heat this month with 2 specials. This month at Truebilt, You can get either a 30 by 40 by 10 pole barn with a 16 by 8 garage door and concrete floor for only $35,000. Or you can get a 20 by 20 by 10 with a 12 by 8 garage door and 4-inch concrete floor for only $21,000. We build true. True Built.
SEMO football is back at the newly renovated Houck Field. Your defending OVC champion and nationally ranked SEMO Redhawks kick off Saturday, September 9th at 6 p.m. Are you feeling rowdy?
Our sales and marketing experts at KBSI and WDKA will develop a unique multimedia approach for your company. We help you reach the appropriate customers at the right time with our advertising campaigns on TV, web, mobile, and social media. Ready to take your advertising to new heights? Contact us today at 573-334-1223 or advertising at kbsi23.com.
2.5 Men, weeknights at 10:30 on Fox 23.
We're a AAA family.
We found out about AAA insurance through a friend who had actually mentioned it a while ago. We ran the numbers and it totally worked.
We looked at the statement for our previous insurer and then AAA insurance. Definitely, we've seen a huge difference.
Switch to AAA insurance today, and you could save an average of $483 on auto insurance. Compare that to State Farm, Geico, even Allstate. Call now for your free AAA full picture quote to find out how much you could save.
By switching over to AAA insurance, we saved over $450. So with our savings, he bought more equipment.
More money means more practice equipment.
In his world.
Why didn't we do this earlier? Why did it take so long?
We're a AAA family now.
AAA insurance allows us to do so much more with our kids and spend more time with them.
To find out how much you could save by switching to AAA insurance, call 866-925-1784 for your free AAA full picture quote today. You'll be glad you did.
The Big Bang Theory, weeknights at 5:30 and 6:30 on Fox 23.
Welcome to Fox College Football, sponsored by Geico. It's easy to Geico. An entire state's happiness is on the line in Ames today. Everybody in Iowa is watching Cyhawks, 61,000 plus inside, 20,000 more than that outside tailgating, not even coming into the ballpark. Jason Benetti, Brock Heward, Allison Williams in a moment downstairs. The defenses own this thing, though, Brock.
You can kind of feel it coursing in the veins, right? You feel this rivalry, and you do feel this defense. And we'll feel it, but those players on the field, I promise you, will feel it so much more. This is the heartland. This is the heartland of America, and this is the heart of defense of college football. I've had so much fun just putting the tape on. You know that. Since Monday, I was ready for these two to go after it because these two, they know defense, and they know where this game's going to be won or lost today.
Two separate styles of defense, but the concepts and what they want to do and how solid they have to be are the same.
First 1 to 20. Just book it right now because both Kirk Ferentz and Matt Campbell know and they trust those guys. You're absolutely right. But both of them schematically may move the checkers around a little differently. They want cleats in the ground. They want face mask forward, and you better buckle it up for the collisions that are coming.
Iowa has won here every time they've played here in Ames since 2011.
It's hard to figure because every one of them has felt like a coin flip, right? It's a play, it's a possession, it's a turnover. It has been a tight series.
This place is live.
You know it's a good day when the traffic is worse for our producer and director getting here than it is for you and I, because they have been warming it up for hours.
college football rivalry at its finest. Iowa and Iowa State, and we are underway from Ames. Rocco Becht in his first start in a Cyclone jersey last week. Didn't run a ton of plays, but was pretty efficient.
Did a terrific job of taking care of the football first and foremost. Matt Campbell said the job of the QB in this program is to gain the trust of everyone and protect the football. He did it. He's going to have to do more today. He knows it, and he knows what he's up against. And I'll tell you this too, Jason. I think he's got to be prepared to run it. There's going to be a lot of lateral run game from the Cyclones, and he's athletic enough to pull it and run it himself.
Here we go, he says. And he is right. On the roll, Becht drops it off. He gets it to Jalen Knoll on first down. They get 6. And here is the offensive line, much improved and bigger for the Cyclones.
Bigger, stronger, faster. James Neal, second start. Just played football a couple years out of high school and junior college. Some experience there, a lot of it at guard. You're going to see a plethora of running backs, 3 of them for the Cyclones today. Norton will get the start.
A couple of freshmen behind him as well, very likely. One who had a great week last week. And this is a handoff. It is Cartavius Norton. And there you go. There's your collisions right in the middle of the field and a Cyclone first down. Iowa's defense was very strong last week. Once again, Joe Evans is from Ames. He fired the team up before the game in the huddle. Jay Higgins was everywhere last week. 16 tackles. He said it felt like high school. And then Cooper DeJean, who was a pick-6 machine. He is an Iowa native, and he wants to win that trophy. First down for Becht. Quick throw. It's inaccurate, incomplete for Easton Dean. Second down.
Didn't miss many of those a week ago. His pops, everybody knows, Anthony Becht, longtime NFL player, XFL coach, and we got to call the game when he went in at the end of last season, and it's very different. I mean, this kid's put on 15 pounds. It was an open competition between him and the true freshman Cole. He won it. And that one just maybe a little bit of juice, like all the rest of us feeling here.
It is flowing through everybody in this stadium. That was Higgins in motion. It's a run for Norton, and it's third down and relatively long. Evans with his first stop. Our easy mode game plan sponsored by Geico. It's easy to Geico.
Yeah, it's easy to figure out who the winner of this game is going to be. 14 of the last 15 times for Iowa State with the ball, outrushed the opponent. Whoever has run it more than the other has won this game, number of attempts. And for Iowa, on their side, win your one-on-ones. Win your one-on-ones on the perimeter and coverage. Win them with your shots down the field. Those are the 2 keys in the game plan today.
Iowa State, 42% on third down last year. Top 2 in the Big 12. It's a throw for Becht, and he's got a completion. It's Knoll again, and he is very close to the line to gain with DeJean riding him back. It's a first down.
That's good on good right there. Best 2 perimeter players for each team. DeJean, as you said, a Swiss Army knife, could do everything. But he's down here in a one-on-one coverage with Knoll, the most explosive of the Cyclones. And Jalen, with that experience, knows just where to get. Came back to the football, but went past the stick so he could still get that first down. And, well, there's a little kiss of the rivalry. He's going to get a few more of those today.
Logan Lee, that was with a hit in his 29th consecutive start for Iowa. Becht to throw to the outside and high, incomplete. He wanted Aiden Bitter, and it's second down.
Those are the ones you do have to hit. You're not going to convert a lot of 3rd and 7 plus. You're just not built that way. Neither team this afternoon is. So when you get a gimme like that, and that's a coach's job. Nathan Shieldhouse, the offensive coordinator, his job early is to get Rocco gimmies, layups. That's one he can hit 99 of 100 times.
Why is that so important against Iowa specifically?
Stay on schedule. Stay in 3rd and short so you can give a run-pass balance.
That's Norton in motion. Second down out of the empty for Becht. And he flips it out wide for Higgins, who wrestles his way for 8 with Kyler Fisher. There's your 3rd and short.
Yeah, why is it so important against Iowa? Well, every coach is going to say it to us every week to stay on schedule, but when you face a defense as disciplined, and Rocco's going to take that snap, and he's going to feel like there's 20 players, 30 sets of eyes looking at him defensively because they're face masked to the ball. Their eyes are on the ball. So when you play a sound, disciplined defense, it's imperative to get into these third downs.
This third down, the 8th play of the drive. It's a quick hitter. It's a first down once again. Jaden Higgins on the slant.
This is all timing right here. When you run this slant route on the outside, you've got to beat that linebacker right there, Nick Jackson. You're going to see him just flat-footed for a half a second, and that's it. If you wait a whisker, you're going to get an incompletion and knock down.
Their first of the game. Next violation will result in a foul.
That is the biggest roar we've ever heard for a sideline warning.
Got to set that tone early in a rivalry game.
Everything matters. Every moment matters. You can feel it. Kirk Ferentz knows it very well. He's played more than 2 decades of these.
You don't know which play it will be. It could be in this very first 5 minutes that changes it. The margin's so slim between these two.
It's the most closely contested in-state rivalry in recent memory. There is Norton playing hopscotch. He's got about 4 on first down, maybe 5. Artavius Norton injured last year. He tore his hamstring in the opener. But Matt Campbell said there's a little David Montgomery in there, and we'll see how much in a game like this.
Low to the ground and powerful. It is all leg strength. And that's a good opening push from that Cyclone offensive line as well.
That's Moore in motion. 2 tight ends in motion. And there's a very short gain for Norton. Y.A. Black with the tackle.
Good look there of Iowa, so square defensively. This is one of these games, Jason, I can just feel the presence of the Jack Campbells and the Josie Jewells and so many great Hawkeyes that are sitting on their couch watching this game, and they're watching the same scheme that they played when they were here. It is disciplined, it is powerful, it is staying square to that line of scrimmage as Black did just right there. Doesn't matter the name on the back of the jersey, the scheme's not changed much.
It's a legacy program in so many ways for Iowa. This third down, and the Cyclones are 3 for 3 on third down. Easton Dean, the tight end.
And they're picking on that side a little bit, and that's Nick Jackson, the transfer from Virginia. You saw it on the slant route earlier, and you'll see Dean come in motion. He's matched up against the linebacker, and Easton, bigger frame, perfect ball position. Look at that. That ball is put to his outside, even though Jackson's all over him. Ball placement, size and strength of the tight end for the, third time now in this drive, moves the sticks on third down.
Big day for the tight end room last week against Northern Iowa. Norton breaks a tackle, gets to the edge, breaks another one, and man, is that a muscular run to stay upright.
I like that term right there. Muscular. That's kind of, you can brand this game that as well. You better be prepared to run through tackles, and you don't see Iowa miss many of those. That's Kyler Fisher. But look at the population come. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5 more Hawkeyes. Yeah, this isn't a break one tackle and break it to the house. This is break a tackle, get positive yards before the rest comes.
Iowa State ran 45 plays all last week. They've run 12 already, going on 13 on this drive. Beck to throw to the end zone. Higgins couldn't reel it in against Lee.
Boy, do I love that call from first-time offensive coordinator Nate Shieldhouse, former quarterback. Get a one-on-one with your 6'4" receiver against a 5'10" corner making just his second start. Fans don't like some of that early contact, but in a game like this, let him play a little bit. I don't think that contact impeded him from going and getting it. As you see Nathan Shieldhouse, that is a terrific call. A one-on-one, just couldn't come down with it.
Rivalries inside of him, too. His dad was a Hawkeye player who got to the Rose Bowl for Iowa. Third down, back rolling. He's chased. He throws to the end zone, and incomplete. Joe Evans was bearing down on him, the Ames native, and it's fourth down.
Yeah, and you can see the first grass stain on the thigh pad. That won't be the last of it. Little Joe was a QB coming out of Ames High School, and he is all effort and energy. He chases that down all the way from the backside. You see, once again, look at the eyes. Look at every Hawkeye defender with eyes to the ball, and then the effort to force the throwaway.
You just don't see that all the time, right?
You don't.
Chase Contreras, the Nebraska transfer, and his field goal's blocked. It is blocked by Iowa on the opening drive for Iowa State.
Media, timeout.
Looked like Logan Lee got the hand up on the block. We'll take it a break with our Progressive Insurance game flow.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season.
So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Woo!
Cashback is good, but double cashback is even better. Discover matches all the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year, which is cashback at its best.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain, and make your deck yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Michelin equips more than 8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers in the U.S. because game-changing cars deserve game-changing tires. Michelin, motion for life.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Fox College Football is sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. Henry County, Illinois is rather excited right now. Logan Lee with a blocked field goal for the Hawkeyes. And Iowa gets the ball after empty for Iowa State. 6+ on the drive, no points.
Welcome to Cyhawk.
Cade McNamara at quarterback for the Iowa Hawkeyes. His opening throw is on target for the tight end, Luke Lachey, a bruiser. Second down, Allison Williams downstairs.
And Cade McNamara on the field, but not quite 100%, still dealing with a right quad injury. I was watching him in warm-ups. He did have a protective sleeve on that leg, but moving around well, definitely testing that leg, though, pushing off, sprinting, cutting. That's when it's most bothersome, is any type of sudden movement, change of direction, and that will factor into how they call this game today. But, guys, the biggest thing is protecting McNamara from himself. Kirk Ferentz said he's so competitive, he's so aggressive. We have to make sure he doesn't try to do too much.
Especially in a rivalry game like this. Caleb Johnson seeking the first down line. He will be very close, but just short. And this Iowa Hawkeye lineup, Logan Jones, the center, in his 15th career start.
The 700-pound squatter that they just ran behind is going to be one-on-one with a nose tackle all day. Orange, Singleton, and others. Luke Lachey, no surprise. He targeted him on the first pass. Leading receiver was 7 a week ago. One in a long line of talented tight ends from Iowa City.
Third down and 1. Oh, it is Jazzian Patterson. The freshman has broken free. Inside the 15, TJ Tampa ran him down.
You want to know about this rivalry? Watch your right guard, Connor Colby, right here. I told you this is not a game of contact. This is a game of collisions and driving your opponent into the turf. Could not do it better. Set up the crease in the lane for the explosive Patterson. An offense that had been so lacking in explosive plays a season ago gets a huge one on the opening possession.
They were outstanding on their first couple drives last week as well. This is Caleb Johnson, the sophomore. It'll be second down coming up, and the Iowa State defense has been tremendous under John Haycock. There is the three-man front, the 3-3-5 front.
But it is younger this year. Orange, just a true sophomore. Behind it, Sadowski's young. Gary's not. Gary Vaughn, a six-year player, has got to try to lead a lot of young faces. The experience is on the back end. The two corners are tremendous, and Cooper, pick six, 2 interceptions a week ago.
Two tight ends for Iowa. Play action for McNamara. He loads up to throw into the end zone and knocked away. Jeremiah Cooper in front of Lachey, and it's third down.
So you've seen now both coordinators get to the red zone and do what? Target my bigger guy. Get a one-on-one. Here's the 6'7" Lachey and the undersized Cooper. And if you are smaller, you better be quicker and faster to the ball, and that is exactly what Cooper is.
He had a pick six to open the scoring last week here. 3rd and 8. It's batted down right at the line. It's Ikenna Ezeagu, the freshman, who got the hands up.
You can see the shoulder pad is all out of whack right there. That's because he's in a matchup with the veteran Richmond right here. He doesn't get home, but he too has eyes to the quarterback, and with it, the former basketball player gets his hands up to knock it down.
It was a field goal that got Kirk Ferentz his very first Cyhawk win from Nate Kading. This is Drew Stevens to try to crack the scoring today. And his kick is up and good. So Iowa takes 3. The Cyclones don't get any on their opening possession. 3-zip Iowa State.
Interesting piece. Let me bring in my expert.
So many scratches.
Those are from my car keys.
Such a rich history. This won't do well at auction, but at AT&T, it's worth a brand new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5.
Wait, really? What about this?
AT&T's deal is back.
Wow.
Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 with a Galaxy phone trade-in. Any year, any condition.
And Doug.
What do we always say, son? Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
So you only pay for what you need.
That's my boy. And you get out there and you make us proud, huh?
Bye, Uncle Emu.
Stay off the freeways.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
I got that sauce biscuit and some Tay-Tays.
More formally known as sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes.
Bish squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Cup of Dubba Java.
It's 2 coffees.
Cup of Dubba Java.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Oregon takes on Texas Tech. Then Stanford faces 6th-ranked USC. It's a huge night of football on Fox.
A couple of Cy-Hawk trophies through the years, the original from 77 to 2010. There have been long streaks in this series. Only one of the first 17 featured both teams in double figures. They have been low scoring, but Brian Ferentz, in his first year as the offensive coordinator, his second game at Iowa, they put up 44 points and got a victory. This opening drive goes for 3.
And this one a little more familiar to the complimentary ball that they have played the last few seasons under Brian. I know that he has taken a ton of heat and criticism, but he plays to win. He doesn't play for them stats.
25-yard line for Iowa State when we come back. The very young quarterback, Rocco Becht, trying to get a feel for this Iowa defense. He marched the Cyclones down the field on the opening drive. They could not score. We'll see what happens when they touch the ball after this.
Massage de burger dans le voyant. Baissiner avec 20 minutes, c'est qui vite font hein? And voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
From big cities to small towns and on main streets across the U.S., you'll find PNC Bank, helping businesses both large and small, communities, and the people who live and work there grow and thrive. We're proud to call these places home, too. They're where we put down roots and where together we work to help move everyone's financial goals forward. PNC Bank.
Geico makes car insurance easy.
Enjoy your flight. You too.
As easy as saying the wrong thing.
Me too. Really? What?
Dad, why would you say that?
Why would you say that? Do I look like I'm going on vacation, sir?
It's not how airports work, man.
You could?
Dad!
Are we leaving or?
I don't even want to go on vacation anymore.
I thought I knew you.
She has hairspray that is over the limit.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
And you're not wearing socks. Get a grip, man.
Today, I'm doing the Degree Gray T-shirt challenge. Let's put Degree Advanced and Spice to the test and see if I get any sweat marks.
Yeah.
With non-stop sweat protection, you're not done yet. The result? Only one winner here.
No sweat marks.
Degree Advanced keeps working when others stop.
You can feel it. A force that moves everything around it. That comes from deep down inside. Full-time fans, your passion is unshakable. And you deserve a reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Here in Ames, Iowa, the home of the Cyclones. It's not that far away to get to Iowa City, as everybody in this building knows. People sitting on their couches waiting to talk about the defenses because they own this series.
They do, and they test the guys on the other side of it. Look at those numbers. Pretty extraordinary a year ago. You've got to earn it. There are not many freebies against these guys. Do you have the discipline to sustain drives, to stay on the field, convert third downs? Cyclones did a good job. They just couldn't finish with the blocked field goal.
Second drive for Rocco Becht. It's a handoff. It's Cartavius Norton on the cutback, and he is across the line to gain for 11. You mentioned Rocco Becht and his father, Anthony, longtime NFL tight end. He and his wife, Deanne, Rocco's mom, are here and trying to conceal their nerves.
Yes. Saw Anthony before the game. I said, how do you do, man? It's different, right? Quarterback dad, it is a different world. He said, yeah, I'll look cool. I'll try to look cool, but inside, it is churning.
He is a good man. He's become a very fine coach as well, former analyst. First down throw for their son, and it is once again Jalen Knoll.
Well, what he's got to like to see out of these first 16 plays from Iowa State is balance. Pretty easy completions. Again, covering the mouth right there.
Looks like he's got pocket kings.
Yeah, calm, cool, and composed. But the way they moved Iowa off the ball, this is not a group traditionally, and in this matchup where Iowa State's been able to move those Hawkeye defenders, that is a good omen for any quarterback to get help up front.
Second down throw once again. This side, Aiden Bitter, and he is swarmed by DeJean. So we mentioned they weren't on the field very much last week, the Iowa State Cyclones. They've already run more than a third of the plays they ran last week.
A couple explosive plays a week ago, help from the defense, a pick six, but it's these third downs right here. For Nathan Shieldhouse, the former Illini quarterback, so fun to sit with yesterday, his first time calling plays, but living in this world of third and short, that's how you tally up those plays.
Iowa showing pressure from the far side. They will hand it off, stifle it on the first chance. Beck tries to throw a block, and that's not going anywhere. DeJean stayed right with Norton.
Just look at this. Look at the massive humanity in there. It's like they're all doing squats, front squats, right? Just right into each other. And unlike the other runs, there was no movement there. And then once you bounce, look at the population that comes. The cavalry comes for Phil Parker's defense. It always does. They pursue the tackle for loss and force the punt.
This is the highest population density interior in college football today, as DeJean is back to receive. Perkins with a boomer that ends up in the end zone. So a touchback. And Cade McNamara, 14-3 as a college football starter. Back to the controls next.
Up next, you outlive your savings.
You don't have to wait until retirement to start enjoying your second act. With protected lifetime income from Pacific Life, imagine your future with confidence. For more than 150 years, we've kept our promise to financially protect and provide, so you can look forward to leading a whole different type of team. Talk to a financial professional about life insurance and retirement solutions with Pacific Life.
7 seas, 7 continents, 7 days of the week, 7 notes on a musical scale, 7 wonders of the world, 7 series. Culture is shaped by 7s. Experience the redefining BMW i7 now. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Test drive the BMW i7 today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My name is Spencer Russell, and because of TikTok, I'm reaching millions of families who want to teach their toddlers how to read. No one was doing what my son could do. And it's not because he's special, it's because I knew how to teach him. Because of TikTok, I am able to support myself, my family, my team, my business in a way that I just couldn't have done on my own.
Does not say.
When a kid learns how to read, doors open. They can access the world around them in a way that only readers can.
Shut it down!
Kitchen Nightmares returns Monday, September 25th on Fox.
Fox College Football is sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. They estimate here that 20,000 more people are tailgating than actually fit in the stadium, which is epic. As far as the eye can see beyond the end zone, there are still tents and buses and vans and all kinds of food.
It's one of the advantages to play in the second week of September rather than November. A little easier to tailgate in 80-degree weather.
Solid first drive for Iowa. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive last week to the young receiver Seth Anderson. Empty throw. McNamara to Eric All, and he got absolutely all of TJ Tampa.
This guy's a load. Just listen in to the 200-pound corner deliver this blow.
Oh, he's got mean mug, too.
Those eyes right there say it all. He looked at the NFL last year. The NFL said get bigger, faster, stronger. That was on display right there.
Gain of 3, play action for McNamara. He checks it down, a couple of yards worth, and not much more. So, 3rd down coming up for the Hawkeyes. It was Hayden Large on the catch. Look at that, first quarter, great. Rest of the game, not so great.
A couple big explosives early. When you take the air out of it late for Brian Ferentz, you don't care about those 25 points. Protect the football, get the win, move on. We're moving this drive on. And eating up time of possession means converting 3rd and 4s. Watch for the tight ends. Lachey's on the line of scrimmage. Eric All's in the slot.
Closest to the formation, All is. They have to use a timeout, and they got to do it fast. Clock went down to 0. They do get the timeout before the clock hits 0.
Iowa, the first of the half. Be a 30-second charge.
3rd and 4 when we come back in 30 seconds to Ames.
Can't sleep.
Just a lot on my mind.
I can't sleep either.
It only gets tougher with age.
Mom, what?
Well, knowing Progressive can protect your home, auto, and business should help you relax.
Good, because I could use a good night's sleep.
Me too. You know how early a chimney sweep gets up every day?
Wait, is this all a dream?
Why would Jamie be in my dream?
I am America's biggest spokesperson.
Debatable.
I said biggest.
Well, he's got you there.
3rd down for Iowa, their 2nd drive. They have 2 tight ends that have combined for over 100 career catches.
But they flipped out of that 2 tight end personnel. Now back to 1 back, 3 receivers, but it's still this guy's story. Lachey, a mismatch maker.
McNamara felt the rush. He comes near side. It is incomplete, and the marker in. He wanted Nico Ragaini. John Haycock is not a happy camper.
No, he's not happy because he knows that ball's not catchable, but that doesn't matter. When your corner comes in early as Purchase does there, the throw was late. Because of the late throw, now they're having a conversation here about that. The throw was late, the contact was early, and it's going to be pass interference. Oh, Haycock is livid.
Big Ten officiating crew, Jerry McGinn, the referee.
Pass interference. Defense, number 5. The ball be placed at the spot of the infraction. Automatic. First down.
And I know why Coach Haycock is infuriated, because you're rewarding a poor play. You're going to see the corner route here, and Cade is just late. Eyes are inside. The ball's got to be out earlier. It is late. He's not going to make that catch. But that early contact, you've got to make that call.
There it was, first down. Caleb Johnson on the run, and he has some space. It's a gain of 7 into Cooper, the safety.
Excellent block there by the right tackle, Jennings Dunker, a massive, massive man. He could throw a hay bale a long way, and he was just tangled up like a grizzly bear on the edge.
That's not hyperbole. He can throw a hay bale a long way, like critically acclaimed so for 2 years running. Johnson hit and stood up. It's a gain of about 2. Jacob Ellis was in there. Iowa ran for about 2.5 yards a carry last week. They've seen more daylight today so far.
Yeah, well, they've been able to target a lot better. Targeting bad for defenders, targeting good for offensive linemen, being able to get to your target and get a body in front of them. But once again, all the way up here in the booth, you could hear that collision on the field.
Third and 2. They fake. Here's a throw. Down the field, Lachey. He's got it inside the 20-yard line.
What a tremendous call from Brian Ferentz. Yeah, I'll say it. What a great call. 3rd and 2, right? Run the ball at them, not so fast. And Bo Freeler, the extra safety, right? 3 safeties in this defense, takes a step up, and that's it. And a terrific ball. You heard me yell, got him! Because I could see that developing, and what you got to do, Cade McNamara with 17 starts under his belt knows it. Just put it on him. When he's that wide open, give the big man a chance.
Luke Lachey so proud of his ability in traffic to make catches. Had a chance earlier. This one he puts away. The Hawkeyes are driving in Ames. It's 3-0 in Cy-Hawk after 15 minutes.
Every year, Jersey Mike's raises money for the USTA Foundation, bringing tennis and education programs to communities across the country. And with your help, they will continue to support hundreds of thousands of under-resourced kids. So to say thank you, this year, they are playing doubles with 2 days of giving.
That's right, Chris. Come to Jersey Mike's this Saturday and Sunday and help support the kids' programs. Together, we always make a difference.
There have been 3 murders.
Unmask the killer. Only in theaters.
Where we find the truth.
You have a fabulous energy.
We continue.
I speak for the dead.
Guaranteed drama with that one.
I saw demons. Then we must be careful.
I will not be next. Lighten up. You might have fun.
A Haunting in Venice. Rated PG-13.
At Iowa State, innovation is dynamic. It's collaborative. It's inviting ideas from all corners and working across disciplines. Because we've learned when ideas are shared, we all benefit. Innovate at Iowa State.
How'd everyone sleep? I'll go first, with your mother unerotically.
This is Crapopolis. I swear it's not as bad as the name sounds. Or that look. We could build an empire.
What's an empire?
I don't know yet, but it's going to be huge.
This civilization thing, it is the mortals doing the best they can.
There's a guy collecting pig feces over your shoulder.
They call it agriculture.
Crapopolis. Special premieres September 24th on Fox.
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader on Fox. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads a new era of Packers football against Justin Fields and the Bears.
Touchdown!
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader, Sunday on Fox.
Here with Iowa State's Matt Campbell. Coach Campbell, Iowa's been able to hit a couple big plays. I saw you just talk to your defense. What'd you tell them?
Yeah, they're playing great defense. 2 plays on 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2 came out. We got to just settle in. We got to keep being able to play the next play. Our kids get it. We've got great veterans on that side. We'll keep playing.
What have you liked about how you've moved the ball offensively?
Yeah, again, I converting and doing some really good things, but again, we got to do a great job of finishing. So what a great opportunity for this young team to keep growing through all this adversity right now.
Thank you, Matt.
Caleb Johnson ran through a tackle at TJ Tampa and picked up 11, 1st and goal.
Yeah, and that did not happen a week ago. Not many yards after contact for this running back room for the entire Iowa offense. But explosive plays, consistent runs, right back in the red zone where you now have to finish.
Matt Campbell said it, though. He's still learning about his team. This is week 2 for both of these guys. Yards after contact last week, minimal for Iowa. Strong run there for Johnson. It's a handoff right into the muck.
Just look at that pile. A lot of college football game before us. That guy out there in Boulder, speed and space, man. Basketball on grass, not for this guy. Not for Brian Ferentz, not for Kirk Ferentz, not for this system. They will commit to running that ball. As I said in the opener, man, that number is real. Whoever gets the most rushing attempts in this game has won 14 of the last 15. Don't think he doesn't know it.
Freshman Patterson, the tailback, a bundle of tight ends. It's counter action. It's up the middle. It's Patterson. Touchdown. His first one's a big one.
I'll use that word targeting once again. And just watch these blocks as they form. Once again, an excellent job by your right guard, Kobe. But watch the pullers come around and get a target right there, right there. And that gives that running back just enough. 67 yards after contact a week ago. Already up over 60 yards in just barely over a quarter. I think message was sent. Message was delivered. And what a start here for this Iowa offense.
Iowa 63-2 since 2015 when up 8 at any point in a game. They're up 9 going on 10. Stevens. You know, rivalries can be magnetic. They can be contagious. Even if you didn't grow up in the area, you start to feel it. His rival was Michigan State a couple of years ago. He's given TJ Tampa what for? Cade McNamara, 10-0 Iowa.
Baby, it's over.
I mean, we both saw this coming.
I'm sorry.
Was our presidential election stolen? Across America, moms, dads, grandmas, and grandpas were just trying to find the truth. Now they're each facing 70 years in prison with no money to defend themselves. Only Perry Johnson has come forward with a substantial donation to help their defense. Others turned their backs.
Come on! If the RNC won't defend them, we will. I'm Perry Johnson, and I approve this message.
Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest.
Sure do. That's why at Progressive, we show you rates from other companies, even if they're lower than ours, so you can choose what's best for your family.
Comparing rates used to be a hard day's work, but not with AutoQuote Explorer.
Need me to help again?
No.
So join us and taste why Progressive is the name people trust. Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance? Why is that funny?
Intuitive sit to start in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
What made you decide that you want to speak out?
Martha McCallum's exclusive interview with Buster Murdaugh.
I hold a very unique perspective that nobody in that courtroom ever held.
The Fall of the House of Murdaugh, streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up now and get your first 3 months for $1.99.
Welcome back to Fox College Football, sponsored by Geico. It's easy to Geico. A 3-year captain for his high school team, Jazzy and Patterson, out of Pompano Beach, Florida, enjoying his first touchdown as a Hawkeye and a 10-0 lead.
A week ago was a little more LaShawn Williams and Caleb Johnson. You keep breaking off runs, you put your pads down, score touchdowns, you're going to get more and more opportunity.
Matt Campbell told us the most physical and the most disciplined team wins this game. So far, it's been physical both ways, but Iowa has 10. Jalen Knoll won't have a chance to return this kickoff, and a big day of college football action continues next on Fox. It's bound to be a shootout, right? In Lubbock, number 13, Oregon against Texas Tech, licking its wounds after last week in Laramie. Then 10:30 Eastern time, Stanford against the reigning Heisman winner, Caleb Williams, number 6 USC. It's all right here on Fox. It's a little bit of an odd game for Oregon, right?
Yes.
Little trappish.
Yes, and a lot of desperation down in Lubbock after the loss to the Cowboys up in Laramie a week ago.
Remember, they derailed Texas's season last year. The Red Raiders did. Abu Sama, the freshman tailback, who they just love, gets his first carry in this game, and it goes for about 5. Iowa was interested. He chose Iowa State. He is another guy at the epicenter of this rivalry.
I love Kirk Ferentz' transparency. He's recruited a lot of players. He said, we dated him too long. We never offered, and I feel like it may blow up in our face because he's a good one.
He showed up to Iowa State's camp as a cornerback. They loved him after his senior year as a running back, and it's his second touch. He bounces outside and then cuts it back, and it's a first down for Iowa State. You can see why the name Breece Hall comes up a little bit.
Yeah, not a little bit. Matt Campbell did it 3 times. And I always feel like when a coach repeats himself, and then when he's willing enough to bring up a name like Breece Hall, right there with David Montgomery and some other greats here from Ames, that is that is high praise. But last week, man, he was a stiff-arming machine and 2 opening carries. He, too, running through some contacts.
He was winning a state title last couple of years at Southeast Polk High School, the Rams. The safety for Iowa, a former Southeast Polk player as well, Xavier Wampa. Here is Sama again crashing into Lee. It's second down and long.
Yeah, you said this just a minute ago. This feels like, and you've got that law background, this feels like the discovery phase for both teams. I mean, Matt Campbell said this is the best freshman class he's ever had, but going up against Phil Parker, you're going to learn what you are, in over 60 minutes what you are not. And I will say this, they are holding their own. They are moving the ball. Matt Campbell said this group is not only the most dynamic freshman class, but we're stronger.
This was more fun than boxes of documents, to be clear, by like 1,000. Second down and 9. Rocco Beck to throw, and it's incomplete for Norton. It was interesting talking to Nate Scheelhaase and Matt Campbell. The idea is, people have talked about J.J. Cole as well as getting some snaps. He got some reps last week as well. But Nate told us he wants Rocco Beck to get a full picture for the game of this defense.
So you can get into rhythm, which is so hard for any quarterback, young or old, against this group.
It's not to say we wouldn't see J.J. Cole, but that's kind of the underpinning of the strategy. 3rd and 9 for Iowa State. Back to throw, got it over the middle and nothing there. Jalen Knoll overrun by DeJean again.
Oh man, so many teams try to run mesh, right? Just the crossers. Look at this stuff. Look at this chaos here, right? That you're supposed to run shallow crosses. Yeah, I'm not even getting through. And then there's congestion, and then there's speed and explosion to the ball. DeJean could do everything. He could play linebacker, he could play corner, he could play safety, and that time you see the closing speed on the 3rd and 9 to get off the field.
Cooper DeJean from the popcorn capital of the world, Odebolt, Iowa. He grew up loving this rivalry. People came over, they celebrated with food, watched, talked smack, and he is right in the middle of it on this punt return as well. He gets a couple of yards. The Hawkeyes will have it when we come back.
Popcorn capital of the world?
Just a kernel for you.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just a bunny! Calm down, Tato. Sit. That just stop. Sesame, no. Arthur, Walter, don't. No, you're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
On a Heartbreaking Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
So this is goodbye?
Tech's moving to a new conference.
So we're not rivals anymore? What about our history?
This realignment's bigger than us both, but here, I got you something to remember me by.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
0. Like the odds of you making the playoff. Gotta go.
I'll always hate you and your overrated school.
I'll hate yours too.
We're still gonna out-recruit you.
We have higher academic standards.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Captain. Captain.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's what every GMC Sierra HD driver is born with, and it's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD, with the pulling power to prove it. The new 2024 GMC Sierra HD. Tow hitches of the world. Prepare for glory.
Fox College Football is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. You will see anything and everything at the tailgate here at Cyhawk. Literally. Utterly. What a scene. Just driving in, seeing the rows and rows of huge college football fans enjoying this together, ready to say, I told you so to their friends, wearing other colors. First down run, not going anywhere. Oh my goodness, that got smoked by Carson Willick.
Yeah, this feels like an awfully big drive for these guys at Cardinal and for their faithful here. And you're going to see Willick come from the outside. Iowa done such a good job targeting, getting a body on a body, but nobody there accounts for Willick in the tackle for loss. If there was one little concern with Iowa as they stalled out offensively last week, it was the negative run plays.
They were under 28% on third down last year, and that was part of it, certainly, for Brian Ferentz. Second and 15 off his back foot. McNamara incomplete, and we check in with Allison.
Matt Campbell spent some time talking to the back end of his defense, and the message he repeated over and over was keep playing, keep bringing it. He told his guys, yeah, we need to be better at understanding our assignment. We need more efficient tackling, but make sure you just keep pushing, find your poise, take a deep breath, and keep playing to each whistle throughout the course of this game.
Because he knows it, Allison. These people in the stands know it. This is going to be a 60-minute affair. Neither has run away from the other over the course of Campbell's career here.
Play clock winding down again to 1 and to 0. This should be delay of game.
Timeout, Iowa. 30-second charge, timeout.
Do not blame anybody here for not hearing a whistle real time.
Yeah.
The thunder of the drum beat, of the feet and the hands and the voices is overwhelming at points. That's the second time Iowa's done that at the very tail end of the play clock.
Yeah, and Cade McNamara's played a ton of ball, but he is still new to this system and working with Brian Ferentz. And then you throw out the injury that Allison was talking about in pregame, and you throw out a couple weeks of training camp. You're going to see some of these stops and starts, some of this inefficiency, breaking the huddle and communicating. But I will say he is running pretty freely, and that's a good sign for this Hawkeye offense.
Third and 15. Iowa State not a huge pressure team.
Showing it, but I think going to be bluffing it on this one.
Verdon up at the line. They will back off. McNamara surveying and throwing incomplete for Lachey, who had broken free from Verdon.
He did break free, and then there was just a bit of contact down the field. McNamara lets go of it. You're going to see it. Just a three-man rush. They bluff. Excellent protection. And for the third time in this game, Cade's able to pat and pat and pat, but a little bit of contact right there. Inadvertent, but that's why that ball was just a half foot off.
Jalen Knoll trying to flip the field position for Iowa State.
That was the stop they needed.
Iowa does get the ball out of halftime here, and a big drive coming up. Oh, man, he's smoked by DeJean. Cooper DeJean is everywhere.
Medium. Timeout.
Nathan's here with all the ice on in the booth. At the gate outside, when they pull up, they give me loose.
Geico makes car insurance easy. As easy as getting stuffed up during allergy season.
Before all the pollen, I used to stop and smell everything. The smell of fresh cut grass, my coffee in the morning, the hot dog smell from the hot dog guy. You did this to me.
With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
Curse you, ragweed pollen!
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
I walk along the city streets you used to walk along with me. And every step I take recalls how much in love we used to be. Oh, how can I forget you when there is always something there to remind me? Always something there to remind me.
We have a secure border. The border is secure.
Someone on the terror watch list was arrested at our border.
300,000 fentanyl pills.
Horrific kidnapping of 4 Americans.
The cartels battled just miles from the border.
The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. We have to defend our people. We're going to use force and we're going to leave them stone cold dead. No excuses. We will get the job done.
Never Back Down Inc. is responsible for the contents of this ad.
180! 180! Hello, Patrick Mahomes. Who do you even play for? T-Mobile.
T-Mobile has plans that make upgrades work for you. They even have a plan which makes you upgrade ready every year.
That's good play calling.
Cheers.
Take charge of your upgrades with our Best Go 5G plans at T-Mobile.
Coming up on the State Farm halftime, Coach Prime, he did not disappoint in his home debut. The Fighting Irish, they're fighting NC State and the Elements. And Georgia goes for consecutive win number 19. Jason and Brock, it's back to y'all. Emmanuel, thank you very much. Some close games that maybe people didn't expect today. This one has been close so far. Iowa State trying to get unstuck offensively. From the 31, Rocco Beck. Quick throw. Higgins has the catch. What do you make of the offense so far?
Yeah, that rhythm, that's such a key word. Former quarterback coordinator, Nathan Schuhaus, knows that for his young quarterback. Trying to get the guy in rhythm against a defense that just puts pressure on you on every snap. They just don't break down. They're so sound on that side of the ball. What stands out, that 15-play opening drive that unfortunately they could not score any points on.
Could have been a confidence builder. Instead, still 0 on the board. Quick throw, no, puts it on the ground.
There's the 6th-year Hawkeye defensive end, Joe Evans, not only firing guys up before the game, man, but his motor just does not stop. And he and Deontay Craig on the other side benefited with Herkett and Llewellyn, and so much rotation in that front, so that engine never runs out of gas.
Ames High School, Joe Evans became a Hawkeye. 3rd and 3. Beck, quick set, incomplete. It was Lee on the coverage of Knoll, 4th down.
You got to have that one. Jalen Knoll knows it. I like the encouragement there from Rocco Beck, but this has got to be converted. These are the areas that you can go and attack. Some soft coverage from Lee, making just his 2nd start at corner. And you can see the eyes, right? Jalen's got his eyes up. Why? Because he's expecting to get hit. Because that's what happens when you play this defense, but you've got to look that ball in.
Back-to-back drops for Knoll. Iowa will get it back. DeJean lets it bounce, and it's rolling and rolling inside the 15. You want to hear some thunder? Let's listen into this game. only a couple measures into the sheet music as well for this one.
Yeah, what do we call it? Tackle Tuesday and whack 'em Wednesday.
That's right.
And unload on Saturday. Those are Phil Parker's Tuesday, Wednesdays that haven't changed in his decades in Iowa City.
Two defensive coordinators with grand respect for one another. This is a throw for all, and it's incomplete. Second down. Tight ends heavily involved in both offenses, both week one and we expect throughout the year.
But those are plays you've got to hit. Right? You've hit a couple explosive plays. The yardage total looks pretty nice. But for Brian Ferentz, that's one they're going to watch tomorrow, Monday. And between two veteran players, buddies, in Eric All and McNamara that made the trip together. From Ann Arbor here, you've got to connect on that first down completion.
Yeah, McNamara said to Kirk Ferentz, what do you think of Eric All? He said, the Michigan guy? Absolutely, there's a marker in.
12 in the huddle, I think.
Look at Lachey trying to be the leader here.
There's no foul in the play for 12 players on the field. Iowa has called their final charge, time out of the half.
That might be the most unique use of 3 timeouts you'll see in the first half of a game all day. Twice at the end of a play clock, the third time because there were a dozen guys in the huddle or around the huddle.
I'm going to guess that guy chomping the gum has never called 3 timeouts in the first
21 minutes.
21 minutes of this game ever in his life. But it is. It's some of the discombobulation between a quarterback, veteran as he is, and Brian Ferentz still getting on the same page.
And still on the field.
I didn't know he had the Pete Carroll bubblegum chomp.
He's working it.
That was Iowa's third and final charge timeout of the half.
As though Kirk Ferentz needed a reminder, he just burned his third timeout. He's looking for his 200th win as a college football head coach today, by the way, and a huge rivalry game. Second down run, Caleb Johnson swarmed. Tyler Onyedem, the sophomore.
That was a terrific play right off of the edge. It's all about the first step playing off the noise. Right, you can see him come here, and he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't wait. He makes that initial charge, that initial move, and now feel the faithful come alive in Ames.
Third and 10. McNamara sees pressure. Flag is in, and he goes down. Bo Freeler got the sack.
That's going to be a 2-point takedown hold that you're going to decline.
Holding. Offense. Number 65. Penalties decline. Fourth down.
This is a wrestling state now.
Yes, it is. And on the wrestling mat, this is pretty good right here. On the football field, this is called a hold on Logan Jones right in the middle once again. Onyedem using that speed and quickness off the ball. There's a little bit of the danger zone, right? When Cade McNamara has to move suddenly. That hold right quad muscle. Reactivate a little bit of injury last week, having to do this, right? Out of rhythm, make a sudden move, but back-to-back huge stops for Iowa State.
Allison reported off the top of the show, if you didn't see it, that there's some things out of the playbook that wouldn't normally be out of the playbook for McNamara because of that. As this rolls to Knoll, he tries to get to the outside. He's hemmed in and breaks it down. And Iowa State will have it back when we come back, trying to score for the first time today. Another tight one in Cy-Hawk. It's the Hawkeyes by 10.
Hi, we're Visible. We're the wireless company with nothing to hide. Seriously, hidden fees? We don't have them. Annual contracts? Not our thing. Great wireless on just one line? Now that's more like it. Get unlimited 5G data powered by Verizon for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. That's right, 25 a month means 25 a month, every month. Sorry, hidden fees. We're just not that into you. Sometimes the choice is just Visible. Switch today at Visible.com.
Have fun, sis.
Can't stop adding stuff to your cart? Get the Bank of America customized cash rewards card. Choose the online shopping category and earn 3% cash back.
Truth is, my schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got school Monday through Friday, jiu-jitsu on Thursdays, and library books I've got to get back by Friday. In my weekend, I've got 2. We know free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time. I am not willing to give that up.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
A truck is a tool, but a Ram is life. Yeah, it's the wipe the sweat off your brow sort of life. But it's also the let's load up the ATV's life. The my kids play way too many sports life. The let's find a secret spot to fish life. That looks nice. Innovations, comforts, and powertrains built to power all the lives you live. Ram.
Fox College Football is sponsored by Ram Trucks, America's best light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality. And by Bank of America, what would you like the power to do? Ryman Gardens, just outside the stadium here in Ames. It's a 17-acre site, seasonal displays. There's a 2,500-square-foot butterfly wing with over 800 butterflies to enchant visitors. Such a delicate, just on the outskirts of this rugged wrestling ring. The dichotomy is astounding.
And that Ryman family, such big influencers here in Ames, Iowa. Pretty awesome.
On first down, it's a run for Cartavius Norton. He had to stop and start, and he picks up a yard. Ethan Herkett on the carry, 2nd and 9.
So sound fundamentally. I was thinking about these two teams, and especially Iowa defensively, and the name Tim Duncan just kept coming to my mind. I know he played at Wake Forest, but he was a big fundamental. And when you watch this crew year in and year out, and why are they the best year in and year out? Because the fundamentals are never lost on Phil Parker, the scout team, and how hard they get after it, how much they hit and tackle. So sound defensively. The big fundamentals.
So fun to watch these two defenses, and there's a hand of Lee in again, incomplete for Higgins. 3rd and 9. There are just defenders all over the ball for Iowa.
There are, but these are one-on-ones. Tom Moore, old offensive coordinator, still doing it in the NFL. Coached here at Iowa. My job, he would always say as a coordinator, is to get you a one-on-one. Your job, son, is to go win that one-on-one. And right now, Iowa's doing a whole lot more of it than the Cyclones.
93 total yards for Iowa State right now.
I'm sorry, that young corner stepped up the last 2 weeks.
Yes, he has. Redshirt freshman out of the state of Michigan. The sun has come out. Will it come out for the offense for the Cyclones? The answer is cloudy.
The answer is also double coverage. With maybe just a little bit of contact. Here's our guy once again. A little quiet with just 7 tackles a week ago, but he knows what's coming. There's a little tug, there's a little double move, but they're letting him play on both sides. Let him play.
And why not? In a game like this?
Yep, but Anthony Beck doesn't like it. Mama doesn't like it. Let's find a way to get back in that rhythm. This crew was in on the opening drive, and they've had a hard time finding in the last 4.
This is the 4th consecutive 3-and-out in the game combined. DeJean has to backpedal again, and another big boot from Tyler Perkins. Big noon Saturday kicks off on Fox next week. with a Big Ten battle. Drew Aller and Nicholas Singleton lead number 7 Penn State off a big win today into Chambana to take on Illinois. Catch the action beginning next Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox. And you can't count out Penn State in the college football playoff. A lot of other noise from other teams. They're kind of scary this year.
You know what they've got under James Franklin and continuity there? A lot of dudes. A lot of talent. You know what Iowa's offense has got? A lot of duds on these last 2 drives.
Same deal as last week. First 2 drives were great. Rest of the game, kind of tough.
Yeah, that first down is oh so critical. Play a little pitch and catch.
It'll be a throw for McNamara. Standing tall and throwing to the sideline, Lachey.
There you go.
Luke Lachey, by the way, has a great respect for Iowa tight ends of years past.
Oh, you think so? Like he could rattle off the last 15 back to the 80s? Yes. And once again, when Cade McNamara is able to pat that ball over and over and over again, you're going to get the opportunity like that, a 15-yard completion, well timed.
I say that because that's a route we've seen run over and over and over again for the Iowa Hawkeyes. McNamara felt the heat again. He launches sideline. It's Lachey in traffic, and it's incomplete. Jacob Ellis, the linebacker, was with him.
Ooh, and he took a shot at the end of this one. I don't think John Haycock likes Cade McNamara getting in rhythm. Right, he's tried that on a few different occasions, rushed 3 or 4, been a little more effective bringing 5, playing some man. And Lachey clearly out of bounds as Cade McNamara gets his first grass stain.
You said it during the week, though. Can you win those one-on-ones against this defense?
That's what John Haycock does on his side as well as anybody, too.
Patterson, the freshman, straight ahead and just gets whacked. Bacon was in there, and he brought it.
So you want to be a football player, do you? Well, buckle your chin strap because this is some big boy physical football.
Third and 9. McNamara down the field and picked off. Intercepted by Jeremiah Cooper somehow around Ragaini. That's his 3rd of the year.
Well, I hope all those cheering really loud that have been booing about some early contact realize this is the way they're calling it. This in real time to me sure looked like defensive pass interference. It looked like Cooper was pulling down Ragaini. But if you're going to let him play on one side, well, I guess you got to have a little contact on the other as well. Hand fighting, hand fighting. That's pretty close. I think Cade McNamara is looking for that penalty flag as well. If you're going to call the strike zone a certain way, call it for an all 9 innings.
Just consistency, and it has been. Iowa State gets the turnover, and it's Sama, the freshman. And Evans got a hold of him and wouldn't let him go. That lasso is a big one.
Jason, I sent you guys a picture early in the week about these guys in their shoulders. Just look at how square they all stay to the line of scrimmage. You can't blow them off the ball. Where am I going? Someone's like, where's the hole? In high school, there were holes everywhere. Here, there is nowhere to run but white jerseys. It is because, once again, they just stay so true to the structure, the discipline, and the fundamentals of their defense.
Such a well-coordinated picture on all snaps. Oh, this is intercepted, and it's going to the house. Sebastian Castro. The high school quarterback read it impeccably.
Jason, this is about the 8th different time they've had an out-breaking route. Right, one of these routes, either to the flat, to the out, and the veteran, as you said, former quarterback says, I've seen these tendencies, and you're going to try to throw that to a running back who's drifting on that out route to boot. That's a poor route. That's not a great decision, but that is a tremendous pulling of the trigger of Castro to go get the pick six.
All Hawkeyes. But Cyclone fans are thinking about 2002 when Seneca Wallace brought him back from 17 down. They need momentum, though, and the Hawkeyes have all of it. Castro to the house.
Take it to the house. We got that fire. Take it to the house. Slip and slide. Take it to the house. Take it to the house. Take it to the house.
Get all your faves like an order of small fries for just a few bucks. Only on the McDonald's $1, $2, $3 menu.
Next, Bo Nix leads Oregon against Texas Tech. Wow! Then, Stanford faces reigning Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams in 6th-ranked USC. It's a huge night of football on Fox.
Let's take a look at our Pacific Life game summary, sponsored by Pacific Life. Creating financial security for more than 150 years. Splash, we're landlocked. It took a while. 17-0 Iowa with the lead. 16 straight years with a pick six for the Hawkeyes.
I mean, the interception totals are absurd. 240 since 2009. Number 1 in the country every single year, doesn't matter who it is.
Why don't you take us back with your clicker, Brock?
Well, 2 things. Let me start on the offensive side of the ball, and this is the danger when you have a running back running an out route. You have to be sharp on that route, and you're going to see, unfortunately, Norton is not. He drifts. Secondly, watch the eyes of Castro. Look at him. The entire way, he's got his eyes on the quarterback. He's feeling that drop, and right now he knows. And he's saying to himself, please, 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 throw that to the outside so I can go and pick six it myself. Poor route. Tremendous job by that linebacker's instincts. And a veteran coach telling a young quarterback in start number 2, this is still a long game, and you've got to flush that mistake.
Problem for the Cyclones is Iowa gets the ball out of halftime. This is Norton on the run up the middle, and Castro was there on the tackle as well. There's a marker that's come in.
This might be a hold inside on Hufford. A lot of shoulder pads moving there as he's in a tug of war inside with Aaron Graves.
There's no foul in the play for an Eagle block. 2nd down.
There you go. Let him play.
This is since 2013. Pick sixes, 25. 3 of them from DeJean last year.
Keep it in front of you. Keep it inside and play like mad. Those are the keys. And they've, again, not changed. Keep the ball in front of you. Keep it inside of you in the run game, and then use tremendous effort. And I would say on that play, instincts by a former quarterback picking on one.
They're going to keep it on the ground, and it stood up. That's Jay Higgins, who had the 16 tackles last week, and a big thud as everybody hit the ground.
Yeah, and underneath him is Aaron Graves as well. They just keep reproducing him, man. Every year that corn crop comes, and so do defensive linebackers, defensive linemen and linebackers in Iowa City. That kid is special, man. Gatorade Player of the Year, 4-sport. I don't think I've ever seen a roster with more 3- and 4-sport athletes than the Iowa Hawkeyes have. It's important to them, and it pays dividends on the field.
Huge 3rd down for Iowa State, 3rd and 6. And Beck slings it for a 1st down. It's Bramer, the freshman tight end, whose first catch of his career went for a score last week.
Jason, this is a big-time catch. There is not much space there. Look at that. Perfect ball placement. The 6'7" tight end. An all-stater himself, a 4-sport athlete for his dad in Nebraska, goes out there and plucks it with his hands. Well done.
Rocco Beck said to us, I knew he was good, but man, he balled out last week.
Man, did they need that.
The two tight ends back looking that way to the strong side. His throw is incomplete for Higgins, and it's second down.
It feels about like the 5th ball we have seen for Rocco where it has hit the hands. Knowles had a couple drops. That's now technically the 4th drop, and I know they're contested. But guess what? When you play these guys, the throws are going to be contested. And a young quarterback would desperately like the help of those guys on the other end to bring it in.
What do you say to your receivers? What do you do as a quarterback?
You just have to be as positive as you can be and keep slinging it.
Couple of tight ends again. They will run it. And it goes for a couple of yards for Norton. DeJean again on the stop. You think he wants to win this game? Iowa native.
They have had a lot of good ones, man, and it is still early in his career, but 3 pick sixes himself last year. The versatility to play corner, safety, will linebacker, nickel. He is, man, he is some special kind of football player.
Fun to chat with him the other day about this rivalry and his memories growing up, sitting at home and watching it and having friends over. It's an event in so many households here in Iowa. Third down pressure. It's a high throw, but it's a caught throw. Higgins into Iowa territory.
And Joe Evans once again introduces himself to the quarterback. But I said, man, these receivers on the other end, you have got to be able to make catches. Nice job using his frame, using his shoulder, not extending the arms, so no OPI. But there's the 6th year. That's a penalty and a fine in the NFL. That's an attaboy in college football.
Cyclones need a score. First down throw on the hands of Jackson, and Daniel Jackson has a first down for Iowa State and a quick release from Beck.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing a little something here. Stop throwing to number 3 on that right side, and let's continue to go after Deshaun Lee. There's the Beck family liking this kind of rhythm. It was great on the openers, poor in the next 4 with the pick 6. But this is what it's about, man. When you play this position, there is going to be adversity, and you've got to overcome it.
And Anthony, mom Deanne, sister Olivia goes to Florida State now, Rocco's sister. On the roll, he'll sling it out wide, and it's another drop. This time, it's the freshman Carson Hansen.
I think if you just looked at the drops, Anthony says, I didn't have 5 drops in my 10-year NFL career. I think there's a commonality. And that is the eyes aren't on the ball there. You have got to look that in. And I know you're a true freshman in one of your first moments, but first secure it, then go do the damage.
He was in for all of 1 play last week in this his freshman season. From the 30, they will run it. It's Norton. He's jostled at the 25. Fisher got there first. It'll be 3rd and 5, under a minute to go. And a timeout for Iowa State.
Timeout, Iowa State.
3rd and 5 when we come back in 30 seconds.
Please put 5-3, 53 on the game clock. Thank you.
Floor & Decor's Pro Appreciation Month is here. Don't miss your chance to win our grand prize, a Chevy Silverado with a 12x6 box trailer. We're excited to celebrate pros everywhere all month long with in-store giveaways, sweepstakes, and free virtual seminars hosted by Maupe, Schluter, and Leda Creek. Floor & Decor is proud to be your trusted partner on flooring, tools, and installation materials. Register in-store or online at flooranddecor.com/pro month.
Off a pick 6, Iowa has a 17-0 lead, and the team that's won the turnover battle has won this series game 7 straight times. 3rd and 5 for Iowa State.
Yeah, don't throw at that guy. A couple options here. Create a one-on-one situation with Knoll and Higgins on Lee to the bottom of the screen, but make sure no sack or negative play here.
They'll break Knoll into the slot up top. They'll make it trips. Beck looking that way. Now he runs, looking for a crease, and he is down across the 25. Aaron Graves got him, another Iowa native, and it's 4th down.
I think you got to just get points here.
even with Iowa getting the ball on halftime?
Yes. Yeah, because your defense has held them to 10 points. I mean, the pick six had nothing to do with your defensive effort. You do not want to look at a 0. You go in there 2 scores down, and you tell your offense, listen, first drive, last drive of the first half, that's the way we need to play to put pressure on Ferentz and those Hawkeyes.
They'll use a timeout here, run the clock as far down as they can. It'll be 7 seconds or 8.
Timeout. Iowa
Just
State.
to spite me, they'll call it 9.
Be a 30-second charge timeout.
So Contreras has a big leg. He made a 56-yarder last week. It was the longest field goal attempt even of the Matt Campbell era, so he can knock this through. It's 41 or 42.
It's not 40 like you today.
Thank you, Brock.
Happy birthday.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I'd love everybody if we could get Jason Benetti trending on Twitter for his happy 40th.
Yeah, we are
That is at Jason with 2 T's, Benetti.
We are creating another rivalry like the one we're seeing, but it's me versus you.
Happy 40th. Nowhere else you'd rather be, right?
Thank you, Brock. I appreciate it. 42 yards away, not 40. Contreras from the left hash mark. Iowa State trying to break that 0. Contreras, it is on the way, and it is good. Much needed points for Iowa State.
You can't look at a goose egg, right? You do not want to look at a 0 going into halftime. Kirk Ferentz will take it on his side, a 2-possession lead in this game that just somehow, some way, always seems to end awfully close between these two.
Even when they score a lot of points, it's awfully close. 44-41 in overtime in 2017, 6 years before that. Triple overtime, 44-41. As we mentioned, they played a couple of 2-0 games early in the series.
Yep, you know our buddy Joel Klatt, Gus Johnson, Jenny, they said, you know, these Colorado games they've been doing, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. I mean, who knows with prime time, especially in the opener, right? Like, nobody knows what to expect. This is 180 the opposite way. You know, scheme, exactly what to expect. Personnel, largely, exactly what to expect. And between Matt Campbell and Kirk Ferentz, there aren't many secrets.
No, the key is that shirt on the right? Beat Iowa State. Matt Campbell said, look, we go win the Fiesta Bowl. People want to say, we go to the Fiesta Bowl. People say, why didn't you beat Iowa? Okay, all right, noted. That's how much this means in this state, and beyond. So many former players watching as here is Johnson on the return. And that will end the first half. Hawkeyes have won 6 of 7 in the series. 17-3 at halftime. Now we go to the studio in Los Angeles. Time for the State Farm halftime show.
Time now. Welcome to the State Farm halftime show. I'm Emmanuel Acho with the coach, Chris Peterson. Coach, Iowa getting some help from their defense, but it's time now for the State Farm halftime highlights. Talk to me about it, Coach.
Well, you said it. Iowa being Iowa. Great defense, special teams. I think you're going to see here Sebastian Castro, wide side out. Emmanuel,
you got to take
those quarterbacks. You got to be something special to make those happen. I mean, what a great break on the ball. But, you know, I think the second half is going to come down just like the first half. It's going to come down to turnovers and special teams. The offenses are going to struggle on both sides. I think that. So it's going to come down to those two things.
Coach, 2 plays worth 10 points. 2 plays worth 10 points for Iowa's offense. They ran the same play. I want y'all to watch number 83 coming across the formation. That's a counter play. They ran it. They got 56 or so yards on this rushing play. They ended up getting a field goal. I thought to myself, they better come back to it. And they did from the opposite side. Number 83 across the formation again. And you see touchdown Iowa. Those 2 plays gave Iowa 10 points, commanding lead at halftime, 17-3. Well, speaking of commanding, Deion Sanders, they hit the ground running in his Colorado debut last week. But this week, the Buffaloes continue to roll at home. Highlights next.
We started at 12.
running 11 deep. And dropping down since 9-6. What happened when the Big 8 met the Southwest? 7 Heismans. Count them. With 6 at the net, 5 on the floor, and 4 schools stronger. We put up threes, throw up deuces, and make one thing clear. We've always been greater than 12.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. Or get 0.9% APR plus 2,500 trade assistance on 2023 Sierra Denali 5.3-liter V8 light-duty models.
Visit your Heartland GMC dealer today.
Truebill is bringing the heat this month with 2 specials. This month at Truebill, you can get either a 30 by 40 by 10 pole barn with a 16 by 8 garage door and concrete floor for only $35,000. Or you can get a 20 by 20 by 10 with a 12 by 8 garage door and 4-inch concrete floor for only $21,000. We build true. Truebill.
The ones you love deserve you at your best. That's why St. Francis has built a healthcare system designed to empower you to live an exceptional life. As your healthcare provider, we're here to meet your unique needs. Because when people come first, life is beautiful, adventurous, joyful. Whatever you need for a happy and healthy life, you'll find it at St. Francis Healthcare System, where people come first.
SEMO football is back at the newly renovated Houck Field. Your defending OVC champion and nationally ranked SEMO Redhawks kick off Saturday, September 9th at 6 p.m. Are you feeling rowdy?
Storm Alert Team Forecast, only on Fox 23 News at 9.
Start Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday on Fox. Quarterback Drew Aller leads 7th-ranked Penn State against Illinois. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Penn State, Illinois, Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
Welcome back to the State Farm Fox College Football Halftime Show. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Sebastian Castro, he sees the out. He says, excuse me, I need that quarterback to the house. Iowa 17-3 at the half. All right, family, it might be the biggest story in the sports world right now. Deion Sanders, Colorado, they hosted Nebraska in the Big Noon kickoff game earlier on Fox. Let's get to it. Y'all see Coach Prime can't get enough of that man. All time is prime time. Shedeur Sanders, third quarter, scrambling left, throws a strike.
Just cool as a cucumber and then pulls the trigger.
A little trickeration. Reverse. Touchdown.
Offensive coordinator Sean Lewis dial him up.
Dialing it up now. Fourth quarter, 29-7. Shedeur scrambling, looks left. Nobody open. He says, I'ma do it myself. I'ma just do it. Shedeur, touchdown with his feet. Colorado storming the field. But this is my favorite part. After the game, 98-year-old Colorado fan Peggy Copham joined the team in the locker room.
Okay, give me my theme music.
They was hype in that locker room, Coach.
Can I just say I love the Yin Yang twins? Can I just say it? Let me just say it now.
If y'all can see it, Colorado, they are loving them. The offense right now, 40 points per game compared to 15 last year, 450 passing yards compared to 172 last year, completely redoing things. Here's Rob Stone and the Big Noon kickoff crew from Boulder with more.
And the Buffs have now surpassed their win total for the 2022 season. Yes, the Deion effect in full swing here in Boulder. Last week, they left TCU coach on an offensive high. This week, defense was the story. So how do you rate this program through 2 games of the Deion Sanders era?
And you guys know me, I'm usually pump the brakes, wait a minute, but it's legitimate. Let's take a big picture look. You can start talking about, can you compete for a championship? I'm talking about a conference championship. And I wrote down this: to have and compete for a championship, they've got to develop a run game because they got the throw game.
Yes, sir.
They have to protect that quarterback. He got hit too many times today, and Nebraska did a good job. And then the final thought, they have to get some depth. We know what's coming down the road. There's some big boys coming down the road, USC, Oregon, Washington. You have to develop depth.
And how about that point guard, Coach? You talked about in the pregame, Shedeur Sanders. It wasn't easy in the first half, but he battled. He was resilient, and that offense started opening up. Guys, through 2 games, 78% completion percentage.
Wow.
Almost 1,000 yards passing and 7 total touchdowns. He is full control of this offense. The extension of plays in the second half, he was sensational, guys.
This was a 1-11 team just a year ago. They're not 2-0. And look, I know it's a bunch of new players, but what this team has done is they've found different ways of winning now the past 2 weeks. I know they haven't run the football overly effectively yet, but the defense kind of led the way there in the first half. Second half, offense broke out. Shedeur Sanders was special. The skill players were special. You got to love the fact that this team's continued to believe in themselves, and Mark, they're continuing to grow.
What about that defense? They were tough, they were scrappy, they were opportunistic, created 4 turnovers, and allowed Shedeur Sanders and this offense some time to get going. You know what time it is. It's prime time, baby. Let's go.
It is prime time, baby. It is prime time in Boulder, and it's going to be prime time for us in Boulder next week as well. We'll be back here with a special guest bringing reinforcements. Rob Gronkowski will join us next week in Boulder.
As Rob Stone mentioned, the best news you'll hear all day. Big noon kickoff will be in Boulder again next week. Catch all the action next Saturday, 10 Eastern on Fox. Coach, Prime is living up to the hype. He is doing it. What has caught your attention most?
Well, last week it was that offense. This week it's Charles Kelly, the defensive coordinator's defense. 4 turnovers, 14 points off those turnovers. Spectacular. It was actually 16 points off the turnovers. And I just loved how they were just flying around. I thought the defensive line played very stout. They put a lot of pressure on the QB. Really good outing by their defense today.
No doubt about it. Defense, phenomenal. But, Coach, I got to talk about Shedeur Sanders one more time because we already know how physically tough he is, but it's the mental toughness. Pay attention to these 2 plays. He throws a perfect ball to Edwards, a freshman. Edwards misses it. But Shedeur does not get fazed by his receiver letting him down. The very next play, scrambling left, throws another strike in one of the most pivotal moments and pivotal plays of the game. And to me, not just was that play the difference in the game, Coach, but what that play embodied. The mindset, the determination, the grit. He's been sacked more times than any other player in football, but he's not fazed. He keeps going and going and going.
How about what you just said? He's been sacked more than any quarterback in college football right now, and he plays, to me, it jumps out. He's just so poised and really confident. The way he pulls the trigger. He'll get sacked. He'll throw a ball that he doesn't like. He comes back the next play, throws a strike. I'm with you. I mean, this has been probably the most surprising thing about Colorado's resurgence is the quarterback play.
No doubt about it. Well, let's cut across the nation to Michigan. They won their season opener last week without head coach Jim Harbaugh. Today, Harbaugh served the second of a 3-game suspension as the Wolverines hosted UNLV. Interim head coach Jay Harbaugh calling the plays today. First quarter, Blake Corum punches it in, 3-yard touchdown.
I think I'd like to call plays for this offense.
It might not be that hard to do. Find the playmakers, J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson, 21-0, third quarter for Michigan. The Marcus Freeman era, it did not get off to the best start last season. But it's a new year, y'all. It's a new day. Different story because the Irish improved to 3-0.
Patrick, Jake for State Farm, explain this bundling thing again.
All right, Coach Reed. Let's say these fries are your car, right? And
And this burger is your home.
Okay.
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. So she had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Thursday, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Devers and the Red Sox fight for a wild card spot as they take on Judge and the rival Yankees. Or Arozarena and the Rays battle Rutschman and the Orioles. It's baseball night in America, Thursday at 6:30 Eastern on Fox.
Give me a moment. Okay, here is what I found.
Welcome to Iowa, the university for writing and communication. From best-selling authors to Oscar and Emmy-winning screenwriters, directors, producers, and editors.
The Oscar goes to.
Sorry to rush you. There's a lot to cover. Home of the best tradition in college sports, where you can change lives or change the game entirely. This is Iowa.
When was the last time this place was cleaned?
Oh, God.
Oh. This place is a death trap. What is that? Shut it down. I came here to help you. We started off good.
This looks great.
But now we're starting to lose control.
Why is the plate not ready?
Touch it, it's raw. You asked me to help. So are you willing to change?
Kitchen Nightmares returns Monday, September 25th on Fox.
Welcome back to the State Farm Fox College Football Halftime Show. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Let's talk Notre Dame, NC State. Now, the power went out during a lightning delay at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina, but that could not delay the inevitable. Notre Dame, second quarter. First play after the weather delay. Strike Estime, 80-yard touchdown up the middle. Final 45-24. Fighting Irish fought hard. A&M, Miami. This is a good one, America. This is a good one. Tyler Van Dyke, coach.
Yeah, scoring in the red zone. That was a big issue for Miami last year. You got to capitalize when you're there.
Second quarter, same scores, 10-7. Daniels up the middle, 9-yard touchdown. A&M taking the lead. I might have a shootout here in this one. Yep. Ole Miss, Tulane, known for the offense. Jackson Dart, best name in college football, finds Trey Harris. Ole Miss leads 7-0.
Territory.
Second quarter, Tulane with the lead. Kai Horton takes a deep shot, and he connects to Jaquan Jackson.
Don't underestimate the green wave.
Cannot ever do that. And don't underestimate a little bit of luck. Watch the ball bounce off of the receiver's foot, and it's intercepted by Chaz Chambliss, coach.
Why does it always happen to the great defenses, like the foot pass, right? It just always happens their way.
Effort gets rewarded. Georgia, 2 plays later, Dylan Bell.
I don't know any running backs that wear 86, but he needs his number changed with those moves because that was sweet.
45-3, Georgia, ring that bell, if you will. Utah, Baylor, what a game we had here. Baylor got upset last week, and they played this game like they were upset. But Utah gets in the end zone right there. Nate Johnson on the QB keeper, 13-13. Watch this heady play. Utah running back does not want to score. They want to stop the clock, kick the field goal. Baylor wisely, coach, pushes them in the end zone. But
every coach in America will be coaching off that FBI, football intelligence clip.
Didn't matter. Utah won. Key play here. Counter. Touchdown. Iowa at the half. Up 17-3. We got a good one.
It's a
huge Week 1 doubleheader on Fox. First, Christian McCaffrey and the Niners take on Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Then in America's Game of the Week, Jordan Love leads a new era of Packers football against Justin Fields and the Bears.
Touchdown!
It's a huge Week 1 doubleheader, Sunday on Fox.
Live your life at Newbridge, the Heartland's newest one-of-a-kind resort-style senior living community. All-inclusive, worry-free pricing, and person-centered care. Bridge the gap.
Timeouts, clock is ticking.
Dream on.
Dragged down by
How did she find that? How did she found that?
Correct receiver, they score. To me, Navy, in my opinion, should stick with Ty Lavatai, hand this team to him, say, this is your team, no more indecision. I'm not a fan of 2 quarterback systems.
No, throwing the ball like Roger Staubach.
I know, right? Air it out.
6 125, 17 zip. Of course, Navy's chief rival could soon be a conference rival. Reports continue to swirl that the AAC has reached out to Army about potentially replacing the soon departing SMU in the league. Talks between both sides have been described as positive, and a decision could be made in the coming weeks. The Black Knights have been an independent since 2005, and earlier today they looked to notch their first win of the season as they host.
Kind of takes the breath away, doesn't it?
Wow.
The efficiency of the play, it's a simple play, but JJ buys time in the pocket, not in a hurry to run, and then just doesn't rifle it. He pinpoints it, allows his receiver again to run with the ball after the catch.
JJ might not know it now, but sometime he's going to see a stat sheet and see Ryan Keeler's number in his head and on his wrists and in the end zone to Roman Wilson. Extra point. Turner up and good. Fifth touchdown catch for Roman Wilson this year. That surpasses all of last year.
Yeah, very simple crossing route. Not horrible coverage, but Wilson just outruns it, and the ball leads him away from the receiver, throwing him open and throwing him into the end zone.
Ryan Keeler is probably smiling at his old buddy with that touchdown pass. Michigan 28-0.
My renaissance was daring to dream. Cadillac's renaissance is daring to go all electric. So, what's your renaissance? Officially, it's a fridge full of beer. Unofficially, it's free AC. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
Is it possible to fall in love with your home before you even step inside?
Discover the Magnolia Home James Hardy collection, available now in siding colors, styles, and textures, curated by Joanna Gaines.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Behr, the #1 rated stain, and make your deck yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Sometimes all you need to change your life is a sign. Like an actual sign that's like above you. And no, I don't love B-dubs just because I'm a buffalo with wings. Frankly, that's offensive and reductionist. It's like they made beer into a place and gave that place sports and chicken wings. And the people, the best. Marty! You're dead weight! Yeah, this place is kind of like heaven. You know, without needing to get hit by a bus. Let's go, Sports Bar!
Everybody all set?
This ain't checkers, this is chess, and you're about to play it with masters.
Wow.
Number 47 on J.J. McCarthy's left hand in honor of his old teammate.
Yeah, it all fit together here. Time to throw the ball, reading the pocket, perfect throw, 47 yards. You kind of, as I said, takes your breath away here. But J.J. McCarthy did it all on that play.
Here's the last look from our AT&T 5G pylon cam as Roman Wilson hits the corner of the end zone, and the reaction from his quarterback, who's thrown 5 touchdown passes to number 1 this year through 2 games. And we have been handed some information that this is the most proficient first 2 games in the history of Michigan for quarterbacks statistics. Well, you can't do much better than he's doing.
Absolutely. And he remembered. He
did remember. How about that? By the way, the Keeler family is at Texas Tech tonight, where Ryan's brother Matt is playing tonight against Oregon. So they're not without football today. They're just not here.
Jim Harbaugh at the Big Ten media days singled out J.J. McCarthy and kind of compared him to Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. I went, ooh, that's a
pretty big comparison.
But that isn't what he was talking about. Not his ability, more that he's a good teammate. And he showed it right there, going and congratulating everybody. Didn't point to his own chest. He went to every one of his teammates. That's what he was talking about when he said, like Mahomes and Josh Allen, they're pointing to their teammates first, not themselves.
He's 20 out of 22 for 249 yards and 2 touchdowns today. And I'm telling you, I don't know that we've met a kid with as much personality. We see a lot of great kids.
That's for sure. But we've had a run of them. I mean, we had Joe Burrow, Mac Jones, Stetson Bennett. I mean, back-to-back guys that we've been able to cover.
Right.
And he's in that mode of being a great leader and a great personality.
And that one dropped. Should have been a completion out around the 30.
And should he stay healthy, this Michigan team's going to be a load. Because in college football, when you've got a veteran quarterback like that, and we saw it when those guys, Mac Jones, as he was ready to play, Joe Burrow in his 5th and 6th year, Stetson Bennett in his 8th and 9th year. But this team, they've got a lot of talent and everything. We talked about all that, but they got a leader that can win them a game when they have to win.
Yeah. 3rd down and 10 for Doug Brumfield. Down the sideline, a little too far in front, and nice coverage out there defensively by Keyshawn Harris. Nope, we got a flag.
Didn't have any penalties on the defense last week. Where's this one called?
Personal foul. Roughing the passer.
Here's the first one in 2 games.
15-yard penalty includes an automatic first down.
Here's another look at the late hit. That's a good call.
I think so too.
Rayshawn Benny just a little late and a little too much oomph. First penalty today that's caused yardage. I mentioned that one on the kickoff that went out of bounds. And that just starts things at the 35. But as far as penalty yardage, that's the first one by either team. That's pretty amazing too.
Yep.
A little option this time. And getting to the edge is Vincent Davis. And one of the best plays of the day out of the backfield for Davis.
That's the first time that this offense really effectively outflanked the Michigan defense. The 2 backs at the same time. We used to call that far and near formation. That was a far formation. I mean, I did it back in the day with James Jones and Billy Sims. We used to go one guy right behind you, the other guy to the outside, the same side, run them either way. That's the same look from the shotgun.
21-yard pickup, and now plowing ahead for about 3 more yards. That's the first time that UNLV's been in Michigan territory today at the 36-yard line right now.
Yeah, I like the way this football team, you got to stay in the game, right? I mean, you got no choice. You play hard. Barry's looking at this long term and believes that this is his destination place for this Mountain West Conference.
There's some good teams in the Mountain West. We've seen some of them over the past couple of years. There's some more coming up tonight at UCLA, San Diego State.
And who knows what they could add in the future, right?
Absolutely. Might be adding some teams. Who knows? That's like a daily.
Who knows anything anymore?
It's just a daily occurrence. Ricky White on that completion. White, who dropped one earlier in this drive, holds on to that one. Brings up 3rd down and 3.
So, as we judge Michigan for how they're going to be able to play as a national championship contender, what the coaches are looking at from the UNLV is, can we be a bowl team this year? Oh, he tripped over. He had it. He had the sweep, and he could have been a 1st down.
That was Davis again.
Yep.
Now
4th down. Got to go for it, don't you?
I would think.
I think he easily had the edge on this play. Yes, he
Just
did.
A bad spot in the turf.
Yep.
So the turf monster forces a 4th and 5. And the Rebels will go for it.
And now the edge rushers will kind of get their track shoes on.
Both receivers to the near side. And they wanted to run an option, and it's not an option enough. They only got about a yard. Brumfield kept it. And Michigan will take over on downs. Chris Jenkins again.
Yeah, so Michigan is running a blitz, a field blitz from the left side of the field, but that just meant the guys on the other side were playing outside contain, and they followed the coaching. You cut field blitz from one side, you got to have your defensive end and linebackers standing there for the option, and they were ready.
Michigan back on offense when we come back.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
A truck is a tool, but a Ram is life. It's the let's load up the ATV's life. The my kids play way too many sports life. The let's find a secret spot to fish life. Nice. Discover how Ram powers all the lives you live during Ram Power Days.
During Ram Power Days, get $4,000 retail consumer cash allowance on most 2023 Ram 1500 trucks. See your Ram dealer today.
You can feel it. A force that moves everything around it. With intensity and power that comes from deep down inside. Full-time fans, your passion is unshakable, and you deserve a reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Your new Axe Fine Fragrance Body Wash, sir. It's the goat. The new Axe Fine Fragrance Body Wash. Get clean with the greatest of all time.
Whee! Where'd Arby's Buffalo Boneless Wings go? Whee! Hot Honey Barbecue, too. Whee! Oh, there they are, with fries for $5. Arby's, we have the meat.
Tuesday night at 9 Eastern on CBS Sports Network. Go beyond the gridiron with highlights and analysis as experts get you ready for the week's matchups inside college football. Tuesday night at 9 Eastern. Now it's time to do Project Smarter, presented by the Home Depot.
You know, Ness, you can always do a lot of good projects when you got a lot of tools.
Big tools.
This defensive front, you got a lot of big tools. And they're all coming from every angle. They all want a chance to play and get in there, but they run 9 deep in that front defensive line. They have 3 effective linebackers that blitz well. But, I mean, those are 12 front 7 guys that are almost, you can close your eyes and pick and choose.
And, boy, Grant and Jenkins, especially on the inside, have been monsters today. 5 sacks, only 15 yards rushing allowed. Donovan Edwards with J.J. McCarthy in the backfield. He'll get the carry for about a yard.
You know, I mean, now I think we're at that point in the game here pretty close, Ness, where Mike Hart has to think about what happened last week. 4 minutes remaining, and a pretty good hit right here to JJ, okay? And I think at that point, Jesse Minter's going, oh my God. The one thing I can't do is get J.J. McCarthy injured while Jim Harbaugh's watching the game. Heard that Harbaugh said I would have kept him in for that last play as well. But right now you start thinking about, do you want McCarthy to take another hit in this football game?
He hasn't even gotten his jersey dirty yet. And he's completing another pass to Edwards out in the flat. Donovan gets it out to the 37-yard line. We're at the midway point of the third quarter. Now, just when I say he hasn't gotten dirty yet today.
He had that one shot on the thigh, and this one right as he... Oh, geez. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. This is where you start to think, now the decision is Mike Hart's, okay? Like, 28-0, you start going, okay, how many more times do we want to do this? Mike, you're in charge.
Mike says, why didn't I coach the first half?
Yes, exactly.
JJ throws a little bit too high for Roman Wilson. Nice coverage, though, out on the corner.
Yep.
Jackson Turner, good job over there on Wilson, who's got 2 touchdown catches today.
Good coverage. You're exactly right. Bump and run. Remember, Barry Odom told Jenny that we can't handle the man-to-man very well, but on that one, they did.
We saw Jackson with interception playing for San Diego State last year. Doman to punt. Last time he blasted it. DeJesus waits back inside the 20 and takes it. Gutsy got away from the first wave and the second. Jacob DeJesus.
Man, that's
making something happen.
Junior college. He's only 5'7", but who cares? You don't have to dunk a football in this game. You just got to be able to catch it and run with it. He made a good play.
23-yard return of a 46-yard punt. Last week, 158 kick return yards. That was #1 in the country.
Yeah, another good sign for UNLV. They've got, you know, special teams that are not self-destructing. The past few years, special teams have been a problem, and Barry Odom has underlined that as part of rebuilding this program to have efficient special teams.
Jaden Thomas in the backfield now with Brumfield. Brumfield lucky he didn't lose the ball, but wow, you talk about closing in a hurry. Is Braden McGregor in there. Invesco brings you today's Scholar athletes. Jackson Woodard of UNLV and Zach Zinner from Michigan. Invesco proud to support student athletes on and off the field with a donation of $1,000 to both UNLV and Michigan's general scholarship funds. Jaden Thomas stays in as the tailback, and he's going to run out in the flat. Brumfield trying to tuck one in to his tight end, and that's broken up by Michigan as Jalen Harrell got out there, knocked it down.
First time Brumfield's had time to step into a throw. Didn't get a great spiral, but defended pretty effectively by 2 players.
And it forces 3rd down and long. And making some noise at Michigan Stadium for their defense. Empty backfield, 5-receiver group for Brumfield. And that one's knocked down at the line.
You know, man, I've been in this situation before. When you're starting to get sacked, it's like the defensive line are looking around for a starter pistol when they get the pass rush. Just fire it off because we're coming full speed at you. Inside, and it was Grant that tipped that ball.
Boy, Grant's had a good game.
See that.
Good job by Marshall Nichols today. This will be his 6th punt. And he hit another one.
Yep, they're going to get the ball back. If it's roughing the kicker.
And the return's not going to matter. So now we wait on the penalty.
It's either running into the kicker or roughing. Let's see what they call. Our
referee, Jeffrey Cervinski.
Looks like running into the kicker.
Whoa. Easy for them to say.
Hey, running fast into the kicker. Is that 7 yards or 8?
That was not a good landing for Nichols, no matter what.
So I'm sure UNLV will, I think they can take the penalty and re-punt. Wouldn't that be what they'd want to do?
Well, they're giving the options to Barry Odom, I guess, right now. And we're going to get the call in a second. Take a look at that again.
There's also another flag down the field. Maybe there's 2 penalties on the play.
This is in regular speed right here.
Oh.
That's roughing to me, but what do I know?
Well, 2 flags came down. It would seem fair that if both guys call running, that equals roughing.
You're making things up now.
I am, but I don't know. There's also another flag downfield, though. That's what I will. So I see 3 on the field, and the one downfield was not called on the punter.
Well, that could have been a block in the back on the return. There's our 2 flags, and then another one back at the 39-yard line on the other side of the field.
So I'm wondering if they can assess the penalty from where the punt was caught as well. So we'll see what happens here. Looks like a re-punt to me.
There are 2 fouls on the play, one against each team. Running into the kicker, the return team number 82. That 5-yard penalty will be enforced. After the play was over, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, kicking team number 78. That 15-yard penalty will also be enforced. 4th down.
So effectively, it'll be a 10-yard penalty against UNLV. It'll be 4th and 20. They get a 5-yard head start and a 15-yard backup.
Okay, I don't buy this one to start with. Oh, this is at
the end of the play. Now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, at the end of it, it was out of bounds when they fell on him. So that's the dead ball foul.
Okay, that one I'm okay with. I don't like the running into the punter.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a 10-yard differential here.
Gene Steratore, please tell me that's roughing the punter.
Brad, I'm going to agree with you. I think he does make severe contact. I think it does affect the plant leg. The kicker's vulnerable. I believe it's roughing. The infraction, the way they did it, was they had a live ball and dead ball foul, so they have to enforce both. They took the live ball 5, as Gary said, went forward and then back 15 because of the dead, and that's why we're replaying where they're at. But I agree with you, Brad.
Thanks, Gene. I love that.
The only other addition to this is the punter got hit harder than the guy who got the 15-yard penalty.
That's true. I agree with you on that one. 5:28 remaining in the 3rd quarter. We got it all straightened out, sort of. And let's head to New York in this update.
All right, Ness, a Jeep update from just before halftime in Miami Gardens. Everybody, watch the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Canes receiver Jacoby George, he gets away with one. Sheds his defender Tyler Van Dyke, finds him for his 3rd touchdown toss of the half. Canes by 4 at the break, guys.
That was a nice takedown by a wide receiver. Back to live action here in Michigan. The Wolverines up 28-0. Blake Corum found an opening. Corum in the open field now. Got tripped up, or it might have been an even bigger gainer, and he knows it. And a nice job by Cameron Oliver staying with it. Blake's going, oh, man, I could have taken that to the house. He did get 19 out of it.
Yeah, so that offensive line is still out of there. Again, good job by Zinner. Zach Zinner, all Big Ten guard, comes across, wheels in on the defender, and allows Corum to break to the outside.
And that's where Blake's going, no, 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 I had it. Got a 1st down out to the 43. 3 receivers set to J.J. McCarthy's right. Now he's going to bring his tight end back in motion. And off play action. Plenty of time. Deep middle. Throws a strike to Johnson. And another Michigan 1st down. All the way down to the 30-yard line. Pickup of 27.
There hasn't been that many strikes thrown around here since Jack Morris was pitching.
That'll set up shot for Michigan at the 31-yard line. Quickly to the line. 2 tight end set on the left for the Wolverines. They're going to go end around. Here comes Johnson. Johnson with a convoy. Cornelius Johnson to the 4-yard line. Jet Elad saved the touchdown.
Offensive corner Sharon Moore has kind of pulled out the stops in the red zone. Remember, they had the quarterback keeper down there to set up a play. Now they go the reverse into the red zone area, a scoring zone, to get the ball down to the 3-yard line again.
Isn't it funny with Mike Hart as the acting head coach, the ground game's picking up here.
There we go. That time it was transferred from Stanford. Drake Nugent was out there leading that play.
Corum back in there now after a 27-yard end around, and they'll give him the carry, and they'll give him the end zone. Touchdown, Blake Corum, number 3 on the day.
Well, one would assume it won't be this easy to run the ball inside the 20 all year, but today, this Michigan offensive line has made it look easy.
It doesn't hurt to have a guy that is that powerful behind that offensive line. 3-touchdown day on an 80 yards so far for Blake Corum. James Turner in for the point after.
And just a peek at the stats right now, Ness, 50 plays so far in this game for Michigan. 25 runs, 25 passes.
How about that? 76 yards in 4 plays in a hurry, and a 5-yard touchdown run for Blake Corum.
The NCAA is instrumental in Team USA's success at the Olympics. At the Summer Games, over 75% of Team USA's athletes competed collegiately, representing over 150 U.S. colleges and universities across divisions 1, 2, and 3. And now they compete to bring home medals for our nation. The college athlete experience, a building block for success. The NCAA is proud Olympians and Paralympians are made here.
Blake Corum in the end zone for the 3rd time today, and moving up on the charts in rushing history all time for Michigan. Those some pretty good names up there just above him, and he's still got plenty of time to add to that total through the rest of this season. Time to test your knowledge with today's Aflac trivia question, which is the only Mountain West team to defeat Michigan? I wonder if there's any trickery in this one.
I knew this one, didn't I?
You did.
In our rehearsal.
Yeah, you were special. So Doug Brumfield, it's been a long trip out here to Ann Arbor for him today. He has hung in there and has been a tough customer against a serious front 7 of Michigan.
Under center, what's going on? Yeah, a little different.
Bases the toss, the bootleg, and the throw on the run is on the money, and it's White. And Ricky White's got it out to midfield.
So Ricky White, a name that is familiar around here, the transfer from Michigan State. Very effective in that game 2 years ago at Michigan State, went for 196 yards.
On 8 catches.
And finally, they found a way going under center to get the Michigan defense a little misdirected on the play.
You see one of the great games against Michigan when he was a Spartan. Dropped one earlier this half, but has a couple receptions now, and a pickup of 27 on that one and into Michigan territory. Here comes the ball out. Picked up on one hop, though. And it's going to be a loss on the play, but a pretty good bounce. Fortuitous bounce.
So that's something you don't see very often, by the way. As good as this Michigan defense has been, especially last year, just 12 fumbles against them last year. 4 of them were recovered, but here's the interesting part. Only 2 of them were forced fumbles by the defense. An emphasis on defense to tackle the ball more and more forced fumbles going into this season.
Well, they got the job done there, but didn't finish it with the recovery. But it's still a big loss for Davis. And now it's 2nd down and 18. Brumfield.
Nice delivery.
And complete over by the Michigan sideline. No, they're saying he was bobbling it. Ricky White says he made the catch. The officials disagree. So we're going to another look from a different angle for you.
Oh, yeah, he did. He double caught it, didn't he? One, and did he have it in his arm? Locked in? We haven't had a replay in this game, have we? Does it come loose?
He grabs it with his right hand and tucks it.
Yeah, I think he controlled the catch. I think they got to look at this, don't they? Yeah.
It's the 2nd time we've been waiting for a replay and didn't get it. That throw is complete. And that's going to be a first, well, not a first down, but pick it up.
4th down now.
Yeah, back to the original line of scrimmage.
No, I think the message Barry Odom has to give is, I trust my football team. We're going to go for this. I'm thinking long term here. Let's just see if we can pick up these 8 yards against this defense. Be a bad message to punt right here, I think.
Down 20, 35 to nothing. Yeah. They look a little confused though on the alignment here.
Might have to burn a timeout. They got time still.
All right, now they got it set. The 3 receivers to the right of Doug Brumfield. 1 second left on the play clock, and now they did have to take one at the very end with a minute remaining in the 3rd quarter. So they'll take a timeout. Both teams head to the sideline, and we will go back to our Aflac trivia question, which was the only Mountain West team to defeat Michigan. A little bit of a curveball here.
Yep.
Utah. Then in the Mountain West at that point.
I got a feeling in the future, these Aflac questions, there's going to be a lot of curveballs.
Yeah, well, if it has anything to do with conference alignment, I'm not going to know the answer to any of them.
Like, when did Oregon...
when did Oregon win the Big Ten? Oh, no, that hasn't happened. Right. Speaking of Mountain West, I talked about this a little bit earlier. We got more college football tonight in prime time. UCLA hits the road against San Diego State. Live coverage starts at 7:30 Eastern on CBS. Streaming on Paramount.
Here's another one. What Big Ten quarterback had the highest passing percentage in the Rose Bowl? Had to be Rick Neuheisel, the UCLA quarterback.
He's going to love that one. 4th down and 8 for the Rebels. Brumfield pressured again, trying to lob it out to his tailback, and nothing doing. There was just too much pressure. It looked a little bit like a screen, but I don't really think it was set up that way. And Michigan takes over on down.
So everybody knows we've been doing SEC football here for a long time, and we've been seeing athletes like this win national championships, right? At Georgia for a couple of years, Alabama before that, LSU teeing it up. Yep. But right now, this Michigan team looks like they have these type of athletes to rush the passer.
No doubt. J.J. McCarthy's day looks like it's done. And that means Jack Tuttle is going to take over. Came over from Indiana. So he gets the 4th quarter and 56 more seconds. As Jerome Moore, the offensive coordinator, standing next to J.J. McCarthy and says, J.J., I think you did all you could.
Yeah, that's right.
22 out of 25 is not bad after going 26 out of 30 last week. His quarterback rating's off the chart through the first 2 weeks of the season. Tuttle kept it. Wow. I was going to say it was a great fake. Oh, that's not a good land.
No. Yes, 15.
And he hit that wall over there. And
Cameron Oliver, number 5, gave him a late shove. You know, Jack Tuttle got hurt last year, a knee injury, missed most of the year, and now he gets shoved right up to the end of it, and his shoulder, grabbing that left shoulder. He makes a great play pulling that ball when he sees the crashing, I guess, defensive end on the play. But watch the late shove, and then he goes over the benches, loses his balance.
And into the tripod after a collision with a Gatorade hurdle.
Oh, man. Jack Tuttle, a 4-year starter at IU, transfers. He's the veteran backup. One more look at the play. He senses the crashing end. He keeps it.
Personal foul. Late hit out of bounds, number 5. That 15-yard penalty is added to the end of the run. It was an automatic first down.
So the defender kind of did not like the stiff arm and kind of lost his composure with a late push afterwards. And then
over everything.
Over everything. Watch the stiff arm to the face mask, and then just a little bit of loss of composure. He gets upset, and then
you don't expect to have that many obstacles that close. Well, but you know the sideline's only so big. He's up, and maybe he's okay.
Yeah.
Looked like he said it's just my shoulder. Right. Well, you only get 2 of them.
Barry Odom apologized to him, shaking hands. Good sportsmanship there. And Tuttle goes,
Mike Hart,
I didn't.
not with him.
Yep. I didn't wait 4 years. And you know who else has gone with him? The other quarterback, all his linemen, all happy for him. He wants to play again. He's going to come out for one play.
Probably Davis Warren going in, maybe, to at least play one play before he can gather himself. And that is going to be the call. Davis Warren coming in at quarterback. He played a little bit in the opener last week. I don't know that he was expecting to come in here in the 3rd quarter, and Jack Tuttle just trying to rotate that arm is going in the tent. Meanwhile, with the 15-yard penalty tacked on, Michigan's got it at the Rebel 25-yard line. There's the career numbers. Davis. This is Mullins in there, the 3rd tailback. Got about 3.
First guy across the field was number 9. Making sure his teammate, he goes, man, you went over everything there. That was impressive. He lights it up, doesn't he?
He sure does.
That should clean out the rest of the 3rd quarter, yes.
Give everybody a little chance to regroup and see which quarterback we're going to see, or at least give Davis Warren a chance to warm up a little bit as quarter number 3 comes to a close. 35-0. J.J. McCarthy, an almost perfect day, able to blow some kisses to the crowd, including a couple of touchdowns to Roman Wilson, number 1. Number 2 at home in the big house, up at the end of 3.
You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh yeah, the avocados are hand mashed, the chips are hand tossed, and everything is made fresh.
You make it fresh every day?
Yes, every day. The Chipotle way is we make it fresh every day.
Sounds delicious.
For all my life, I'll be devoted to you.
You don't have to be there to be there with AT&T 5G.
Tomorrow is more than just the day ahead. Tomorrow is putting in the energy every single day. We're investing another $4 billion in renewables and low-carbon solutions through 2025. and modernizing our energy infrastructure to lower our emissions, bridging to a sustainable energy future.
Now you'll get 250 meg speeds for just $55 a month with Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile. So more is actually less. More gaming, more streaming, more jamming, calling, and everything in between. All with fiber-powered internet at home and unbeatable 5G reliability on the go. Get Cox Internet for only $55 a month when you add Cox Mobile. See? More is less.
Floor & Decor, my go-to to get it all. Tile, wood, stone, and laminate. They've got it. Installation materials? Yep. And all the tools I need? They've got those too. More importantly, they've got my back with benefits and services I actually want and a pro app that makes my job easier. Floor & Decor just gets it. That means I get more done.
At Floor & Decor, whether you're looking for everyday low pricing on in-stock job lot quantities and installation materials or a powerful partner to help take your business to the next level, we've got you covered. Discover Floor & Decor today.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak of premium off-roading. Or get 0.9% APR and no monthly payments until 2024. Plus get $2,500 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle on 2023 Sierra Denali 5.3-liter V8 light-duty models.
I'm Spencer Callahan. You're watching college football on WAFB.
The Big Ten on CBS heads into quarter number 4 at the Big House at Michigan Stadium. Michigan in control, pitching a shutout right now at 35-0.
For really back-to-back weeks. Remember ECU last week kicked the field goal on the last play of the game.
Davis Warren at quarterback to start the fourth quarter. And looking to put one up. Sidearms it into some traffic and completes. And Jenny Dale caught up with acting second half head coach Mike Hart during the timeout.
Coach, first and foremost, is Jack Tuttle okay?
Jack's doing all right. He's at 10 right now, but he got up. He told me he was fine when he walked across the field. So, late hit out of bounds. Sometimes that stuff happens. Football.
What's your plan at quarterback now, then?
Say it again.
Your plan at quarterback.
Obviously we have a lot of quarterbacks. We're deep. So we got Davis Warren, we got Jada Denego, we got Alex Orji. So we got some guys we're going to put in there and let play a little bit.
How do you want to finish this one off?
We just got to finish strong. That's why I keep telling them, just execute. Finish the game. Even though the twos are going in right now, we got to finish. And the twos got to get better. We got to get better as a team.
Thank you, Coach.
Yep, thank you.
Mike Hart, the head coach here in the second half after Jay Harbaugh ran the show in the first half. And Michigan's going to take a timeout here. Has a little bit of confusion to open up the fourth quarter. They've got a 3rd down and 7 coming up and want to finish and keep it going. So through 2 games in the last 23 years, here's the best that anybody's ever done. And right up in that group now is J.J. McCarthy, who came in with a smile before the game, and he just kept smiling and kept delivering strikes. Roman Wilson for a touchdown. Roman Wilson for a 47-yard touchdown. And for his old friend who passed away in February, the 47 on his wrist.
Just put another tag on that. Those weren't screen passes or behind the line passes. No. Couple touch passes, yes, on the jet sweeps. Most of them downfield throws.
Oh! And this one's intercepted. Picked off in the secondary by the Rebels. They come up with a nice defensive play against Davis Warren, who throws the pick. And I think it was Jeray Williams, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
He's right here, and he's just going to drop back, and he sees the quarterback's eyes, shoves him up, and then he adjusts back inside right
nice
at
play.
The end of the play to make the interception.
nice
That's the way
play.
You play zone defense. Look at the quarterback's eyes and close in on it for Williams.
Yo, gotta try this new X. Fine fragrance, go. Chip too hard, don't stand too close. You up on the ground, off this way, doing all these shows. The new X Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances with the GOAT.
We've never been good at keeping secrets, like how Sonic's new Bacon Peppercorn Ranch Grilled Cheeseburger with small fries or tots is just $3.99. Oops, burger's out the bag. Sonic Bacon Peppercorn Ranch Grilled Cheeseburger deal for $3.99.
It was me the whole time!
Well done, ma'am.
What did I do exactly?
With Snapshot from Progressive, you get a personalized discount for doing exactly what you're already doing, being a safe driver.
Congratulations.
This is a bowling trophy.
Yeah, it's the biggest one they had.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, have a good one.
Introducing IHG One Rewards. 18 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
Tommy Doman will kick off.
That's heavy rush. Down he goes.
Corum straight up the gut. Touchdown. Still standing.
Delivers to Roman Wilson. To the 30. Down the near sideline. 20, 10, 5. Roman Wilson. Touchdown, Michigan.
As you look at our IHG Hotels and Resorts game recap, pretty impressive today. The quarterback was almost perfect for Michigan. So was Blake Corum. And their defense for Michigan, 5 sacks today, 109,482 in the big house to watch it. And Gary, this is an impressive Michigan team. I got to give Barry Odom's group
I
credit.
think so. Yeah, I talking in the commercial. I was thinking, like, if you look at it from UNL, they've been overmatched.
Right.
But they've not been making a lot of mistakes. Only 3 penalties, not a lot of false starts. Not, you know, I mean, you could get overmatched, but they've played like they've got a plan for the future.
Right.
And I think that's what Barry Odom will take is, hey, guys, sometimes the other team's better than you, but we're looking long-term of getting better ourselves.
New quarterback in for the Rebels as well, as Jaden Mayaba is in at the controls, taking over for Doug Brumfield.
Scouting report, big arm.
He gets a chance to use it.
What he needs is some big blockers.
Big blockers, exactly.
You know what? You asked me at the beginning, what's the most, the description and what's important about the go-go offense? The block is the most important.
That's right. Now the throw complete and first down. Pickup of lap 14. Doug Brumfield on the day. He hung in there through 3 quarters because he took some shots.
Not easy to do. You can feel those pass rushers coming from every angle. As I said, there's been times where those defensive ends and tackles are looking for a starter gun to go off to come and get you.
The statistics very similar to their opener, their win over Bryant last week. Jaden Thomas out to the 40. We're going to see some guys now that defensively will filter in, as Mike Hart told Jenny. Get the 2s in there to get some experience. Backup guys in the defense.
I was thinking about what else stood out for me with Michigan is they just don't make a lot of mistakes with good athletes. They're not running around all crazy. They're in good position, and I really think that's been an upgrade at linebacker. I watched a few games, especially that TCU game I watched. They were kind of running everywhere, the linebackers. Right now, they seem to be more comfortable doing their assignment against this offense.
Mayaba throws another strike, and first down across midfield. Goes out to Dominic Jacinto.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a bust by the Michigan secondary. You've got help inside on the slot, on the hash. See the safety coming up on that play. You got to know where your help is. McBurrows didn't see it and kind of forced him. He should have let him go in and anticipated the curl out. He had a safety help.
That was Timothy Conley, not Jacinto, on the reception, but picked up 13 and a first down back in Michigan territory at the 47-yard line.
You know, this Michigan defense, they wanted that shutout last week, and they're itching for the shutout today in this football game.
No doubt. A little wide receiver screen. That one's right back to Conley, the same guy. We mentioned CBS hasn't done a game in the Big House since '86. I've done games since then here, but this is where Gary and I used to do games. There was this level where they had the cameras set up, and it was like a little trailer.
Yeah.
And then
Bo would be right up here.
Yes.
And as we did our opens, he'd be yelling, "Nessler, Danielson, get it right." That's right where Bo would be, right there.
That's the old place. But boy, have they fixed this joint up. Here we are now.
Exactly.
And this is beautiful up in this spot.
Man, miss it, don't you? Everybody's got to miss Bo around here.
No doubt. 2nd and 6. Maava gonna lob one deep and incomplete.
You know, I was thinking about when I walked back in here. For me, it's been since 2005, the Michigan-Ohio State game. In fact, the game that Mike Hart played in since I've been here. But thinking about the people I miss, you know, Frank Beckman doing play-by-play. We saw John Falk, the equipment man, Lloyd, Bruce Motti.
Right.
Seeing all those people that
Schneid's
we remember.
over there.
Schneid's, may he rest in peace with his messed up office.
Boy, every time I think my office is a mess, I go, no, it's not really, not like Schneid.
How about Deerdorf? We used to always see Deerdorf around here too. So it's good to come back for us and see some familiar faces.
3rd down and 6. And they're going to keep it on the ground and try to pick it up. It's probably 4-down territory and hoping they could get about half of that, and that's about what they got for Jaden Thomas. Josiah Stewart on the tackle defensively for Michigan. Alba comes out, has a quick chat with the coaches on the sideline, and back to the huddle with a 4th down and 3.
Michigan may have their number 2s in on offense, but they don't have their 2s in on defense. They're still out there.
As Gary said, hoping for a shutout. If they can stop this, might not be too many more chances for the Rebels. And nobody home back there, incomplete. So they do get the stop.
Yeah, he had to get rid of the ball. Had to anticipate. He might have had a receiver get open late down the middle, but by the time he had to throw the ball now, and if he could have waited another 1.5 seconds.
Didn't have a second.
If we all could have just waited another 1.5 seconds.
Michigan dominating at home, looking to go to 2-0. They are the number 2 team in the country and playing like it.
Today we recognize the soldiers before you for the successful completion of their basic training. This time, we would like for family members and loved ones to move forward and put on your soldiers' Army 1-Star badge.
Proud of you.
The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. See your dealer for exceptional offers today.
Patrick, Jake from State Farm, explain this bundling thing again.
All right, Coach Reed. Let's say these fries are your car, right? And
And this burger is your home.
Okay.
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Big Ten on CBS is sponsored by Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea, State Farm, Belfort Property Restoration, and by the Home Depot. Some of the hardware, including the last 2 Big Ten championship trophies, the Heismans, guys that won the Heisman here, including Tommy Harmon company, and all that in Schembechler Hall that we spent most of our day yesterday. And we were just talking about Bo. Don't forget, before we're done, let's play the game presented by Jersey Mike Subs.
Just thinking about as we looked at that statue of Bo, came here in 1969. Remember that upset of Ohio State? But in the 70s, when I played at Purdue in the Big Ten, Michigan won 7 or tied 7 out of 10 years for the Big Ten championship.
Yeah. New quarterback coming in for the Wolverines, Jaden Donegal, sophomore, big guy out of Apple Valley, California, 6'5", 235. So Mike Hart told Jenny, we got quarterbacks, we're going to play them, and here they get a chance.
We're in number 4. Right. That's the number. Harbaugh number right there, right?
Yep. Wonder if he handed that over to him.
That's right.
C.J. Stokes in the backfield. And he'll get about 3. Let's check in with Jenny.
Well, guys, Jack Tuttle went into the injury tent. The staff was looking at his left shoulder. He came out and he was pleading with Mike Hart, wanting to go back into the game. Coach didn't say no. He just said it wouldn't be the next few possessions. So keep an eye on that.
He's explaining to his teammates about the bad landing on the far sideline.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision by Mike Hart. I mean, you know, he's going to be their backup quarterback, it looks like, for the rest of the year. You don't want to chance anything. You might need him in a game when it's not 35-0.
I was going to say 10 minutes left and it's 35-0. Let's let some other guys play. And in this case, Jaden Donegal. And back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it by C.J. Stokes. News and notes around college football. Texas going into Tuscaloosa tonight. They had a nail biter last year that came down to a field goal at Texas.
And I'll give him his name. How about Coach Prime?
And Coach Prime
he deserves it, right?
2-0 start. They doubled their win column from a year ago. And some weather issues today impacting play, including, I guess, down at Georgia Tech. And Donegal's going to do the safe thing, keep it, run back to the line of scrimmage, and Michigan will punt.
I think Ness had this right. If somebody's not wide open, you get a linebacker coming right at you. Tuck it down, punt the ball. Let's not try to do something crazy right here.
Jackson Woodard's not quitting right now, number 7.
No, I don't. Nobody on this.
No, they're not.
No, nobody quits like this. They got a long season in front of them. I'm sure Barry Odom and the coaching staff sold their players on the fact that we're going to go out and compete for 60 minutes and get better. Look at this game as an opportunity to get better.
Flags fly as the punt from Doman goes down to a fair catch by DeJesus around the 6-yard line. And now we wait and see what the penalty marker was.
I think somebody moved on the play, illegal procedure maybe. One of the upbacks. Seemed like there was just a little bit of movement.
We haven't had to hear from Jeffrey Servinski too much today. The officials, hasn't been a lot of penalties on either side.
Oh, now we can shoot him as special teams coach.
I was going to say that roughing the punter penalty was on him.
Legal motion. Kicking team number 75. 5-yard penalty. Replay. 4th down.
So we're going to re-kick.
It was one of the 3 upbacks. Yeah, that doesn't work. You got to get set a little bit.
You got to get it set a little longer.
So he
than
gives the signal to snap it, and oh, he can't even get set by the time it goes. You know, one of the question marks coming into this season for Michigan was they had to replace 2 really good punter and a kicker.
Yes, and the return man.
Yeah, Jake Moody, Brad Robbins. I mean, 2 really effective guys that, you know, did a good job for them all year, and that was another area of concern going into this season.
So far, so good in all respects. So Doman will do it again. High tallywagger, and fair catch taken around the 18-yard line. 8:17 remaining in the ball game. It's been all Michigan Williams came up with the interception, a bright spot for the Rebels defense today. J.J. McCarthy, a little bit of a ham. He's had a great game.
Explore endless design possibilities to find your personal style. Endless Hardy siding colors, textures, and styles. It's possible with James Hardy.
We're kicking off game day with a Twisted Tea drop. We're surprising real Twisted Tea fans who love the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real brew tea with 5% alcohol. Keep it twisted.
Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here to restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
My renaissance was daring to dream. Cadillac's renaissance is daring to go all electric. So, what's your renaissance? Being an NFL fan is the greatest. Unless your home team doesn't match your hometown. Because it's hard for dolphins to survive in the desert. And eagles don't tend to nest with giants. But with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube, you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games. So no matter where you live, it'll feel a little more like home. At least on Sundays. NFL Sunday Ticket, only on YouTube and YouTube TV. Last chance to save $50.
Attention campers, this is your head counselor, Josh Dunnell, at Camp Buddy Games. Today's activities include cornholio, giant beer pong, and the Muddy Buddy Pit. Game on!
Buddy Games, new series Thursday at 9/8 Central on CBS.
Adam Zucker, New York, where Coco Gauff just won the U.S. Open. In Miami Gardens, a close one back and forth between A&M and Miami, and after A&M got it to one, Rashard Smith with the kickoff return, untouched, 28-20, and Miami just got it back off an interception midway through the third. See you on postgame.
All right, Zuck, and congratulations to Coco Gauff. She used to live in Atlanta, the pride of Atlanta. I don't know where she lives now, but we claim her. We claim her. Sunday, September 17th. She could live in Yellowstone for all that matter. You can experience the television phenomenon from the beginning. Watch Yellowstone as part of a CBS event with a special look behind the scenes. Yellowstone on CBS. It starts Sunday, September 17th after 60 minutes. All part of CBS Fall. Little fall in the air in Ann Arbor today. Kickoff temperature 69 degrees. Beautiful day for football. Almost 110,000 came here to watch it, and they've enjoyed what they've seen. 35-0 right now. And the Rebels not giving in, still working at it, and that was Courtney Reese on the carry.
Well, Brendan Marion is the offensive coordinator of this team, and Barry Odom heard him speak at a coaches convention. Kind of followed him afterwards, and when he got a chance to be the head coach, he looked at a couple other ideas, looked at Bobby Petrino, hired him. Petrino stayed for a couple days or a week,
yeah,
whatever.
Quick stay hotel.
Petrino went to A&M, and he went back to Brendan Marion, a young coach with a unique offense.
A&M on the short end, as Luke just told us so far in that game, going back and forth. Michigan's defense trying to pitch the shutout, and they're halfway through the fourth quarter away from it. What they've done shutout-wise since 2015. Last one last year against UConn. They have that same mentality. I don't know. I think Georgia gave up a field goal today, but
a lot more number twos are in the game now for Michigan.
Fake the pitch and then throws down the streaking sideline.
Nice throw.
Beautiful throw and complete out to Jacinto.
Yeah, that's the wheel route. We see it every week. Slot guy goes out and then up.
He put it right on him.
Yep, one of the young players that time just bites on it. Don't blame him. Want to get out there, cut underneath the throw, and delivered exactly like it has.
One of the biggest plays of the day. Picked up 25 and a first down inside the Michigan 45. Fake the pitch and come back and throw down the middle of the tight end. Another first down. Good out there to Earls, Christian Earls. His first catch of the day.
I will say this about the UNLV tight ends. Big guys. 6'5", 6'6", 6'7".
You can see all of that right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of dwarfs the secondary. Gets it down around the 33-yard line. Clock continues to run on the first downs. The new rule this year, except inside the 2-minute mark of the second quarter and the fourth. Nava gets away from the rush. He's going to do it himself. Nice scramble. He played in their opener. Went 4 out of 6 for 40 yards and scrambled a couple times for 13. And he's done basically the same thing here in the fourth quarter in for Doug Rumfeld. And flags fly in. One of the few today.
Prior to the ball being snapped, false starts. Offense, number 87. 5-yard penalty, second down.
So just when he got a first down on a catch, he ends up with a false start. The tight end, that is. Schedule coming up for UNLV.
Yeah, Vanderbilt next.
SEC next.
And you look down, well, a lot of teams we recognize as Mountain West football teams, but as we say, there's available teams that could be jockeying every different direction. Who knows what it'll look like next week, right, in each league.
Right. Mountain West has probably been the most stable conference for a while.
Whoa, nice scramble there.
And it's going to be close, about a yard shy of the first down. E.J. Waller brought him down short of the mark.
Sometimes as a quarterback, you just feel that open space, rush off the edge, look at all the space, you got to take it. Positive play. The Rebels were saying, how about some extra penalty yardage on the end of that? They didn't get it.
You know, he didn't slide. He was going forward, so he's a ball carrier, and he's 2 yards shy of the first down. Blitz coming off the corner. The run goes the other way, and it's going to be good enough for a first down. Courtney Reese on the carry.
We talked about the realignment. Take it, Ness. Explain this.
No,
okay?
I just pointed at you. Don't turn your head on me.
Well, pick your favorite team and try to figure out what conference, but the Big Ten has added 4 big names. That's, I think, the main headline. And, you know, the SEC and the Big Ten now with kind of in charge the Big Two, it seems like right now. But so far, the SEC has been struggling winning games so far.
Oklahoma and Texas, of course, the big additions to the SEC next year. First down. Best drive of the day. It's done by some backup players on both sides, but it shows the Rebels want to get in that end zone or at least get a field goal and avoid a shutout with 3 minutes and change remaining.
Yeah, we'll have to say this for Michigan. They've emptied the bench here right now, you know, so they're playing at least 2 deep the whole game. That's almost co-starters.
Right.
So now you got to go to the 3s and 4s to play here at the end of the game.
And that was what Mike Hart wanted to do, and he told Jenny, some guys that can play. We got a lot of people, and we're going to see them. Another blitz coming. Nice run, and there goes the shutout. Jordan Young-Humphrey for the touchdown.
Yeah, this is the read off the triple option. 2 backs to one side, and he crosses the formation with the read. It's a give, and look how easy it split the defense against this unit.
Jordan Young-Humphrey coming right at you through that opening, and then high stepping it into the end zone. First score of the day for UNLV.
Yeah, good for them. Way to finish the game. I know that's what Barry will tell his team. I asked you to play 60 minutes, and you did. Let's move on to next week.
Jose Pisano with the extra point up and good. So an 81-yard drive in 9 plays, similar to what Michigan has done with all their touchdown drives. Took them 5 minutes, 34 seconds, and happy to get in the end zone against the number 2 team in the country.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
We love our house.
It's on a great block, tree-lined streets.
The neighbors are observant.
And we're back at the Sullivan house.
It's lawn day, Sheila, and the leaves are piling up.
Ugh, bit of an eyesore.
I'll say.
Dry shave. Interesting technique.
That's going to come back to haunt him. Some people clean while they cook, not these folks. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Saves us a ton. If only they'd bundled the leaves. You know, I wouldn't have pegged these two as yogis.
I still don't.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
There comes a time in every dip's life when it's ready to leave the slow cooker, even buffalo chicken dip. So we put juicy chicken, buffalo sauce, and melty cheese in a portable crispy golden shell. Runaway dip, you're free now. Sonic $2.99 buffalo chicken dip bites.
Those new tiles are falling right into place until you run out of, what are those called again? Oh, right. The Home Depot app is made for doing that doesn't miss a beat. So you can find what you need fast and keep things moving in the right direction. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
You build something worth having, someone's gonna try and take it. There's a war coming. You bet it's coming. All the angels are gone. There's only devils left.
Yellowstone. See it from the first episode starting September 17th on CBS.
Summer is just beginning at Camp Buddy Games. Head counselor Josh Duhamel puts friendship to the test when teams of best buddies battle it out in the ultimate summer camp competition. Buddy Games, new series Thursday, 9/8 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. So a nice looking drive by UNLV to get in the end zone.
And again, I think the goal going into the game was let's get better. Okay, we get it. These are highly advanced players that Michigan has. They got a good team, but let's worry about UNLV and get better. And I think they've been well coached. They played hard, and they finished the game. Something to build on.
Yep. And a kick away. At the 3-yard line. Morgan on the one back. And a good one. And we talked about UNLV and the Mountain West schedule after they play Vanderbilt next week. Here's what's coming up for Michigan. Bowling Green next, and then they hit the Big Ten.
Yeah, and here's the key ones here. Jim Harbaugh is going to come back for the Rutgers game.
Yep.
Okay, then Penn State and Ohio State are really the only ranked teams they'll play on this schedule. It's a schedule that is manageable for a good football team.
They're at Penn State and they're home to the Buckeyes. They end the season. Ooh, big lick put on there defensively. As we work our way down to 2 minutes. Second down and 8. Jayden Donegal taking his time, getting the call. Work some clock down. pile as Donahue picks up about 4.
So we talked about people connected at the hit. 2 of our favorites, Michael Scheer, linebacker of Missouri, and his coach at that time, Barry Odom, capped his last game together, hugging him out, and then Scheer left and tried to go in real estate, and then he goes, you know what? I think I like to coach.
Yeah, I was a pretty good linebacker. I think I can coach. That guy was a pretty good linebacker, too.
He sure was.
At Missouri, captain his senior year.
Free play. And he makes it pay. Yep.
He rips it down there and a flag down.
I think it's offsides against UNLV.
I think they jumped off the left side.
Right here is the jump off.
Offside. Defense, number 28. The penalties decline. The result of the play is a first down.
Donovan did a good job that time. He realized from his peripheral vision that he had a free play, and he made it count.
And he ripped it to Morgan for 35 yards. Put it on a rope. So first down, Wolverines might add to this total before we're done. Clock stopped on the first down inside 2 minutes, and now starts up again from the 29. And we got a false start on Michigan, I think.
Did the center double clutch this one?
Illegal snap. Offense number 51. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Greg Crippen, the backup center.
Yeah,
there's going to be the double clutch Gary's talking about. Oop,
yep, can't do that.
Can't do that.
Yep. Crippen was in a big battle to win that job with a veteran player from Stanford, Drake Nugent. Good battle that Nugent won.
Still to come, Adam, Rick, and BJ will bring you the day's best highlights and get you set for our primetime game between UCLA and San Diego State. That's on the U.S. Army post-game show, which is less than a minute away.
Now, see any weakness on this Michigan team anywhere, top to bottom?
Not really.
Not either. And I know the competition's different, but these guys have proved themselves a year ago. And there's no stepping back. And the last 2 years, they've had back-to-back years.
Yeah, and a little over 3 hours ago, we started the show talking about all the things they've accomplished, back-to-back Ohio State wins, back-to-back Big Ten championships, back-to-back college football appearances, and then Gary and I were discussing this year they think, or they want to take that next step. And our first look in person, I think they're very, very capable of taking that step.
One more thing, the last 5 quarterbacks to win national championships have been leaders of their team. Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Mac Jones, and then Stetson Bennett. So JJ's just like those type of players.
They got one of those kind of guys, and he put on one of those kind of performances today at quarterback. Mike Hart, the acting second half head coach, and Jay Harbaugh, the acting first half head coach, in for head coach Jim Harbaugh. Both did a nice job. Their quarterback was sensational. Their defense was tough all the way to the very end when some of the second string guys were in there and did give up a touchdown, but dominant performance really from the very get-go. All their touchdown drives were somewhere between 75 and 85 yards, and so the smiles can come out now. If there was any pressure, all that pressure's off right now for the 2 guys that got to be a head coach at least for a half today. And Mike Hart, I don't know if he gets a half a win and Jay gets a half a win, whatever.
Why not?
Jenny's with him down on the field.
All right, we got 60 minutes, 2 head coaches, multiple quarterbacks in this one. How is this team as a whole the guardians of victory here today?
I just think we come out here and play for Coach Harbaugh. All the guys do, all the coaches do. We miss them. Guys came out here and played hard. Everyone's prepared. We're creating more depth as the year goes on, so it's great that we get to play all these guys.
You got the run game going in the second half, but J.J. McCarthy really led this team. What makes him so effective?
J.J.'s a phenomenal player. Number one, just the way he prepares for games. He knows everything that's going on. He knows where the ball needs to be, and he controls the offense. So when you can do that as a quarterback and you have the athletic ability and arm that he has, I mean, the sky's the limit for J.J.
Was it fun to be the head coach?
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. Thank you.
All right, J.J., get over here. You had a historic start to this season. Where have you seen your greatest strides over these first 2 weeks?
I mean, just getting the ball to my playmakers in their hands. Like, we treat every single day like game day this offseason. And just, these game days are just another day at the office. So just trying to have as much fun as possible.
Coach Harbaugh is sitting at home on the couch right now watching this interview. What's your message to him?
I love you, Coach. Can't wait to have you back in a couple weeks.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
It's just too bad that Jim and Megan McCarthy didn't raise a kid that had any personality. Isn't it? Well, the fight song for everybody, a happy group of almost 110,000 here at the Big House today. And Michigan goes to 2-0. They definitely won't lose their number 2 ranking, I don't think. So we get to go from watching number 2 today to next week, heading back to the SEC to watch number 1 Georgia. Not a bad gig. Now it's time for the play of the game, presented by Jersey Mike Subs. J.J. McCarthy was definitely involved in it at the UNLV 47-yard line. The play fake, the crossing route to Roman Wilson, 47 yards later, a Michigan touchdown. Here's how Doug Karsh called it on Michigan radio.
JJ in a shotgun now, 2nd down and 5, back to pass, stepping up in the pocket, looking downfield, delivers to Roman Wilson, to the 30, down the near sideline, 20, 10, 5, Roman Wilson, touchdown Michigan. JJ McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the 5th time this year, and the Wolverines lead it 27-0, 47 yards.
Enough said. There's your player of the game, without a doubt. And a happy group of Wolverines joining their student body up there with a 2-0 record. That's going to wrap it up for us. For Gary Danielson, Jenny Dell, Gene Steratore, our entire CBS crew, Brad Nessler saying so long from Ann Arbor. Final score 35-7. Don't forget, stay tuned for more college football action tonight on CBS. UCLA takes on San Diego State, but first we'll send you back to Zook and the guys for the U.S. Army post-game show right after these messages. We'll see you in Athens, Georgia, next Saturday.
My Renaissance was daring to dream. Cadillac's Renaissance is daring to go all electric. So, what's your Renaissance?
Is it possible to fall in love with your home before you even step inside?
Discover the Magnolia Home James Hardy Collection. Available now in siding colors, styles, and textures. Curated by Joanna Gaines.
So how would you describe the chicken to someone who had never tasted it?
Literally melt in your mouth tender. We don't have a freezer, you know? It's almost like a farmer's market. When you walk into the restaurant, you should hear the sizzle that you're hearing right now. Just sends all those waves up to your mouth.
You're making me hungry.
CBS Sports presents the U.S. Army Postgame Show.
And welcome to the U.S. Army Postgame Show. Adam Zucker alongside Rick Neuhaus.
Any year, any condition.
It's the closing of the Grand Slam season in the city that never sleeps. Here, any player will be galvanized by the clamor of the arena. It urges them to tap into unexpected resources, keeping the crowd on edge and the lights ablaze season after season.
Continue to prepare our guys for the things that we could see, and then be ready to adapt and adjust to the things that we might not,
My name is Juanita Segura, and I was diagnosed in November of 2014 with non-small cell lung cancer.
Adaptogens, functional mushrooms, all that in this.
Start at drinkag1.com.
Dealing with some knee swelling, but like on the other side, defensively, they have, and I realize they've played a couple of lesser opponents. They look to be striving.
Trying to find a good channel for the Alabama game.
I welcome you back to the Fountain Plaza studio presented by American Express.
I cannot hear anything. Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
What you say? Coco Golf, you're a champion. You said after Wimbledon you need this to be more fun. You needed to.
Let me see if they got this shit fixed on look. ESPN trash.
Cents.
I see the love of the game.
Give me a minute, yo.
to the Fountain Plaza studio presented by American Express.
I cannot hear anything. Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
Well, you say?
So,
Coco Golf. Coco Golf, you're a champion. You said after Wimbledon you needed this to be more fun. You needed to smile. Are you having a good time?
I'm having the best time of my life. I still think I'm in a state of shock, so I don't really know what's going on. It's going to be hard to fall asleep tonight.
This is incredible. And when you hear the chants of USA to have an American champion here at the U.S. Open, what does it mean to you?
It means so much to me. I'm so happy that I could, friends made the ball come back a little bit faster. Those little details matter. And also I just had confidence. You know, we have a pretty close head-to-head, so I knew like if I beat her in the past, I could kind of do it again.
Coco, you thanked your whole team, your whole box, and we know all the new members of your team, but then you saw your dad.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that moment?
He was the first person I saw. I was hoping that, I didn't know where he was sitting, so I was hoping that he would be able to get down wherever Free was fast enough. And that was the first time I seen my dad cry. At the French Open, he claims he wasn't crying, so I'm gonna just believe that. But today I was up close and I saw it, and my mom, I rarely see my mom cry either, and I rarely cry.
Nuts.com has something to satisfy.
It's been a while. All right, so it's been
as they lost to Duke last week, or really earlier this week, but they found a way to get it done in this one. Bang, bang, big play.
That's my favorite. That's one of my very favorite plays of the day. That tackle, spectacular.
Huge play right there. Clemson runs away with it 66-17. North Carolina, the Fighting Mac Browns and App State. Omarion Hampton gets the handoff, 68 yards to the house.
You know, anytime App State comes to your crib, you're nervous.
He's running like he needs some oxygen. Somebody get him some oxygen, please. Later on in the game, second quarter, North Carolina. 7-3.
Gators play right there.
Yep.
Suck them in and go outside.
App State is not the team you want to see on your schedule. Well, neither is Oklahoma, because they're coming out with a vengeance this season after last year's really down season, and they are up right now 7-3 after Gabriel found Andrell Anthony over the middle. Utah Baylor, Coach, you talked about this one all morning.
Well, this was a heck of a defensive struggle. You knew what it was going to be. It's nice to see Dave Aranda's defense show up like they can play.
Now, Baylor makes a heady play right here, Bruce, trying to push Utah in the end zone to give Baylor the ball back with time, but Utah still won.
Heady play by the running back, though. He probably burned off like 7 or 8 seconds, and in the end of the game, that actually made a difference.
Exactly right. Tulsa at number 8, Washington. Again, a little trickeration, and that looks good from the start.
Nice to see him running the ball, even though it's a little trickeration. This is, to me, the most explosive pass game in the country.
No doubt, because of Michael Penix Jr., a stud Found Jalen McClellan, 9-yard touchdown, 22-3 right now. More college football. It is coming your way later as 6th-ranked USC hosts Stanford. That's at 10:30 p.m. Eastern tonight on Fox. All right, family, let's chat a little bit because always college football, there is a lot of tension between the different conferences. No greater tension than this year because of all the conference shakeup. Pac-12, it looks good thus far. But are they the deepest conference currently in college football?
I know they're the most entertaining and most fun for sure right now. I think it's really interesting between them and the SEC.
Yeah.
Both have 6 teams ranked inside the top 25. I think today is going to tell us a little bit. What's Cal do versus Auburn? What's Arizona do against Mississippi State? So I think that'll be interesting when you start talking about depth. These are really important games, these preseason non-conference. I learned that the hard way. My first couple of years at Washington, I wanted anybody in our schedule to lose. And I quickly learned we need the teams in our league to win when they're playing outside of it. It gives your whole conference credibility. You got to win in the preseason and in the bowl season.
But here to me is what's different is the Pac-12 is winning those non-conference games. You know who's not right now? I think this is a great year for them to watch, too.
Pac-12 teams are currently 15-0, but you just said it well, Bruce. Pac-12, it's all about the quarterback. You got Penix Jr., you got Nix, you got Sanders, you got Williams, you got Uyunglele, you got Cam Rising when he comes back from his injury. They are stacked at the quarterback position.
There's another guy you haven't mentioned. I don't think you said Caleb.
Like, really? Think about that. And we get to watch Bo Nix coming here shortly.
The thing you always get hung up in the SEC about is those 2 great programs in Alabama and Georgia. But when we're talking depth, I think the Pac-12's right there.
You no doubt about it. We will see because of Pac-12 when they get into Pac-12 play. It'll get fascinating. But right now, you got a little Pac-12, Big 12. Dan Lanning, coach of the Ducks. We'll see what he can get done shortly. Check this out. See, Cletus? You're not the only high-tech machine around here. Yeah, put on whatever you want. Always ready, buddy. I love
it. It shows up.
Yeah, part of winning football is being able to convert on.
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now to honor America, the $1 Million Band from Alabama with our national anthem. Captain Chris Freak DeVries and Captain Jeffrey Bonzo Din. Thank you, gentlemen. Closing in on kickoff, the Crimson Tide and the Longhorns.
ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts, is brought to you by Allstate, proud sponsor of the Allstate Crossbar Classic, and T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Some people just know what road to take. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
The service road is fast.
Turn left.
Not happening.
He knows better than any GPS, and he points you in Allstate's direction.
Go all the way down the road past the Big Gray Warehouse.
Take the next exit.
You're not from around here, so you don't know the back roads.
I don't want to be late for the party.
I'm gonna save us 5 minutes.
Some people just know what road to take.
You're on the fastest route.
Those are the people who know safe drivers save 40% with Allstate.
You can't buy great conversations or moments that matter, but you can invest in them. At T. Rowe Price, our strategic investing approach can help you build the future you imagine. T. Rowe Price, invest with confidence.
Welcome to the Dr. Pepper Championship Drive Game of the Week.
You can't beat the classics. Take Texas and Alabama. Like them or not, it's the truth. Last year, they produced an instant hit.
Alabama comes from behind late. None of you, nobody gave us a chance in this game. But in the end, it still stings.
Winning is the only way for Alabama to get satisfaction.
Milroe said him accepted out of nothing.
With their new front man leading the way.
You want to be the biggest, you got to do what you need to do.
Roll Tide. We're all we got. We're all we need. Let's go. Together, together, together. It's the Tide and the Longhorns meeting for the first time in this venerable stadium.
When you see it and feel it, you know it's a classic. Texas, Alabama. Only one thing left to do. Let's rock and roll.
And welcome to a presentation of the SEC on ESPN, the Dr. Pepper Championship Drive Game of the Week. Certainly two programs that believe they have championship caliber teams this season. Plenty of championships in the DNA of both Alabama and Texas. And the Longhorns take the field as underdogs, but a group that Sarkisian believes has significant leadership. And he wants them to cut it loose, Kirk, play and have fun tonight.
They did it a year ago, much easier in Austin than to take this man on in this stadium, but that's the goal. He said that's who we are. That's our culture, and that's what we got to do. Most teams don't do that when they come in here.
Most teams don't win when they come in here as visitors either. It's the longest home winning streak in FBS, 21 straight. The coach is as businesslike as his law enforcement escorts, and the team behind him is too. They don't charge out on the field. They kind of trot out. There's almost a swagger to it, and it's deserved. If last weekend didn't quite get you going, tonight should. They don't lose regular season games to non-conference teams, and Texas is, of course, for one more season. 56 in a row. Going back to Shocker and Saban's first season. Sarkisian, the Boyles Award is the top assistant under Saban in 2020, calling the plays. And there is Milroe. So much of the focus on the quarterback position in Alabama in recent years. They'd like to spread that focus around, right, to the running game and the defense, re-emphasize those qualities.
Yeah, I think that's, it's kind of a mixed bag right now. They're they're trying to establish that identity with Tommy Rees. You know, there was talk in the offseason, Nick Saban wanted to get more physical, be able to win games up front.
Of course, Texas would like to get back into the championship contention. It's been a little while, but most wins in FBS history. They rank 3 and 5, and Alabama is breathing down everybody's throat. And we talked about the physicality at the line of scrimmage. Alabama's always been known for that, but they think, taken it to another level, or the level that they had when they were the dominant team.
Yeah, I think you go back to early Nick Saban, the Derrick Henry, big physical offensive line, win with defense, special teams, field position. Then he brought in Lane Kiffin, then he had Mike Loxley, then he had Sark, and it was a very different game. I think Tommy Rees is going to be a blend. I think he wants to be able to control the line of scrimmage, get into 2 tight ends, and dominate. But I also still think with Jalen Milroe, you're going to see a lot of spread because he's so good in space as a runner and a passer. So I think it'll be a blend. But we're actually going to be learning as we watch, including Nick Saban, watching his quarterback this year.
Learning about the new quarterback and the 2 new coordinators for Alabama. There always seems to be turnover there, but the beat goes on. Let's get down to Holly Rowe now, who's got Coach Saban.
Well, Coach Saban, you've talked to your team this week about playing with emotion, but also having composure. What will your quarterback, Jalen Milroe, need to do to have both?
He just got to take his emotions and focus on what he needs to do intentionally to do his job, do the little things better, simple things right. So I think it's more important that we're physical up front on both sides of the ball in this game so we can help them play well.
Your secondary had some guys banged up, but both warmed up and have moved well. What is your expectation for your safety and your star?
They're both going to start the game, so we'll see how they hold up.
Thank you, Coach.
That is the key. Those guys are going to be under pressure against the Texas playmakers, so they have full mobility. No surprise, Saban deferred after winning the toss, so Texas will get the football first, and we'll see Quinn Ewers come out of this cauldron of noise. Didn't make a big deal out of the fact that he was knocked out of the game on a roughing the passer penalty a year ago after lighting it up in the first quarter. Will Stone to kick it away. Say Will Baker. Keelan Robinson, of course, transferred from Alabama, back to receive. And he'll let it bounce. So here comes Quinn Ewers. Talked about the new look. He says it was a life-changing offseason. Really transformed himself. More command, more leadership, more camaraderie with his teammates. Some qualities that might have been slightly missing a little bit a year ago.
Well, I think taking over a lot of pressure in his first year was the weight of the world on him, and he got through it. But I think Sark naming him with Arch Manning coming in the starter at spring, I think really helped his confidence and took him to another level over the summer.
Empty backfield, 3 receivers stacked off to the left. They get to C.J. Baxter, the true freshman back, who was knocked out last week with an injury, but back 100%, makes a big impact.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with Texas, and especially Sark, over his career as a play caller, what he does before the snap with formations and movement, and I talked to him on the field before the game, he said it's more important than the play call itself, especially tonight against Nick Saban's defense, like movements like that. Make this defense have to communicate and adjust.
We'll fake it to Baxter, pitch it to Xavier Worthy, and the speedster knocked down after a short gain. Caleb Downs, safety who is playing nicked up, makes the play.
Moving quick, moving people pre-snap. Love to see Caleb Downs, by the way. If you're an Alabama fan, you know all about him. Highly touted true freshman. You can see why the coaches rave about him, how quickly he reacts to that play.
Hand the ball off and kind of bounce it as Baxter. These second downs are huge. They feel, avoid those third longs against this pass rush.
Pretty good, you're right. Pretty good effort there by Baxter just to get some positive yards. This is about where they want to stay tonight. You know, he talked about being third and manageable. He said if we get to 3rd and 7 plus against Nick Saban and Kevin Steele, they're going to dial it up and put us in a tough spot. We want to be in that 3rd to 3 to 5 when we get to 3rd and medium.
Receiver stacked to the right now. They don't pressure Ewers. He's got some space. Going to get there with his legs. Yes, scrambles and dives. That's through athleticism. You lose about 20 pounds. He really hurt Rice in the opener with 3rd down scrambles.
Yeah, and you know, you don't expect him to be that threat. Jalen Milroe, you do. But there, man coverage on 3rd down. Nobody accounts for Ewers, and he does a good job seeing it, picks it up.
Jonathan Brooks, sophomore from Huntsville, his 3rd year in the program. Gets a few. You like the tempo?
Love the tempo. Not surprising at all. You got so many new faces in that Alabama secondary, especially with the safeties. You mentioned Caleb Downs. You have Jalen Key, the transfer from UAB. Malachi Moore, who's banged up but playing. He's kind of the quarterback in that back end.
Play action. Ewers has plenty of time, scans and checks it down for the tight end, Jatavion Sanders. The ball comes out, a scramble for it. And it looks like Texas may have retained possession. Knocking the ball loose was Malachi Moore. Not a turnover, but a huge game-wrecking loss.
I'm surprised that ball stayed in play, and they called that a fumble. I thought it might have been an incompletion, how quickly that ball came out. Again, good job by Alabama taking away any options downfield. He just has to check this down. Bill, what do you think of that?
The play's under review right now. They're being buzzed for it. They got to look to see, did he have time to make a football move? Did he have firm control? My gut reaction is incomplete pass.
He's starting to tuck it away. The ball is kind of sliding against his jersey, and then the hit comes.
And what's a football move in that situation? Honestly, Bill, because that's such a gray area. Describe that for us.
It is. I mean, you can't put a clock on it. It's not about time. But does he own the ball or was he borrowing it? And I don't think he owned the football on that one.
Okay. That's judgment, right? And that's subjective to whoever's looking at it.
That's correct.
I like the expression. So right here, he's borrowing it. Hey, does he own it for a second? In super slow-mo, it certainly looks different.
Exactly.
I always tell you guys, you can slow it down and make anything look like a catch.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Here you go, Bill. Now we're going to get it to you a little bit faster.
Put a stopwatch on that. How long do you have?
It's a 14-yard difference. Texas still has the football, but they'll get it back at the line of scrimmage, which is the Alabama 48 if it's really incomplete.
Again, how about Sark's approach to getting the ball first? Aggressive, up-tempo, attacking, a little bit of misdirection, trying to get an aggressive Alabama defense, maybe overflowing, going back the other way.
And then you were thinking, hey, don't forget about me as a scrambler. Didn't have to worry about that last year. All opponents are going to have to take notice that Texas quarterback can hurt you. Not a lot of design runs, but that was great improv.
After review, it was an incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd down and 8 at the 45.5-yard line.
You're looking at a 3rd and 7 now, compared to it would have been 3rd and forever. So Sark now has a play, obviously, he feels good about here. Remember, he said we want to stay out of that 3rd and 7 plus. Gives Nick Saban a chance to go to his money defense, where he gets 6 defensive backs out on the field. Gives him a much better chance of disguising pressures. It's a guessing game for that veteran offensive line and where they may come from if they do.
They must improve in the 3rd down department this year. They're going to hand it off to Brooks. He plows across the right side and picks up a few, but is well short. Deontay Lawson made the tackle.
And of course, that play call makes you think in plus territory. He's thinking about getting 3 or 4 yards to set up a better chance here now at 4th down and about 5. So he runs that play to set up this play right here. Trips to his left.
Still a bit of a gamble. You don't make it, Bama's going to be set up with great field position.
Also thinks it tells you about his mentality. He's here to win this game, willing to be aggressive.
Let's see if they actually do snap it. Play clock's at 5. And we'll see if it was just a bluff. Deafening in here. But aggression, when you show it with your calls, you back up what you've been telling your team all week long. He will punt the ball away, it appears.
Yeah.
Helmet off.
And you know, he maybe wanted to do that all along. I think if he picks up maybe another couple yards, maybe he does go for it. But now going to try to pin Milroe in this Bama offense in their first series down inside the 10-yard line.
Went to the portal to get a punter from Sanford. Ryan Sandberg's a grad transfer. Didn't get much work in the opener, only 2 punts against Rice. His job, pin him deep. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the fine corner, is also a dangerous returner. Sanborn drops the tip, and the coverage team does what they can. Some acrobatic moves to keep the ball out of the end zone. It's kind of a tag team effort. Keaton Crawford is the DB who first batted it back into play. And the first possession for Jalen Milroe in this tied offense tonight will be from the 3.
Okay, cut it.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Can't sleep.
Just a lot on my mind.
I can't sleep either.
It only gets tougher with age.
Mom, what?
Well, knowing Progressive can protect your home, auto, and business should help you relax. Good, because I could use a good night's sleep.
Me too. You know how early a chimney sweep gets up every day?
Wait, is this all a dream?
Why would Jamie be in my dream? I am America's biggest spokesperson.
Debatable.
I said biggest.
Well, he's got you there.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Is this your plan to watch the game today?
Yeah, I have to watch my neighbor's NFL Sunday ticket. It's not your best plan, but you know what it is? My plan from Verizon. Switch now and they'll give you NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on them. This plan is amazing. Another amazing plan? Backing away from you very slowly.
Oh, it's Josh Allen.
Football season is here. Get an NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on us, a $449 value. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5, only on Verizon.
Lost Medicaid or CHIP coverage? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Prescriptions?
With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month.
What's the website again?
Healthcare.gov.
When you can save on Target's Good and Gather groceries and all the fall flavors. When quality ingredients bring more to the table. And when you're serving up taste they love at low prices, that's totally Target.
AT&T 5G clicker revealing a mental error by Alabama.
Yeah, you see right here, you have Keaton Crawford who's getting downfield. And what's interesting is Trey Amos at the top for Alabama saying, we need another defensive player out here. They only have 10 guys on the field. Crawford gets downfield because nobody's across from him. Bama with 10 guys, he ends up making that play to put him on their 1-yard line.
Chase McClellan, part of that running back rotation, the best all-around back in this team, and he just drives those legs and he picks up 9.
Well, that's one way to overcome a mental mistake by Bama. You give it to the big guy. Remember, they got a big offensive line in front of Jalen Milroe. 3 guys over 350 pounds pushing people around, and good, hard, tough running by McClellan there on that first play.
Ran for 2, threw for 3 in his debut. No Bama quarterback had ever done that in a game. Ended up the middle again, and McClellan Moves, chains, 2 plays. They pick up about 14. Galen Catalan with the tackle. Talk about the beef up front. There are 3 guys over 350 pounds. Both Proctor and Latham. The tackles go 360.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't see that even in the NFL. These are big guys. True freshmen, by the way, the left tackle, Proctor.
Milroe, clean pocket, flips it across the middle off the hands of Amari Niblack. The concern is in the middle. Seth McLaughlin is a mere 305 at center, going against big Travondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
Yeah, and I think that's the matchup we've all talked about all week is Bama's size up front against Texas. You would think, okay, Texas trying to get ready for the SEC. Do they have the manpower up front? And they do with Sweat, Murphy, Collins, Broughton. They rotate a number of guys to stay fresh in the inside.
2-back look, Waddell Williams joining McClellan. They flip it instead of the edge, and that's McClellan showing his versatility. Excellent pass receiver. And it's another first down.
Love to see this call. Love to see this call where you give him the option. And it shows you the athletic ability. Smart play by Tommy Reese to give him that shot, but he did miss Burton downfield. If he looked downfield, he saw a wide open. Burton got behind coverage and threw his hands in the air immediately out of frustration.
Burton over on the right now, checked by Terrence Brooks. And first down, Milroe eludes pressure, shows the speed, has space, and he's going to scoot for about 13. And a first down. He is so dangerous doing that.
Well, you bring pressure from the outside, you better keep contained, and there's the pressure to his right. Good job of breaking contain, and Texas has talked all week. We've got to keep him in the pocket. Make him play from the pocket. And right here, early in this game, you can see the athletic ability, what he can do if you lose contain there, even on the blitz, that time from Barron.
Back-to-back 12-yard gains. Milroe slings that out of bounds. Jason McClellan, kind of a nice tackle on the blitzer that you mentioned off the edge. May have gotten away with something. Helped his quarterback get free.
Could be.
You do what you can.
Really impressed. Talking to coaches, watching Milroe in that first game against Middle Tennessee. Tommy Reese comes in for Billy O'Brien, who's now back in the NFL with the Patriots, getting ready to call plays tomorrow. And everybody wondered what kind of offense it would be, who's going to win the quarterback job. It was actually a question coming out of spring, and going into camp, Milroe ends up winning it. Seems to have very good command of this offense.
Gets it out quickly, but makes a pick. It's intercepted. Janae Barron makes the kind of takeaway Texas needed and the kind of mistake that Saban was worried about with the inexperienced quarterback. Just didn't see it.
Yeah, and we talked about the command of the offense. It's one thing to have command of the offense. It's another thing to be able to read and recognize coverage. Great job of kind of baiting this throw. I think he's anticipating the coverage there with Barron was going to sink. See how he initially sinks, and then he comes off of it and steps right in front of Burton for that interception. So good job of disguising, good job of affecting the eyes of Milroe from pre-snap to post-snap by Texas secondary.
Barron, an unsung guy, the glue to the secondary. Makes the first big play of this game and sets up Ewers in the offense at the 30. Baxter makes a cut. Cannot believe he's a true freshman. You see him on the field, powerfully built lower body.
Yeah, I mean, 6'1", 218 out of Orlando. Went to Edgewater High School. Had a rib that hurt him last week. Kind of came down on the ball. It's good to see him back. But they you know, you lose an outstanding back, the top back in the country, and Bijan Robinson now with the Falcons, and you load back up with 4 guys that are outstanding. So they'll rotate a committee tonight.
Keelan Robinson and Jonathan Brooks flanking the quarterback. That's Worthy in motion. And they're running to the right again. Trying to physically challenge this Alabama front. It's right near the marker. Desmond Marshall, the transfer from Georgia, made the stop.
Fired up as Keelan Robinson to get his chances to touch the ball, and played at Alabama, of course. Transfers over to Texas, very familiar with that entire roster. He's a little guy, but that time he lowered his shoulders, 5'9", about 190 pounds, picks up that first down.
Texas in the red zone, another area they need to improve from a year ago. On the trick play, Adonai Mitchell Makes a cut and bangs downfield. Loses the ball. It came out at the end. And Jatavian Sanders, the tight end, falls on it to prevent a turnover.
I think Caleb Downs, the true freshman, knocked that ball out. He'll come in late. Malachi Moore right there. Actually, Moore ends up getting it. Downs hits him, but I think it was Malachi Moore's left hand that got on that football. Very fortunate for Texas. The big tight end Sanders there, aware, and jumps on top of it. Nice play there by the veteran, 13.
Better hold on to the ball tightly against this defense.
They attack the ball, yep.
2nd and 5. Baxter off the pump fake, has it on the edge. A big collision. There's going to be plenty of hitting tonight. Deontay Lawson, excellent linebacker, knocked him out about a yard and a half short of the marker.
Yeah, this is my kind of game. I love to watch backs that are going to lower their shoulder, linebackers and safeties that are coming up. Major collisions tonight.
One of those high-impact early plays. Texas settled for 3 too often. That's what cost them last year. Ewers scanning, batted up in the air, and a diving attempt incomplete. Worthy couldn't come back to it. Big Jaheim Oates got a hand on it, and a decision for Sarkisian. The offense is out there for now.
Well, they get a good push from the left side, and nice job of timing this up right there just to get his hand on it. Otis knocks that down. Sark's got another decision here on 4th down. And Xavier Worthy's his go-to guy. He's matched up one-on-one with Kool-Aid at the top up here.
Ewers on the move. Flips it short, catch made, 1st down converted. That's Sanders knocked out at the 5. The gamble pays off.
Yeah, recognize he's going to get man-to-man coverage. Uses Jordan Whittington, 13, almost set a screen. He was the inside receiver, works to the outside, and a good job because of that man beater. He's able to use him almost like a pick to get underneath him, affected the defender, made it an easy read and throw that time for Ewers. So remember that conversion there on 4th down.
Job still far from done. 1st and goal from the 5. Play action, Ewers slant and incomplete. Malachi Moore arrived to knock the ball loose. Jordan Whittington, the intended receiver.
And he's looking right here on an RPO. Find out if the freshman's going to come down. You see him come down. Once he comes down, that tells him, okay, let's pull it. Hit that slant right behind it. The ball just a little bit high to Whittington. Probably could have gone up, climbed the ladder, and come down with that ball. But good recognition there on the RPO by Ewers.
It's tough to beat Malachi Moore in a matchup down by the goal line. 2-back look, Robinson and Brooks. Hand up, and nowhere to run. Robinson stacked up right at the line. It's going to be 3rd and goal.
Boy, Chris Braswell, we always think about Alabama edge guys, and we think about what kind of pass rushers they are. This is what impresses me, 260 pounds. Watch him set the edge there. Gets his hands on that big offensive tackle, Christian Jones, and kind of holds the edge and pushes him back, forces that back into the inside where that defense is flowing.
There's a pause because Big Tim Smith, one of the defensive ends for the Crimson Tide, being looked at by the athletic trainers.
Introducing IHG One Rewards. 18 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations. One loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
Full-time fans, your devotion always delivers. And you deserve a reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Some people just know that's not gonna fit. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
That's not gonna fit.
What's that?
You need another 4 inches.
You work here?
No, I just saw you there and I thought I'd save you the trouble.
Nana. She's a human measuring tape, and she knows Allstate is the right fit for her.
It's not gonna fit. That's not gonna fit. What? Steve.
Some people just know.
Well played. Well played, my friend.
Those are the people who know you're in good hands with Allstate.
For all my life, I'll be devoted to you.
You don't have to be there to be there with AT&T 5G.
Have fun, sis.
Can't stop adding stuff to your cart? Get the Bank of America customized cash rewards card. Choose the online shopping category and earn 3% cash back.
A truck is a tool, but a ram is life. Yeah, it's the wipe the sweat off your brow sort of life. But it's also the let's load up the ATVs life. The my kids play way too many sports life. The let's find a secret spot to fish life. That looks nice. Innovations, comforts, and powertrains built to power all the lives you live. Ram.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts, 18 hotel brands, one loyalty program. Download the app. And in part by Allstate, proud sponsor of the Allstate Crossbar Classic.
Nick Saban's second national title, his first at Alabama. Marcel Darius, Texas fans don't want to see him. Fellow who knocked out Colt McCoy early. I think he had a big man touchdown in that game, too.
Sure did.
Ingram and company in the Rose Bowl. So Texas, Kurt, 3rd and goal from the 4. Is he still thinking, I got 2 plays to get in the end zone?
I don't really know why it would change, other than they have not. You and I were talking at the break. You get a first down, it's not like you're done here. You got to punch this thing in. Is what Alabama's defense takes pride in, is these goal line stands.
Ewers, long from the end zone, off the hands of Xavier Worthy, who had a touchdown. It was a beautiful throw, and now it's 4th down. Here comes the field goal team.
Just a great route. He's in motion before the snap. I think McKinstry thought he was going inside. He immediately puts his brakes on and goes back to the outside. You'll see him motioning. Now he comes back, caught him, really out-leveraged him, and had that chance.
Worthy, their best playmaker. That was potentially a 4-point play. Here comes Bert Auburn, who is a solid kicker, kicked what could have been the game winner if Bryce Young had driven Alabama down the field for the walk-off field goal. Bert Orange draws first blood, but they settle for 3 and close.
Finding Inner Flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep. Find your Inner Flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Our oldest son, Stephen, had been stationed in the Marine Corps. He came home on a visit.
We hadn't seen him for so long.
Stephen said, I haven't had a Chick-fil-A sandwich in over 3 years.
It was late at night.
We were closing, and the phone rings. Stephen explains his situation, and I told him to come inside, and we were going to get him whatever he would like.
Stephen gobbled up that sandwich in like 2 bites. It's been a while since we've seen him.
We miss him.
We brought a care package for Steve.
I'll take that.
Oh, my goodness.
On a heartbreaking Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
So this is goodbye?
Tech's moving to a new conference.
So we're not rivals anymore? What about our history?
This realignment's bigger than us both, but here, I got you something to remember me by.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar?
0. Like the odds of you making the playoff. Gotta go.
I'll always hate you in your overrated school.
I'll hate yours too.
We're still gonna out-recruit you.
We have higher academic standards.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Those new tiles are falling right into place until you run out of, what are those called again? Oh, right. The Home Depot app is made for doing that doesn't miss a beat. So you can find what you need fast and keep things moving in the right direction. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our costs for shipping were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Matt Berry in our college football studio with our Chick-fil-A move on the field, and Tyler Van Dyke, 5 touchdowns on the day. This one to Jacoby George. 50% great move by George, 50% awful tackling by Texas A&M. They're getting routed in Miami.
That's a sweet one for Cristobal. Needed a big win. Canes will be ranked now, I think.
Yeah, that was a huge game. Of all the games this weekend outside of this one, both teams were 5-7 a year ago. Somebody needed that to kind of create some momentum, and the other team, in this case A&M, back to the drawing board.
Fair catch by Kendrick Law, so the Crimson Tide will take over. Ridiculous how many skill position players Bama has sent to the NFL in recent drafts, but Kirk, what's noteworthy is the quarterback position. That's what's been different lately. The last 4 all starting in the NFL. People criticized the Eagles when they took Hurts in the 2nd round. 2, of course, Mac Jones and Bryce Young, the #1 overall pick.
Yeah, and now it's Jalen Milroe. Like you said in the open, I mean, that position has changed drastically, just like the offensive style changed when Lane Kiffin came in. Mike Locksley, Sark, that position became a position where they went all over the country to find the top quarterbacks, and it's paid off for them, and we'll see how #4 can do.
Milroe, Texan. Katy, Texas is near Houston, so extra motivation tonight. Got to bounce back from that first pick, though. And he's got a keeper on the edge, makes a nice cut. Ooh, is very close to break even. Shoestring tackle there by Ethan or Burke, I should say.
Yeah, this is a great read. Here's read 91. 91 collapses. Very easy for him to pull that, but it was that second level quick move. Shows you the instincts that he has right there, being able to avoid Catalan coming up quickly from that safety spot.
Handed off McClellan, so McClellan bangs forward, still running. He's running hard tonight into Texas territory at the 49.
Well, we wondered who would win this battle. Look at this double team right here. Watch it work and try to move out Big Sweat. 360 pounds. Good job of holding him there, and then some tough running to be able to run through those arm tackles.
David Bendu just bounced off McClellan. He's got it again, picks his way with patience, and it's going to be wrestled down. Tackle made from behind there by Jalen Ford. So they probably had a conversation, Reese and Moses. Calm down, shake it up, and then go to the running game right away, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And what can you say about Chase McClellan? Because the running back spot, sometimes you see a guy come in right away like a Mark Ingram who plays early. Other times you see a B-Rob. Brian Robinson had to kind of sit around, wait his turn to become the guy. Josh Jacobs had to kind of wait around a little bit. And I think McClellan and also Roydell Williams have been that kind of guy.
Williams has the ball now. He slides forward for about 7. They like the running back group. You're right. None of them are super heralded coming in. McClellan ran for 651 a year ago.
Yeah, but I think you really appreciate how they persevered through sitting back. A lot of times in this transfer portal era, the guys leave. These guys waited their turn to become the guy, and they've got some very talented young guys, Justice Haynes and also Jam Miller, that'll get some looks tonight too. Deep room.
3rd and 4. And they hand off, trying to run for it. That time, Texas front swarms on Williams, and now it's Saban with a chance to make a decision. They need 3 on 4th down.
That's 5 plays after that interception and 5 run plays. by Nick Saban and Tommy Rees. And productive. Now we'll see what happens here on 4th and 3. It looks like they're going to go empty.
Early chance for Texas defense to keep building the Longhorns' momentum if they can get off the field here. They come after Milroe. Gets it out. And the catch is made. Going up and grabbing it is Malik Benson using those long arms. And it's a first down.
But you had a mesh concept right here. But I'll tell you what, I don't know who he's throwing to. I will say it's the junior college transfer Benson who climbs the ladder. But he also had Burton in there too.
Moving quick. And flipping it short to Amari Niblack, and the tight end is going to be knocked down after about a 4-yard gain. Give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yeah, I will. It's first throw in this series to be able to pick up that conversion, and then they go back to working the edges. Run up the middle, work the edge. Texas trying to get rotate some fresh bodies on this field.
And Bama running some tempo here. McClellan has a crease, and he's going to be knocked down, but not before they move the chains again inside the 25. Catalan stopped him.
McLaughlin to center. Love how he turns his body to the left. Watch him turn that Texas defender, Murphy, and opens up a nice hole. Also the right guard, Darian Dalcourt. Very nice job by this offensive line. They knew the challenge. They heard about it all week. Texas is big. They're deep. They're strong. Are we going to be okay up front? They've taken that challenge personally.
McClellan again. And this time runs into a swarm of Longhorns who got him right at the line of scrimmage. Final minute of a quickly paced first quarter.
Better job up front, forced him outside. The whole goal of this defense, much like Alabama's, is those big guys want to eat up offensive linemen and free up Jalen Ford and Jet Bush and the rest of these backers, Benda, to be able to get downhill and make plays. But when things are controlled up front, it's tough for those backers to get down where they can affect the run game.
Milroe launching to the end zone, broken up beautifully. Ryan Watts, excellent cover corner, Ohio State transfer, denying Brooks a touchdown.
And watch the eyes the entire way. Doesn't bite on that at all. Perfect technique there by Watts. In position, a veteran guy. Started all last year with that length. Keep in mind, he's 6'3" as a corner. With that length, he almost came up with an interception, but really impressed by the eyes looking back at the quarterback.
Watts' motivation, he let Bryce Young get away on the scramble last year that set up the game-winning field goal. I'd love to atone tonight. Nice play there. Milroe backpedaling and flips it at the last minute, incomplete. Roydell Williams had worked free down the sidelines, and that will be the final play of the first quarter, and it's 4th and 10. So the Crimson Tide figure to send out the field goal team to begin the second 15 minutes. The visitors from Austin on top, 3-zip. Back after these messages, you're watching ESPN College Football Primetime.
Who's this? This is Alf. We have to help him.
Our mission is to find the weapon designated Alpha O. You are authorized to kill on site.
They're coming to get me.
I'm your personal escort, okay? I'm like a bodyguard.
You have to protect her.
I'll do anything to keep us safe.
The Creator, rated PG-13, only in theaters September 29th. Get tickets now.
There you go! That's what I'm talking about!
Is this your plan to watch the game today? Yeah, I have to watch my neighbor's NFL Sunday ticket. It's not your best plan. But you know what it is? My plan from Verizon. Switch now and they'll give you NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on them. This plan is amazing. Another amazing plan? Backing away from here very slowly.
Football season is here. Get NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on us. A $449 value. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5. Only on Verizon.
Patrick, Jake from State Farm, explain this bundling thing again.
All right, Coach Reed. Let's say these fries are your car, right?
And
this burger is your home.
Okay.
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thursday Night Football on Prime. It's on.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football. Now watch this long for First Street.
Thursday Night Football returns as the Minnesota Vikings take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Stream Thursday Night Football only on Prime.
Nissan has a car for everyone.
Every driver who wants more.
More turbo.
More freedom.
More electric.
At Nissan, more is all we do.
It's not like the good old days.
It's not like the good old days.
It's not like the good,
It's not like the good old days.
Stop parroting everything. Instead, drink a Red Bull and think for yourself.
Since when do you dictate what we do?
Exactly. You're not the boss of us. Power to the people.
Oh, well. Individuality often complicates things.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For the love of football, for the love of La Liga. Glad you're with us. ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts. This presentation of the SEC on ESPN. All-State Crossbar Classic. First play of the second quarter, field goal attempt by the veteran Will Riker. Came back for his 5th season to improve his leg strength and his draft prospects. He's that kind of a Sunday kicker. Very reliable, kicked the game winner in Austin. 10 seconds to go a year ago from 33. This is from 42 to tie the score. Yeah, gets it up very quickly and hits it at the top of the net from 43. Two really good kickers could play a huge role in this one tonight. Tying Kirk drove it 51 yards in a methodical 12 plays and settled for 3.
Good job by Texas defense. They were giving up some yards there, but they were able to get them off the field and force that field goal.
What a scene. Good, you're providing the aerial coverage, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear, more driven. Right down the street with game day this morning.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah,
scene here.
What a scene. Denny Hall's great backdrop. Love this scene anytime you come in here for a big game. Where that drive started, I think these Alabama fans were loving seeing, again, going back to that, what style of offense will Bama run this year? They've been such a spread team with the quarterbacks we just showed on that graphic. And with Milroe, it's going to be a different game. Some zone reads, some QB run stuff. Still can spread you out, but as you saw on that drive, they can now really pound that line of scrimmage and rely on the stable of backs to get behind that big line.
Yeah, a lot of places script the fans. Throw the ball. We want to see excitement. Big plays. What excites him here? Smash mouth, right? Just right away, pound it on the ground. That's the DNA of Alabama. Here comes Quinn Ewers, who's had a lot of different looks. There's been a lot of focus on the hair, and also let's focus on the scale. He was 205. Texas dropped down to actually up to 207, up to 218, kept gaining weight, and then this year a real commitment to his diet. Dropped down to 195, feels more athletic, feels more comfortable running the ball.
Yeah, and I just think talking to him this week, he's just kind of got his life in order off the field, you know, his priorities. His faith means a lot to him, and I think it just kind of got his life in order in every other aspect. You know, it's a guy you pull for. Been through a lot in Austin these couple of years.
Downfield shot launched for Worthy, and it's incomplete. Tracking over was Caleb Downs, the safety.
Well, they have been running the football. They've been throwing a lot of quick throws. This time they rely on that offensive line to be able to hold up there. Gave him a great pocket, and they're trying to hope that the safety, the freshman Downs, might be getting his nose up there thinking about a quick pass or a run. He showed some good discipline getting back there to be in position. If that ball was accurately thrown, he could have been able to come up with that pick.
Such an off-season emphasis. It was not as strength of Ewers a year ago throwing the deep ball. 0 for 7 from beyond 20 yards against Rice. And it's tough to move the ball against defenses like this if you can't make them respect the downfield threat, stretch the field. Short gain, and now a 3rd and long.
And again, Alabama's style forever, since Nick Saban's been the head coach, is keeping 2 safeties back. And they rely on their 3-4, 3 down linemen and 4 linebackers to stop the run. If you can't make one of those safeties have to come down because you're running the ball on them, and they can stop the run with 2 safeties back, you're going to have a long night.
3rd and 7, typically no fun for opposing offenses. A rush 4. Ewers has time, flips it, completes it, and a 1st down. Jordan Whittington made the catch, absorbed a hit, and moves the sticks.
Really good route, but nice job with the pocket presence. Here's your route right here, but watch how Ewers kind of navigates the pocket. Doesn't panic, works it, keeps his eyes downfield. Outstanding route there on 3rd down, but let's give that offensive line, that veteran group, tip of the cap for holding up on 3rd down.
And Worthy, it's a backwards pass. He can throw it. Launching downfield. Contested ball. Is there a flag? Yes. Terrion Arnold was defending. Adonai Mitchell just grabbed the jersey.
Yeah, he grabbed it on that shoulder pad, on the top of the shoulder pad, grabbed the hold of that jersey. We all know that Mitchell, with his experience at Georgia, he can get downfield in a hurry at 6'4".
Pass interference. Defense, number 3. It's a 15-yard penalty. It is 1st down.
Such a focus on penalties for Alabama a year ago. 15 in the escape at Austin, most in the Saban era.
Yeah, lateral so he can throw this ball. And if you look close, you'll see, without a doubt, Arnold started to feel threatened. He does a good job right there. He grabs onto that jersey, and he does it again. And again, he held on to that for about 10 or 15 yards.
I said that because that's probably what you're coached to do, right? It's going to be a touchdown, he believes, if he didn't grab the jersey.
He might have had his eyes starting to peek at Worthy, thinking about that quick throw to him. Got out of position just by about a half step.
So Texas back in Bama territory. Ewers from the pocket. Now he'll loft one downfield. A ton of air. Running underneath it. Worthy's got it for a touchdown. The deep shot this offense has been seeking desperately. They strike from 44.
What a throw by Ewers. And a great read. He's looking right here to read the safety key. And if he bites up on this underneath route, he's going to take a shot. You can see how he feels. Okay, I got him where I want him. Let's put him up in the air, one-on-one against a freshman. And he goes to one of the top receivers in the country, Worthy, for a huge play for the Horns here early.
You can see what it means. Not just a touchdown, but a deep shot. Ask Sarkisian, what would it mean for Ewers to connect on one of the first couple deep shots you throw? Because they tested Alabama a lot a year ago, just not very successfully. He just smiles and says, it'd be a good thing. My quarterback hit one of those early.
Well, Sark kind of baiting Alabama in the first quarter. Quick, a lot of up-tempo, quick throws, run game, ball out of the hands quick. But 3 times on this possession, they took those shots downfield, and they finally hit one.
Bert Auburn still perfect in PATs for his career. So Quinn Ewers lofting a deep. Worthy runs underneath, and Texas is on top by 10. Early second in T-Town.
Officially, it's a fridge full of beer. Unofficially, it's free AC. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
I'm tight on our budget. Tight on something.
You've kind of saved the day.
When a house needs a facelift,
Every surface in this house is going to have to be touched.
a plan to get it sold,
Let's go take down a wall.
and the money to get it all done.
Design away, but stay in that budget.
It needs Leslie and Lindsay.
It is so light in here now.
Yeah.
We are so stinking happy.
Good job.
Unsellable Houses. Season premiere Sunday at 8 on HGTV.
You like that bone? I got a great price on it.
Did you see my tail when that Chewy box showed up?
Oh, I saw it.
My tail goes bonkers for treats at great prices. Sorry about the vase.
Save more on what they love with everyday great prices at Chewy.
Rated M for mature.
Tomorrow, the U.S. Open Men's Championship. 23-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic takes aim at the record books as he battles Daniil Medvedev. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. And from where we sit, the future still feels good. Save up to $300 and revamp your workspace during X-Chair's Labor Day sale. Ends September 12th.
You're watching the Allstate Crossbar Classic.
Don't forget that Texas 3rd and 7 conversion to Whittington early in the drive. Then the double pass draws the pass interference. The 44-yard strike to Xavier Worthy. Stone to boot it away. And pretty throw.
This is beautiful. And again, good protection. But watch how high. This is a moon shot. Hopefully Russell Wilson somewhere is watching this, because that's how he throws it. Way up in the air to give your receiver a chance to adjust as a progressive pylon cam to show you that beautiful catch. And how about Worthy? Drops the ball earlier for a touchdown, and a great player bounces back and makes a great play here for Texas's offense. I tell you, Ewers looks different than he did last year.
Literally, but also
not just literally. Just the poise in the pocket, that third down throw, moving around, navigating his way, not panicking.
They won't panic at Alabama, but this is a challenge for Milroe. They go back to the ground here. Roydell Williams hammers straight ahead. Texas has got to be honed in on that right now.
And Bryce Young's not here, right? So this is where we're right in front of our eyes. We are going to learn about the Alabama team in 2023. Down 10-3. How do you respond to adversity? Bryce Young saved this team last year in this game, especially in the fourth quarter, and he did it so many times. Anxious to see how this team, not Bryce Young, the team responds.
Milroe flips it to McClellan, who motioned out wide and just dropped the ball. Had a lot of space. Looked his eyes on Dave Barron.
Yeah, he looked up at Barron. He started to think about what he was going to do before he's able to watch his head. I mean, he literally just right there starts to peek, thinking about, let me make a move here to get around it.
Tide yet to convert. 0 for 2 on third. Need 5 here. Milroe scrambling, thinking about running. Now flips it over the middle, and it's caught at the 40 in heavy traffic. Jermaine Burton came down with a tough catch to keep the drive going.
Yeah, they sneak out the back out of the backfield, but Texas is playing zone. Williams is covered by the corner, so Milroe has to come off of him, and this is where he can create, and he makes a heck of a throw.
Playing quick after the first down, plowing ahead is Williams, stopped by big Byron Murphy.
You know, a lot of times you'll see Milroe scramble to run. That time on third down, a great job of scrambling, eyes downfield, and then finds Burton for that first down. Asking the Alabama players, we were talking to Kool-Aid yesterday, how fast is he? I mean, is he top 10 on the team fast? Hey, no. Top 3 fast on this team. He can go.
They bring pressure. He's flushed. Milroe on the edge. Pump fake. Still alive, and now just steps out of bounds after a short gain. Pursued there by Barron.
And it gives you an idea of what he can do off of that play action look. I mean, there's good pressure that time by Sorrell, but he gets around him and then has another defender in Barron to deal with.
Third down, Kirk. Interesting to see how Kwiatkowski approaches this. Have to be aware of the scramble. How aggressive can they get? Walking the man up. And they do bring some pressure. And they'll get him back at the 32. David Benda, who's had a little bit of a rough start to this game, makes a big play, and Texas gets a stop.
But Milroe is used to being able to buy time with his legs. This time, look at both the linebackers. Benda ends up coming. Look how he goes down. Pretty good block and a good pickup by McClellan. But the effort, watch 33, he's down on the ground. Gets up, decides to finish the play with that motor, and comes up with a big sack.
Wow. How often do you see a dude knock to the ground, get up and make the sack? Worthy just got the touchdown, drifts back to receive the punt, but it's going to bounce near the sideline and now back in the field and works out very well for the Tide. So James Burnham does his job and Texas will be backed up a touchdown here.
Welcome to Sabrina's Laws of the Game. Pay attention, you might learn something. Law 1, be a student of the game. Law 2, practice. Law 3, see everything. Law 4, use doubt to your advantage.
When I was a kid, I used to play grown men for Slurpee money. Now, I got my face on a Slurpee cup.
Law 5, Hoopers stay hungry.
A triple-double record and a triple-double sandwich.
Law 6, pull all the strings. Law 7, make them proud. Law 26, call your shot. 48, 53, 67, make 48, come in clutch. Learn everything, earn everything.
I'm the team mascot, and boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Ow, what a hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to cover that might tank your season. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Woo!
Since I was really young, whether it was basketball, football, track, I've always been one of the most athletic ones on my team, so I had a lot of faith in myself. But in my second year in the league, having drops and things like that can mess with a young kid's confidence. I realized natural talent is not enough. It's always work ethic. Once I really understood that, I never looked back.
That looks really high.
It is high.
Whenever you're ready. Are there any sticks? Nope. You sure? Here we go.
It's time to push your limits.
You're doing great.
Whoa, is that a buffalo?
Wait, that's a cow.
The all-new Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. Adventure on the edge.
ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts, is brought to you by Allstate, proud sponsor of the Allstate Crossbar Classic, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's.
Good buddies Dale Royal and Paul Bryant. Goal line stand for the Horns. None of the Orange Bowl stopping Joe Namath. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey here. There's David Cutcliffe. He's a special assistant coach. Good to see him. And buddy Matthew McConaughey, the Minister of Culture in Texas. Bama's got a bunch of stars here. A.J. McCarron, Jameer Gibbs.
Big night the other night. Upset the Chiefs. What a great career he had, not only in Alabama, but in the NFL. Dante Hightower.
He's got that feeling. Everybody wants to be here tonight. Glad you're with us. Texas from the 7, up 7. The delay, Baxter just wrestled to the ground.
Flag there.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 92. 15-yard penalty.
Boyd being reached up with it, big arm, and dragged the freshman down.
Yeah, he sure did. Just trying to chase the ball, but that left hand gets up high and brings Chris, that freshman down. And Texas, after horrific field position, Bama got exactly what they needed with that great punt. But now that 15-yard penalty gets them outside the 20.
Bama fans thinking, oh no, not penalties again. Very nearly cost them that win a year ago. Jaden Blue's in the backfield. He's got the ball on the edge, gets a block, and is knocked down out near the 30 after 8 by Marshall.
So you see Baxter, the freshman. Brooks is going to have a chance to come in there. We've already seen Kalen Robinson. Now you get a look at Jaden Blue, like we said, with Bijan Robinson out. Bijan Robinson off to the NFL. Now have 4 backs trying to replace he and Roshan Johnson.
Blue again. Swarm. No game. Third down is a big story so far. Texas will need 4 this time. Sanders, Worthy, stacked to the right. Ewers looking that direction. Hit as he throws, but it's complete across the middle. And it is big Jatavian Sanders making an impact here in the first half. First down to the 45.
Bama, a mistake here. You bring pressure, but because of this formation, I don't know if there's a look in the middle. Look at Xavier Worthy's wide open. You got 2 Texas receivers wide open and a bust in coverage there in the middle.
Playing quickly. Worthy on the edge. Has a couple blocks. Stutter step. Bursts through a crease. They are moving the sticks in a hurry inside the 40.
Good blocks downfield by the receivers. Winnington and Mitchell. Ball gets out quick. Helmet on a helmet. Good speed there in space.
Worthy again. Got a play caller and a quarterback in rhythm right now.
Yeah, and Sark, he and Lane Kiffin, from the time they left USC, they'll go right, like you see in the NFL. If they like a play, they'll go right back that very next play. It's not like, okay, we'll come back 2 or 3 series later. They hit it that next play until you're going to make adjustments. It's like Braswell coming off the field. Wonder if fatigue starts to set in for Alabama.
That's the idea behind what Sark is trying to do. And they fake it. Worthy on the end around. Cuts underneath. Thought he might take it wide. Terrion Arnold brought him down to prevent a big gain. It'll be 3rd down.
Wow. Watch this. Watch Sanders 0 go back. Now he's going to go the other way. Look at these offensive linemen. They got nobody to block downfield. Nobody there. What a play there by Arnold.
Safety, huge play, maybe a touchdown.
Yeah, he had a convoy.
And Worthy's in the backfield to the right of Ewers on this 3rd. 4 different look. They fling it to him. Creative ways to get number 1 the ball, who bounces off 2 men, gets a first down to the 22. Shows the toughness as well as the speed.
It shows the toughness, but really, really bad technique here by Arnold coming up in corner and Key. They just try to use their shoulder pads, just try to hit him. Nick Saban wants to see you wrap up there. Kevin Steele wants to see you wrap up.
Playing fast again. Brooks a swing pass. Feels like easy money on the edge now. They get 5 more.
They're going back to where they were earlier in this game. Up tempo, ball out of the hands quickly. You talked about the rhythm with Sark and Ewers. Ewers playing with tremendous poise. Even though they're going a lot faster, his feet are under control, his eyes are under control, and he's in rhythm.
10th play of this high-tempo drive. Baxter tries to bounce it. Patience and enough strength to get a few and be 3rd and short this time.
This Texas offensive line, with this tempo, they're the beneficiaries at the line of scrimmage. They're going to go quick here. See if Bama gets lined up.
Couldn't get fresh bodies in there, could they? Because of that tempo, Baxter just powers and muscles for another first down to the 13.
Bama not even getting to, you can see they're frustrated. They want to get the call in. There's some miscommunication right now with Alabama just trying to get the call in. You can see that defense frustrated. They didn't get lined up. Look at the defensive line. You got open gaps there. Good job by the freshman bouncing around and a good push up front.
They're still looking around making signals to each other. Cleats in the grass, what they like to say. They're not really ready. On the edge, catch made by Whittington, and he's going to be tackled. Now back in the red zone, Kirk, and another one of those critical series here as Texas would love to stretch this to a 2-touchdown lead with halftime approaching if they can.
12th play of this drive for Stark. A lot of it has been tempo. Bama now trying to adjust, trying to get some fresh bodies on the field. That was a tired defense. Even Texas, look at their offensive linemen. It's a test of willpowers here.
Temps in the low 80s tonight. Be a factor as we grind on here. A lot of traffic in the backfield. Ewers flips it, and it's broken up beautifully. Kool-Aid McKinstry came flying across to prevent what looked like a touchdown.
Boy, outstanding poise here by McKinstry because he sat back, read the quarterback's eyes. They tried to troll the entire Alabama defense to the offense's right. He stayed home, recognized the back Brooks slipping out. Almost a touchdown, but good discipline there by Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Certainly catchable, but McKinstry's speed made it a trickier proposition. 3rd and 10. Pressure. Ewers escapes, makes a move, and will stumble forward. Will be stopped at the 10. Deontay Lawson knocked him down. The Tide didn't get a stop, and here comes the field goal team.
Yeah, they're going to bring pressure right here. Kind of rolling the dice, getting aggressive, trying to be able to affect the timing. Ewers thinking we saw him scramble for a first down earlier on a big 3rd down play. This time takes off, but they're able to rally to the football with eyes on the quarterback.
So Auburn kicking against Alabama somehow feels appropriate. Good from 22 earlier, this from 29. And he is still perfect in the night. So Texas, a grinding 14-play, 82-yard drive, almost 6.5 minutes, leading by 10.
Ray Magliocci here from Union Parts. eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
They're small.
Just go to eBay Motors where the check means a guaranteed fit. Let's ride.
This season we have more pressure than I ever would have imagined. If we do not get promoted, we are in trouble.
This year is the year.
Yeah, you can just feel now there's stakes here.
We're all in physically, all in financially, and all in emotionally.
Burden isn't just that promotion. It's not ever letting down this community.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres Tuesday at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Shelves. Shelves smart enough to see. Sense. React. Restock. So Caramel Swirl is always there for the taking.
So yeah, USAA, they always have my back.
USAA? You were in the military?
Oh no, I wasn't, but my grandpa was. He joined USAA, passed membership to my mom, then to me.
There's other ways to get in?
Yeah. My neighbor Ron, he's in because his wife served. Even little Luna, when she's born, her dad served.
So all this time I could have had USAA insurance.
And banking.
Where's my phone?
Over there.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Did we just get hustled? There's no way they were 70.
Interesting.
It's both an electric and a gas cut. Yeah. Quite the paradox. So JJ's for lunch?
Electric for short trips, gas for long. It really is both. The first ever Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
You want to be like me? Well, you can't, because there's only one brand. But you can recover like me. Almost everything. They can help you recover from exercise to keep you proud. You want to stay proud, right?
With college football on ESPN Plus, you get the best teams and the biggest conferences, and so much college football action from across the country. So sign up now at ESPNplus.com.
UFC 293. Buy it on ESPNplus.com/PPV.
Light show, music pound, trying to get the folks going here. Goodyear providing the aerial coverage. Road tested and game ready. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear, more driven. You know you're ready for this. Opener of Monday Night Football. Have you heard about the new quarterback for the Jets? Aaron Rodgers against the Bills. Joe Troy and the gang at 8 Eastern.
You heard of Josh Allen?
I have heard of him.
It's going to be a great game. That is a great way to kick it off.
New look countdown. Is it 6 Eastern? Well, here's the report card for Jalen Milroe. Take a break and he'll go back to work. 33 yards passing so far and an interception.
Hey, I'm Elizabeth, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is the collab of flavors, the sweet honey, the pickled jalapeno peppers, and the creamy pimento cheese. It is a perfect bite.
Hey y'all, this is Ronte, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is the richness of the pimento cheese. When I took the first bite, I was like, go, go, go cheese, go pimento, go honey, go chicken, go get it.
Okay, cut it. Ray Maillard here. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. Let's say you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Being an NFL fan is the greatest. Unless your home team doesn't match your hometown. Because it's hard for dolphins to survive in the desert. And eagles don't tend to nest with giants. But with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube, you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games. So no matter where you live, it'll feel a little more like home. At least on Sundays. NFL Sunday Ticket, only on YouTube and YouTube TV. Last chance to save $50.
Got this. Gobble, gobble. I've seen bigger legs on a turkey. Rude. Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech. Like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day 1989.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pants.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new three-row Mazda CX-90.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration levels. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
So I wanted to go to Dave & Buster's for sports and $5 bites. But I had to visit Gam Gam, so I made a trade.
Trade for $5 bites at Dave & Buster's. You know you want to.
I'm Matt Derry, coming up in the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. What a day of college football we have. Colorado, a Shador thing at home. We'll have highlights of that. Plus, Aggies agony in South Beach, and Notre Dame, plenty of Hartman again today. Dan Mullen, Joey Galloway join me coming up on the Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
Matt, thank you. I watched it, but I'll stick around for the Buffalo's highlights again at halftime.
They look
those again.
Yeah, they look great.
Okay, 4:05 before halftime. Can Milroe get something going with the pass game? Instead, he takes off quickly. This is what he does best. Makes a cut and quickly sprints for 20 yards.
That's a design draw here for the quarterback. He loves to run. Tommy Rees told us yesterday, this is still what he loves. Spread out a defense, get these linebackers in space, see the center, see the back leading them. That's a quarterback draw by design. Great call there by Tommy Rees. That thing opened up, puts a lot of pressure, not only with the center out in front there, McLaughlin, but what speed by this quarterback, Milroe.
So more yards rushing than passing for Jalen so far. Hands it off. McClellan simply cannot get the edge. Good pursuit out there. It was a nice play by Catalan.
Yeah, boy, Catalan, the transfer from Arkansas, built a reputation as one of the more physical linebacker or safeties in college football when he was at Arkansas and had the ACL last year. He sits out. Texas fans are going to fall in love with his energy and his aggressive nature. You saw that right there and how quickly he came up.
Plays with a lot of passion. A little bit reckless at times, but in a good way. Pressure. Milroe backpedals and just has to throw it away. Aaron Sorrell came after him. He's been a force.
Good job of bringing pressure from the left and winning battles one-on-one. You see right here, eventually that's going to force him out. But watch these big defensive linemen win some one-on-one opportunities. Sorrell just beats his man, the freshman, Caden Proctor, on that left side.
Some big, fresh bodies of the Longhorns trot out there for this 3rd and 11. They've got tremendous depth up front. What a luxury to have in college football these days. Walk up some pressure, show it, and then bail. Milroe sets up, scanning, thinks about taking off, and will be knocked down well short of the marker. Good coverage. Didn't see anything he liked. Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker, was there to help clean it up.
Yeah, they're just going to spy with him here. That's the freshman. And I thought he might get lost here. You can see him. He's staring. He knows about the speed. Overcommits. I thought he might be in trouble, but his speed, and he gets help there from another defensive back, Ryan Watts. They get Bama, who's trying to put any kind of points up on the board here before the half. They get him off the field.
Is that speed making up for less than perfect instincts in that play?
Yeah, he overcommitted. I thought he lost contain, and I think it was an opportunity for Milroe, but Milroe wanted to throw that football, kind of stayed behind the line.
Spy, a very important job for any opponent of Alabama this year, the way Milroe can run. But in the end, it ends up in a punt, and they pin Texas back deep yet again. They've done that piece pretty well. 1:58 before halftime. Quick word now from Verbo.
A place to reunite with your actual family of 5 and your chosen family of 105,213. Verb. Football away, baby.
Kirk, what do they do here? It's been a great rhythm for viewers. They've got some time. They got 3 timeouts, but they're also pinned back.
Yeah, I think it depends on how these first few plays go. I mean, remember, they were pinned back on that last drive, and they moved the ball right down the field with a lot of tempo and an aggressive attack. It surprised me if they don't do that with 2 minutes to go in those timeouts.
Baxter will be wrestled down after a very short gain. And Deontay Lawson has done a good first half.
Goes out of bounds there.
Inside 2 minutes.
Chris, I think with this 13-3 lead being pinned back inside there, like I said, I think how these first couple plays go are going to impact what Sark's going to do. I don't know if he's necessarily thrilled that that ball went out of bounds.
Well, he's preached being aggressive. Used to be really aggressive. They attack. They got a bunch of dudes in the backfield, and now Sanders motions out. 2-back look. Ewers back to throw, flips it across the middle, and it's incomplete. Low throw. Sanders couldn't get out for it. And now the clock stops again. It's 3rd and 9.
Good job by getting pressure. Only rushed 3. Had a late rusher there at the end, but he was off balance. One of the few times we've seen Ewers off balance trying to throw a football, and I think it impacted his accuracy there. If you're an Alabama fan, this is big. You got 3 timeouts. You got him at the 10-yard line. If this defense ever wants to step up, make a play, it's right here with 1:48 to go before the half.
Fake it, and a high throw. Worthy couldn't come out, so that one just got out of the hands of Ewers. Malachi Moore was in the area. It's a quick 3 and out. They use almost no time. And Sarkisian will give the football back to Alabama with plenty of time before the break.
Yeah, it shows you the confidence that he has in Ewers. Good pressure there. Even though you don't come up with a sack, you can affect the accuracy. You come in low to a quarterback, you can almost see him starting to get down to protect himself as he was throwing that football. So the pressure impacts him on those last 2 plays.
Kool-Aid McKinstry drifts back. He's at his 45. Sanborn boots it away. That's a heck of a punt. Drives him all the way back to the 34. Coverage guys give him chase, and McKinstry will just get down. That was a tremendous clutch punt by Sanborn. There is a flag way back inside the 5. A 56-yard boot under pressure. That's how to win over your new teammates. See what the flag is about.
Holding on the Katy team, number 13. That penalty is enforced from the end of the kick. First down. From the end of the run.
Have to add some yardage on after the kick. Holly?
Well, guys, after that missed opportunity from Quinn Ewers to get that first down, he came to the sideline and Sark just greeted him and said, hey, calm down, set your feet, set your feet. You saw that ball sail high. He wants his quarterback to get those feet in the right position so he's the best chance to be accurate on those throws.
Yeah, that was the only time we've seen him on that second down where his feet weren't settled. Jordan Whittington, at the snap of the ball, when Alabama was getting pressure, he tackled an Alabama defender before he could get in to pressure him. I'm surprised they're not going to breathe. This is a big punt. This is not necessarily, oh, you're going to get field position tapped on after.
Yeah, you know, they'll have the penalty yardage at the end, but it's still a hell of a punt to push them back.
That was big.
Years ago, you had to take the penalty and go back and do it or decline it. Now they allow you to tack that on.
They get a few yards back here.
From the 38, minute 34, and all 3 timeouts. Flips across the middle, and catch is made by Kobe Prentice, his first tonight. Clock still moving.
Well, here's the look right here to the right. Pretty good tackle. Put that receiver Whittington on defense.
She lost a yard.
Minute 9
running. They didn't spend the time out there. That's just 3-man rush, and they still harass Miller, who somehow escapes and will just sprint to the sidelines. Murphy had him in his grasp, couldn't control him, but it'll be 3rd down.
I'm surprised. They're only rushing 3, and they're able to get by with quickness that time. Miller, with his strength and speed, is able to get some yards. But right now, this passing game, if you're Texas, does not feel like a threat at all. Downfield, nothing. Allowing them to put a lot of their coverage short and intermediate.
Across the middle. Catch made. Prentice still loose. Kobe Prentice will be dragged down, but a huge play down to the 31. Alabama's first big spark on offense tonight.
Yeah, this time Crawford ends up getting surprised. Safeties get to the outside and opens it up to the middle. Ball's got to be thrown on a line. And Crawford just unable to have awareness there to locate the football.
28 yards on 3rd and 8. Milroe escapes again. Man completely open is Prentice. They've forgotten about him. Makes a man miss and knocked down inside the 20.
The athletic ability to keep these plays alive, but it starts to be a little bit of improvising, almost backyard football. Great job of locating that open man.
Is this Olay?
Yeah, not only the first down, but great job of working inside and then back outside to get out of bounds and stop the clock.
So that big play on 3rd and long has suddenly ignited this Bama passing game. Out of the backfield, that's Williams, who fell down. Certainly they'll spend one of the timeouts now. Yeah, got all 3 of them. 24 seconds. It'll be 2nd and 4.
Sees Watts, the blitz. Good job of recognizing that. Gets it around Watts, who's on the blitz, and gets it out quickly there to Roydell Williams. If he's able to put that on the money, He's probably going to walk into the end zone. There was nobody out there on him.
This game, not unlike last year's game. Texas had some opportunities to build a lead. They were up 3, could have been more tonight. The strike was from 44 yards for the touchdown, but in their 2 red zone trips had to settle for field goals.
That's really the first time I think Texas felt threatened on that 3rd down. They've been able to get a push without blitzing a lot. They've been slanting, moving some people, but that's been able to allow them to win the line of scrimmage, so they haven't felt threatened other than trying to contain Milroe with his creativity, but the pass game's not been a factor at all until that 3rd down conversion.
Can Alabama punch it in? Cut the lead to 3. McClellan goes in motion. Milroe looks that way, now picks it up, and he'll be tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Ethan Burks had a good first half.
What a job he does here. Remember, he's going up against a freshman, Proctor. He's right here. And he's kind of confused initially, but the fact that Milroe takes off, he took off right into the arms of Burke. That's one of the bad parts of a quarterback that wants to always try to get out and rely on his feet. It really wasn't necessarily on Proctor. It wasn't that Burke beat him. It was that Milroe stepped up and then right into the arms of the big Burke at 6'6".
Good athlete. He was a lacrosse All-American. If you're good enough to be an All-American in high school at that sport, it shows you can move around. And he's got his first career sack last week against Rice. He's made a big impact here tonight in the first half.
Local product out of Westlake, one of the perennial powers in that great state of Texas for high school football.
3rd and long again. 23 seconds left in the half. Milroe feels the pressure again, escapes it, tucks the ball, now thinks about throwing to the end zone, tipped, and caught in the carry for a touchdown. Jermaine Burton off the deflection. There is a flag down. However, there is a flag on the play.
Chris, I think you got linemen downfield. When your quarterback runs around that much, you're going to have offensive linemen downfield.
Lineman downfield, number 71, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Don't know if they saw it, but Miller actually tucked the ball, but he was about 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage. You can't blame him for thinking he was going to run.
Yeah, I mean, what a push, by the way, by Broughton. Right there, somehow he fights out of it, keeps his speed alive. There's Sorrell diving, makes the throw. Offensive lineman downfield. He gets away with one. Jalen Ford should have come up with an interception. He had 4 last year. And it ends up being Darian Dalcourt, 71, who is downfield.
Surprised it did bounce off his hand. He's got 7 takeaways in his last 8 games. 5 of them picks.
One of the more productive linebackers you'll see.
Clock is now a factor with 13 seconds to play. 3rd and 12. And another whistle and a flag before the snap. It's a false start. Tide misfiring down here in the red zone.
Illegal snap. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. It's 3rd down.
Alabama catches a break here because McLaughlin, this could have been a fumble. Quarterback's not ready. Watch the ball move. Moves, and then he snaps. Great recognition by the umpire, and a break for Alabama.
Bounce right up Milroe's chest. 3rd and 17. Still in field goal range, but that's what they do here, trying to get a little bit closer. They launch for the end zone. Milroe again on the move, taking off a long way to run. Scoots out with 5 seconds to go. And we'll figure send that field goal team.
Yeah, Texas will take that. I think the frustrating thing is you got a quarterback right now in Jalen Milroe that as soon as he drops back to throw, he's getting out. He's not seeing coverage. He's relying on his feet. He's not even getting pressure. There wasn't a pass rush there, but he still wants to try to get out and try to create where he's more comfortable out on the edge of that defense. Puts a lot on his legs, and it reduces his field and choices.
Still was his best drive as a passer. He scored for his first 4. They move it 50 yards in 7 plays, and Reichert, ultra reliable, cuts it to a 7-point lead at halftime. Sarkisian And the Longhorns controlling most of this first half, but not building the kind of lead they could have. Ali?
Well, Coach Sarkisian, it's crazy and chaotic out here, but how would you describe the composure of your quarterback in this first half that's trickled down to your team?
Well, I just think we're playing loose and free and confident football. We missed a couple opportunities, but I like the mentality of our team. I like the way we're playing.
Jalen Milroe is difficult with his feet. You've been able to limit his throwing. How have you contained him so far?
Well, we haven't contained him good enough, okay? So we got to do a better job of securing our edges when we're rushing and squeeze that pocket a little bit more. But I love the way our defense is playing right now. We're getting some critical stops.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, all.
And his quarterback played well. Quinn Ewers, 138 yards passing and the 44-yard strike to Xavier Worthy. The Longhorns lead it by a touchdown in Tuscaloosa at halftime. Time now for the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. Kick it back to our buddy Matt Berry and company.
Chris, thank you. Can't wait to get started here on the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. Some of the night action we want to throw to Oregon and Texas Tech. Oregon, tricky place to play. Things get weird in Lubbock. Here, Bo Nix to Tez Johnson.
Yeah, great job at the pocket patience, and the athletes from Oregon looking like they can finish plays all over the field.
Good story here. Former Oregon quarterback Tyler Shuck, now the starter at Texas Tech. Oh, what the Shuck.
Good story turned into that. He did throw 2 touchdowns in the first half, but that was just a bad play.
Shot off, 18-13. You can smell the hangover today in New Orleans with Hottie Toddy and Tulane. And Quinshot Judkins ties it up 17-all.
And Tulane did a good job bottling him up most of the day. Not big numbers for Quinshot.
Starting to pull away late. Jackson Dart to Michael Trigg.
And Dart does a nice job of staying alive through for 267 in this game.
Down 17-7 at one point. Watch this get no fashion. School and score.
Finishing the defense, the Land Sharks putting the icing on top of the cake.
How about the D-line? No gloves, no tape, no spat, no nothing. 37-20, 13 straight for Ole Miss over Tulane. Not a good day for Texas A&M because it was a great day for Tyler Van Dyke, Jacoby George for the touchdown.
And this is probably the biggest touchdown in the game. You're going into halftime, you get the momentum, and you take the lead.
It was George again. He was big for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, he had 3 touchdowns today after coming in the game, and only 1 in his entire career.
Miami scored their most points against a ranked team since 2002. It was all George, it was all Van Dyke.
Yeah, and that is terrible tackling at the end, but Van Dyke did throw for 5 touchdowns in this game, put Texas A&M away.
What a statement, 48-33, the final in Miami. With that, welcome in Dan Mullen, Joey Galloway, Matt Berry. What a statement Saturday here on ESPN. Getting to know a lot of teams around the country today based on who they played in week 1. And right now, we're getting to know that Texas defense. For most of the first half, they did a great job shutting down Jalen Milroe on that offense.
Really, the entire first half. We said coming into the game, the plan was going to be to stop the run up front. And that's one of the things that they've been able to do so far in this first half. Force Alabama to be a passing team. And the keys are, they're not going to be the unbelievable looking highlight plays. Now, right here, you have Xavier Worthy making this unbelievable catch.
Yeah, this is a good throw, but this is a great catch. Worthy's coming across the field full speed, bananas up the field and catches this over his head. I don't think people understand just how difficult of a catch this is to make, because everyone's talking about what a throw it was. It was an okay throw. I'm telling you, that's because you have to be able to, like, you're running full speed across and have to turn up and catch it like this. That's an amazing catch. He made it look easy, but that's an amazing catch.
Quinn Ewers, I see you. You dropped a dime.
He was 13-21, not bad.
Back to the defense. What did you see out of that?
No, but the defense was. They stopped the run up front, which we said was going to be such a key, and force Alabama to be a throwing team. And you see the success Jalen Milroe's had, okay, is scrambling around making plays. When you see him in the pocket, trying to make a throw down the field, he gets picked. And this is it. All you got to do is stop the run on first and second down. That doesn't look like much of a highlight, but when it happens, it forces third and long. Alabama drop back team. That's not going to be their strength. And they ended up, that's a great stop at the end. Red zone defenses for both teams have been huge in this race.
It doesn't look like he's, when he leaves the pocket, it doesn't look like he's running like we normally expect him to run. He's just sort of just running out there. We're used to him running like a running back.
Well, a lot of times as an athlete, as a quarterback, he hears you're this great runner. He wants to keep his eyes downfield and tell people, I'm actually a thrower. No, just Do what you do best. You're running. Some of the biggest plays they've had tonight offensively is when Milroe gets off schedule, has to make plays with his feet, finds a receiver downfield. But I'm with you. Early on, not a lot of movement out of that Alabama offense. We'll see what changes coming up in the second half. Still ahead of the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. We have lost power in the studio. The power is out, but there was plenty of electricity for Colorado today at home against Nebraska. We'll have that and more coming up in darkness.
Introducing new buttermilk biscuits in sweet and savory flavors, so everyone can have their perfect biscuit. Or add one on the side. Get a breakfast biscuit sandwich with a side for just $7 for a limited time.
The one thing we can never get more of is time. Or can we? This is Watson X Orchestrate. AI designed to multiply productivity by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can build digital skills to help human resources spend less time generating offer letters, writing job recs, and managing schedules, and spend more time on humans. Let's create more time for your business with Watson X Orchestrate. IBM, let's create.
Team hard shell, team soft shell, home team, winning team. With Old El Paso, there's always so many possibilities.
When is a football more than a football? When it puts 4 years of higher education at your fingertips, provides medical, nutrition, and mental health support, offers academic tutoring plus medical coverage even after college, helps develop your brand, and teaches you that the end zone is only the beginning. For college athletes, a football just means more.
I have patients who think they've tried everything for their sweat. That's when I recommend Carpe. Carpe specializes in effective sweat solutions at an affordable price.
Nothing worked until I found Carpe.
This makes my life so much less slippery.
Get dry today with limited time free shipping at mycarpe.com.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Introducing the premium collection at Fanatics.com. Stylish fan gear for fashionable fans. Shop Wear by Aaron Andrews, DKNY, Darius Rucker, Mitchell and Ness, and more. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
I have patients who think they've tried everything for their sweat. That's when I recommend Carpe. Carpe specializes in effective sweat solutions at an affordable price.
Nothing worked until I found Carpe.
This makes my life so much less slippery.
Get dry today with limited time free shipping at mycarpe.com.
This halftime report is presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Matt Berry, Joey Galloway, Dan Mullen. We are doing this halftime by candlelight. Oh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam and the deer and the antelope play. Shedeur Sanders, Tavares Dawson, and they started to pull away.
Yeah, Colorado took advantage of Nebraska turning the ball over, shanking punts, missing field goals, and they take a 10-point lead.
In all seriousness, Nebraska gave them every opportunity, and Shedeur and Colorado stepped up in the second half to pull away. And you saw it. Xavier Weaver right there had 10 catches, 170 yards, and a touchdown. The depth of the skill players at Colorado surprised. He's got him stockpiled, Joe.
And how about this play design? I mean, their play calls have been timely. They've been the right call. That was a great call.
And then Shedeur here takes it himself. Next week, they have Colorado State, and then that follows up with a trip to Oregon. Right now, undefeated, 36-14. Things are good for Shedeur and Colorado at home today. His FBS start couldn't have gone better. In 2 games, 903 yards. Pac-12 has a ton of great quarterbacks this year, but those 903 are 4th most in the first 2 games of the season in over the last 20 years. And that's 20 years of good stock coming out of the Pac-12. We figured we'd learn a lot out of Notre Dame today. Hour and 45-minute rain delay there in Raleigh. Notre Dame to start the season. We got Navy, Tennessee State. We thought NC State might be a little bit up to the task, but Holton Sage and Sam Hartman had other ideas. Yeah, the weather wasn't a problem for Sam Hartman today. He came and executed at an extremely high level. And Audric Estime, this running game for Notre Dame is physical.
Yeah, estimated 134 yards in this game. And started off, when it came out of the break, gave it to Estime, breaks off a long touchdown. He was the difference.
First play out of the gate, it was 81 yards after they sat in the locker room for an hour and 45 minutes. Notre Dame's got a quarterback.
Well, I mean, yeah, the poise of Sam Hartman, the confidence, and him being able to make all the throws make them look like a different team this year.
Good game down in Waco, Texas, between Utah, who thumps Florida in week 1. Baylor lost last week to Texas State, tied at 13. Cole Bishop, interception, Oski. Baylor to the 29-yard line with a minute and a half to go.
And this is heartbreaking for Baylor. The only thing you can't do is turn it over, punt the ball, just live for another play.
This is peak Utah football.
That's a power. And then you look at Jalen Glover right here, the smart heads-up play, trying to run out the clock as they're letting him score to try to get the ball back.
So how about this finish? 9 seconds left. Robertson gives it to Hal Presley, somehow gets behind the Utah
defense. That's the way you draw it up. When Coach Mullen is drawing up these plays, let's go deep.
All right, here's the argument. 1 second left. Was this pass interference?
Well, first, Utah coming after him. You love that. I mean, don't give him a second.
Answer the question. No. That's not PI.
No, you don't want the officials determining the game.
No, you want to follow the game like they see it. That's PI.
Understood. Jim, did you have something on that one? You called it like you did?
That was PI.
Guys, Jim Harbaugh wasn't there to coach again today.
They still have a moment of silence before the game.
Our thoughts with the Harbaughs, J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson, and then pocket collapsing. I tell you what, McCarthy and Wilson have been good to start this season.
They've been unbelievable. And if I'll tell you what, if they slip up when Jim Harbaugh comes back, he needs to stay away on game day because McCarthy's been almost perfect.
At least Tom's Harbaugh was the interim today. Hey, Marvin Harrison Jr., a couple touchdowns.
Yeah, Ohio State excited about what their offense did today.
Penn State hung 63 on Delaware. More coming up after this.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration levels. They've been told how you feel yourself doesn't matter. Then just like that, they're gone. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
Interesting piece. Let me bring in my expert.
So many scratches.
Those are from my car keys.
Such a rich history. This won't do well at auction, but at AT&T, it's worth a brand new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5.
Wait, really? What about this?
AT&T's deal is back. Wow. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 with a Galaxy phone trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Officially, it's a fridge full of beer. Unofficially, it's free AC. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call a guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh! Sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
And was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Access NFL Sunday Ticket on us. Get a $400 reward card.
Okay.
Legacies rise from purpose. They're developed through passion, determination, and the power to follow through. This is where ambition meets opportunity. What happens next is up to you. The University of Alabama, where legends are made.
You're watching the Mercedes-Benz Halftime Report.
Georgia was messing around early with Ball State. Then they finally woke up. Carson Beck for his efforts, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns, 45-3 to
It was really the defense and special teams woken up. They had a punt return for a touchdown, 3 interceptions and 4 drives against Ball State, and that woke the offense up the short field.
45-3 between the hedges on Mercedes-Benz. Electric play of the day, Mike Hollins for Virginia. What a story it was for Hollins. The team honoring their
don't even know what channel was on.
Get the Bank of America.
Bond, and Isaiah Bond makes a diving catch. He does throw the deep ball well. It's the best thing he does as a thrower. Big play there.
Yeah, it is. You can see it in the warm-ups. Great one-on-one matchup. They get man-to-man coverage. Chris, you're right. There's not a read here. It's just drop back, get your feet underneath you, and throw it up in the air. We saw him in pregame. You and I both were like, wow, he throws a beautiful deep ball. It's a simple read, and he can show you the arm strength.
Looking for this wide receiver group to break out and have an impactful season. Bond is one of the best deep threats. And now McClellan, the first down run. Good determination to make something of it. Got 3.
Love how this kid runs. I mean, he runs hard. McClellan, a guy, again, is a veteran that's been around. He's from the state of Texas. How determined he is. I mean, he is using everything that he has to keep his balance and push that Texas defense. Didn't get a ton of yards, but you send a message when you run the football like that through your offensive line.
We had the biggest impactful play for the Texas offense, or against the Texas defense a year ago, the 81-yard touchdown in Austin. Milroe chased. Flag is out as he scrambles and now flips the ball. Was he beyond the line of scrimmage? The catch is made by Burton. There's a lot going on. He's going to score. But let's see, there was a flag way back in the holding zone.
Tyler Booker, the left guard, I think was holding. There's a lot going on here.
I mean, the flag came out early. I thought he might have crossed the line of scrimmage.
Offense, number 74. 10-yard penalty from the previous stop. It is. Second down.
It's the uber-talented first opening day true freshman starter at left tackle since Cam Robinson.
Yeah, they called on Proctor, but look at the left guard. He's holding 95. You got both guys on that left side end up coming up with a hold. And again, when a quarterback's mobile, when he moves around, those defensive linemen have their eyes on him. They're moving. And Milroe's not the traditional drop-back guy, so as he moves, those defensive linemen move, and those linemen are put in tough spots.
Penalties, again, impactful. Wiped out a couple of Alabama touchdowns tonight. Snap he wasn't ready for. It was just another one of those illegal snaps.
Yeah, he moved that ball again. Second time, center McLaughlin.
Illegal snap on the offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Martha, one of the leaders there. He's a senior from Georgia, steady guy, but you know, a little jumpy tonight. And again, when he moved the ball and snapped it, Milroe wasn't ready for it.
Well, that's the cadence, that's the rhythm of the offense. McLaughlin is a veteran guy, played a lot of football.
2nd and 22 after the second penalty. They get it out in the perimeter to Prentice, who made a big impact in that final drive of the first half. They get some of it back, but it's still going to be 3rd and 13.
On the last third down, they found a great matchup where they got Bond one-on-one against the nickel Barron. See if Texas gets out of that man coverage. Looks like more of a zone. Showing pressure up front.
They don't bring it, though. Only a 3-man rush. And Milroe still has to escape the pocket. He's going to be dragged down. So they drop 8 in coverage. Doesn't make the throw. Anthony Hill makes the tackle, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, they're showing the pressure. They end up dropping. They're playing zone here. And here's your spy. His only job on 3rd down is keep an eye on that quarterback. He's a freshman linebacker. He can run. You cannot let him get outside of you. He does, but he's able to catch up to him to bring him down.
Here comes Will Reichert. This is from 51 yards, a yard short of his career long. He's accounted for all of the Bama points so far. Very reliable long distance kicker. Certainly has the leg for this. Whips it up. My goodness. Hammers it through from 51. But still, the Tide have to settle for 3 after moving in 42 yards. Penalties spoil the drive, and Texas still leads by 4.
Full-time fans, your drive never goes unnoticed, and you deserve a reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Get tickets now for the Murder Mystery event.
It was a ghost.
I will not be needing such things only in theaters. Did you see something?
Who are you talking to? You were saying.
A Haunting in Venice. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
A truck is a tool, but a Ram is life. It's the let's load up the ATV's life. The my kids play way too many sports life. The let's find a secret spot to fish life. Nice. Discover how Ram powers all the lives you live during Ram Power Days.
During Ram Power Days, get 4,000 retail consumer cash allowance on most 2023 Ram 1500 trucks. See your Ram dealer today.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Took over our office. And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hand.
Hospital bill for Prime. Did you just say Gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about it. Say it one time. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
How do we get this goat out of here?
Meet one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Elephant would have been scarier.
This is a story that takes place every Saturday. There's magic rocks, wild animals, techno, and rivalries that go back decades. This story has everything. Want to hear it?
Checking in with Alabama coach Nick Saban at the half, and guys, he was so intense. He said, we are just not executing. I asked him, how could they gain more continuity on offense? He said, we've got to execute. We've run the football well. We've got to get back to doing that. We saw them do that on that last drive. They have run the ball well, but the mistakes keep stalling drives. One other thing to keep your eye on, Caleb Downs, their phenomenal freshman safety. He is on the sideline. He's lost his lunch. He's not doing well. Not sure if he can return to this game.
Is that an official medical term?
Yes.
Now this is Keelan Robinson make a return, the first kick return tonight. It's out to 23.
Milroe trying to talk to Tommy Rees when he came over. They're just trying to get on the same page, wondering, the adjustments that they want to make. This conversation continues from halftime. You can see Tommy Rees trying to figure out the best way to attack and finish off these drives.
Head and hand says a lot. They did come away with 3 in the drive, and at times last year, even with Bryce Young, Bama's offense was super frustrated. They punted 7 straight possessions before the quarterback made some magic in the fourth quarter. Texas now back to work, and the freshman is tackled behind the line. Terrion Arnold got Baxter, who loses about 4.
Good job here by Arnold. He's able to get inside the receiver, Mitchell, with that quickness. He may have been coming there in kind of that run blitz, bringing pressure off the boundary. Remember earlier, he made a big play in space, prevented a touchdown by Texas. This time comes up, gets him behind the sticks.
Rushing game has not been very productive for Texas tonight. 43 on the ground. 2nd and 15 to get it to the perimeter quickly. This is an effective way to use Baxter, who gets back near the original line of scrimmage, but it's going to be 3rd and long. Lawson knocked him down.
And you get to that 3rd and long. Alabama has a chance to get guys on and off the field. It's 6 defensive backs. For Kevin Steele and Nick Saban like to dial it up, see if they try to bring some kind of pressure.
Horns have been pretty solid on 3rd down tonight, considering the opposition, but this is tough, needing 11. 4-man rush. Ewers steps up, flips it away. It's just over the head of Whittington, who had some space, and the Tide defense come up with a 3-and-out.
They just bring 4, but they're able to get great pressure. Chris Braswell is coming off from the right side. Here's your receiver, works across. Pretty impressive by Ewers to climb this pocket, up into the pocket, keeps it just enough time alive, and puts it up in the air. I thought Whittington at 6'1" would climb and make that play. Looked like he had both hands on it.
Ryan Sanborn's been clutch tonight on the run to his right, boots it away from Kool-Aid McKinstry. A flag is down as the ball rolls dead at the 30. 49-yard punt. Flag is back near midfield.
During the kick, holding. Return team, number 3. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. It is first down.
It's Terrion Arnold. It's going to be the 7th penalty on the Crimson Tide. Not as bad as last year's game, but Tide fans thinking, not again. Yeah. Well, he is a tackler by trade.
What's this? Huh.
Whoa, what? Has your name always been Hulu Has Live Sports?
I guess so.
New name, same man. Meet Jalen, Hulu Has Live Sports.
It's on me. I got y'all. Yes, sir.
Hulu Plus Live TV, your place to watch live TV.
Some people just know there's a podcast about that. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
Big tea drinker?
Yeah.
There's a podcast about tea.
He knows, and he wants you to know too.
I was listening to a podcast on if dogs know their dogs.
There's a podcast about that?
Just like he'd want you to know about Allstate.
There's a podcast about fly fishing called Why Is That Person Doing That? It's called Tea-rific.
Are you listening to a podcast?
Yeah, it's about multitasking.
Some people just know there's a podcast about that. Those are the people who know you're in good hands with Allstate.
Baby, it's over.
I mean, we both saw this coming.
I'm sorry.
ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by IHG Hotels and Resorts, is brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Local Chick-fil-A restaurants recognized the University of Alabama Athletics ground and campus maintenance crews earlier this week with a catered meal to thank them for all they do.
Appreciate our blimp crew providing aerial coverage, courtesy of Goodyear, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear, more driven. Texas so far ready for this road challenge as Milroe's going to launch downfield, and out comes the flag. That was Gavin Holmes tied up with Bond, who made the big play earlier. Don't know if he had a chance to make the play. It's a mistake by the Longhorn secondary.
Ferris, defense, number 9, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Clearly, Milroe's comfortable throwing the deep ball. Had 3 touchdowns against Rice. They were all long balls. This year in the young season, you go beyond 30, he's 3 of 4. It's an outstanding percentage.
Yeah, I think he held on to that ball a little bit too long and allowed Bond to get downfield. They get the pass interference, but he had about 3 hitches there waiting for the coverage to really dictate itself before he threw that ball. I think Bond outran his arm, but they'd catch the break there with the interference.
First catch of the night, Jamarian Miller, the sophomore out of Texas. From Tyler, as a matter of fact, famous hometown of Earl Campbell. He impressed him in scrimmages by busting off some big runs. So he does have a home run gear out of the backfield.
Yeah, everybody you talk to since we've been here the last couple days, we start asking about the backs. And all they want to talk about, you talk about the veterans, but right away they get excited about Haynes and especially Miller based on those scrimmages. Every day ripping off big runs.
It was by Jam. He's getting a turn here. Midway second quarter, got the football again. Tries to bounce it. That is an outstanding tackle by Keaton Crawford, the free safety in the open field.
And this is part of the youth of a young back who's usually in high school been able to bounce this and outrun a safety. Here in the college game against a really talented safety like this, you just can't do that. You can't always bounce, and it's something that young backs learn as they get up against better competition, that if it's not there, you're better off just lowering that shoulder and trying to get 2 or 3 instead of trying to bounce it wide.
Here we go again. 3rd down for the Tide. They need 4. Low snap. Milroe scoops it up, launches downfield, and he had McClellan out of the backfield wide open. Benda was given chase. That was a touchdown if it wasn't overthrown.
Tommy Reese calls this perfectly. Ball's a little bit low. Here's the matchup right here. Man to man. It's a really good job here of dialing this up. Gets downfield, up in the air, a little bit more air, and that's a big play.
Well, Tommy Reese, dialed up a play that obviously he feels comfortable throwing, and that was a missed opportunity, and Texas will get the football back. Burnip, high boot, and Worthy makes the fair catch at the 6-yard line. It's about 5.5 seconds of hang time, says Mike Black. That's even more than Ewers had in the throw downfield before.
And in a game like this, I mean, look at this score. Who thought 13-9 in the 3rd quarter? But they pinned them again inside this, down about the 5-yard line.
Both offenses have been pinned back and had to deal with poor field position at times tonight.
The umpire gets run over there.
Looks like Coots ran into him at full speed. He's just doing his job, trying to keep his eye on the play. Like he might have been cut in the face a little bit.
Bill, when something like this happens, obviously you hope he's able to go. The trainer looking at him. What happens in this situation?
Well, they do have an alternate official, so an alternate official could come in.
They're playing ball.
Check him for 2 things. He's got the cut. They might want to check him for some concussion protocol.
Yep.
He got nailed pretty good.
He did.
Meanwhile, another crucial situation for Ewers to take care of the football down here. They're going to throw it on 1st down. They launch it one-on-one. Going up to make the catches, Adonai Mitchell. Wow. Contested, and he beat Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh, great route. Are you kidding me with the throw? How about Ewers? How about start calling this? Throws the football up in the air and over top of the corner. Great job.
Goes at their best TV. Ewers, they stuck a man wide open, and it's Sanders. Eludes a man. Oh, just stumbled down. McKinstry just got enough of him to bring him down, but the Longhorns are clicking inside the 30.
Sark saved a few plays here. That time Sanders lined up on the right. He gets completely lost in coverage as he works back to the left. Nobody picks him up.
Chunks of 32 and 34. Hand off on the right side to Baxter. Saves some plays is right.
that misdirection. Sark trying to affect the eyes every single week. He gets ready and he's trying to attack those safeties and backers with different looks. That time he slid Sanders. It opened up beautifully.
The play fake, Ewers pitches it, but all over Gunnar Helm, the tight end, and coverage there was Deontay Lawson. Let's go back to that. He's in his end zone. It's a precarious position, Kirk. They're up 4 against Alabama, and he lets him take a pitch against the best DB on the field.
Well, it's very important when you watch college football all day. How many coaches in a game like this trust their quarterback to make not just the right decision, but an accurate throw? It's either going to make that catch or it's going to be out of bounds. He's a different guy from where he was a year ago.
Needs 6. Keep the drive going. Pressure picked up. Worthy goes up in the end zone and could not come up with it. Trey Amos knocked the ball loose. No hesitation.
Did he knock it loose? Because I thought it got over top of his hands and into the arms. I think it got over top of Amos. I mean, that would have been a great catch. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that cleared his hand and somehow got down into the receiver.
And Amos was able to swipe it with the hand coming down. So from 42, Bert Auburn tries to stay perfect on the night. It's hooking, and he missed it. So the Longhorns, stellar clutch kicker, misses his first of the night. The lead is still 4 in Tuscaloosa, midway third.
Rockies, Giants, an NL West battle on Sunday Night Baseball.
The one thing we can never get more of is time. Or can we? This is Watson X Orchestrate. AI designed to multiply productivity by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can build digital skills to help human resources spend less time generating offer letters, writing job recs, and managing schedules, and spend more time on humans. Let's create more time for your business with Watson X Orchestrate. IBM, let's create.
Cracker Barrel was founded on the simple belief that freshly made food should be served up at a fair price. Today, that's more important than ever. So we've got over 20 meals under $12, including all the generously portioned classics that made us famous and the signature sides you've always loved. All served up with an extra helping of care. Cracker Barrel. Take care now.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Have fun, sis.
Can't stop adding stuff to your cart? Get the Bank of America customized cash rewards card. Choose the online shopping category and earn 3% cash back.
Do you need space?
You need the General. With our high demand and steel prices going up soon, General Steel is now offering some of its best pricing in its 4-decade history. Waiting will cost you thousands. Save big on popular pre-engineered steel buildings like our 100 by 200 fulfillment center and warehouse, 100 by 100 manufacturing buildings, and 80 by 160 column-free commercial centers. The General even offers personal spaces like this garage or this shop, all tailored to your needs. And don't forget our 50-year warranty is included on all buildings. This shocking low pricing event won't last long, so call now. General Steel buildings are American-made, feature pre-cut, pre-welded beams, and 26-gauge steel walls and roof panels, all designed to bolt together easily, saving you construction cost and time, so you can be in the new building you need quickly. With our high demand and steel prices going up soon, waiting will cost you thousands. Call 1-877-98-STEEL to get the building system you need delivered this fall. That's 1-877-98-STEEL.
But Sean Strickland is a beast.
You do not want to miss this.
This is Bomb's win.
The Octagon has returned to the land down under.
Do me a favor. Take it out of the monitor. Alabama still down only 4. Milroe tried to fire it across the middle. He was at the feet.
He had an open man. I like the play call on 1st and 10, play action with his Texas defense being overly aggressive, expecting the run. Caught him up close to the line. If he could layer that ball right over top of the safety, he had a nice gain, but unable to throw it accurately.
Second and 10 run by Roydell Williams, smacks, and then Texas goes downhill. Murphy made the initial contact to slow him down. 3rd and long now for Milroe.
Keep revisiting this defensive line from Texas, rotating. That time it was Byron Murphy, probably the most disruptive defensive lineman, even though Sweat 93 gets a lot of attention. Collins making plays, Broughton making plays.
Remember Casey Hampton?
Yeah.
He's kind of like that in the Texas Bowl. He's the strongest dude on the team. Milroe is an empty backfield. And that's a flag. It's going to get even tougher now with Lynch on the right side of the line.
Right tackle.
Ball start. Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty.
I mean, whether you win or you lose, this is exactly week 2 how you're going to drive Nick Saban crazy. It happened last year in Austin. It's happening again. Miscues. When they go back and evaluate this game, they're going to see critical mistakes. Up at the top there, that time it was Latham. These are veteran guys.
You talk about an unforced error.
Well, and you go from 3rd and 10, which is already tough enough, to now 3rd and 15.
Pocket collapsing, and they've got him. Anthony Hill Jr., that speedy freshman, making an impact tonight, and a huge stop for Texas.
Now, he got in for the spring as a true freshman out at Denton Ryan High School, far right, matched up against another true freshman. Nice bend, able to get around the big tackle. That tackle is Proctor, 360 pounds. It's great to have size, but on 3rd and 15, you better have some quickness and move those feet and those hands. Freshman against freshman, and Hill wins it.
When you say bend, the defensive player has bend. That's
nice
bend. And the punt is not good off the foot. It does take a favorable bounce for Barnett. Let's see where they spot it. 47-yard end, they're working out okay. Sunday NFL Countdown, Week 1. Professional football is back. John McEnroe went down and sat with Aaron Rodgers. He talked about the interesting thing. Johnny Mac said he enjoyed that. Revealing all-access look at the Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. Plus all the injury updates, everything you need to preview every game. 10 Eastern.
Time's your match tomorrow with Johnny McEnroe.
4 Eastern.
Looking forward to that.
Djokovic Medvedev for the US.
Great.
Congratulations, Coco Gauff. What a huge win today.
That's great.
U.S. tennis. The teenager wins her first major. Fake it to Brooks. Yours looking across the middle, and it's incomplete. Waiting for the football was Mitchell, but Arnold arrived to knock it loose.
Well, it's been an up and down night for Arnold, right? I mean, he's made some plays and he's made some mistakes. This time he does a good job of reacting. Once that ball's in the air, times that up really well. soon as it looked like Mitchell might be able to come up with a big gain, and another 1st and 10 throw, by the way, by Ewers. Sark really dialing it up there on those early downs. He's able to dislodge that ball.
And they'll run it off the left side on 2nd down, and Brooks almost broke it. They stop him a yard short of the marker there. Caleb Downs made the tackle. Now it's 3rd and just 1.
Slow developing counter play. Going to follow around that right guard, Hudson, and also the tight end, Sanders.
Playing with tempo. He plowed forward. He didn't get it. But they tried to catch Alabama. Not ready for that 3rd and 1. Deontay Lawson stuffed him. That could be a crucial stop against Sark's offense.
And give credit to Bama's defense. There's been some times, as you said, they don't have their cleats in the ground. That time, almost anticipating that hurry up on 3rd down, they did. And Lawson able to attack down and keep him short.
How about this decision, Kirk? Minus 48, up 4, 4th down. And they're going to try to sneak it with a push. The ball actually goes to Brooks. He juggled it, held on, and they moved the sticks.
That ball came out.
Yeah.
Ball came out. Not only is he short, that's a fumble. I mean, the timing of that just felt off. That ball went through his legs. Somehow, you got Brooks who looks down, and he never had it. Never had the football.
We're going to discuss whether he was down before the ball came
How can
loose.
you be down when he didn't have it? He didn't have the ball.
What? First of all, I wasn't convinced they're actually going to run a play. I thought they might try to draw him offside. Bill, what are you seeing there?
I have a muff ball, so anybody can pick it up and run with it. Had it been a fumble on 4th down, only the person that fumbled it could advance it. So being that this is a muff, no possession, anybody can pick it up on the offense.
Look at the ball. Watch the ball. Tell me if you ever see that. You could see it bouncing around. I think anytime a center on a sneak, he starts to reach.
The ruling on the field, it was a fumble by the quarterback. The ball was recovered beyond the line, but the ball will be returned due to the 4th down play. Will be returned to the fumble. It'll be Alabama's ball.
Well, this is not, Bill, the way you see it. This is an enormous decision on the field. Alabama will have it in plus territory. If this call stands, is that something they can look at in replay, whether the quarterback had possession, Bill?
Possession is reviewable.
Sark, I think, sees it the way you do, Bill. And by the way, you talk about a huge moment in this game. I just don't think he ever had the football.
You know, and I go back to what possession is. I don't care if it's a pass, a kick.
And you can see the ball right there.
No, he never
had it.
His hands.
And again, you're talking about a quarterback in the shotgun 90% of the time. You know, you got to stay with the center on a sneak, and that ball came out.
David Allman is the replay official for this SEC crew. They work with the headquarters in Birmingham, but the decisions will be made here, along with Matt Leffler, the referee. Again, possession, if it's reviewable, what specifically, Bill, are they looking at to determine whether he had it long enough?
I look for the same thing I do on a pass. You've got to have firm control of the ball. You got to be able to do a football move. He hasn't done any of that.
Bill, is there enough here to overturn this?
I say there's enough.
It's because you want to be right? I mean, I'm just kidding.
Well, the ball came, it hit about 3 different legs before.
Billy, here's a good look for you right here. This is going to be your look.
No, he's pulling his hands away without the ball. This is one of the weirdest replays you've ever seen in an incredibly impactful situation in the game. It's either Texas ball
ever possessed.
It's either Texas ball with the first down in Alabama territory or Bama ball in Texas territory.
Bill's rules.
After review,
that's
the
first down
quarterback
Texas.
never gained possession of the ball. Therefore, it's a backward pass, which can be advanced. It was advanced beyond the line to gain. It's a first down for Texas.
That's why Billy's up here, setting it straight. That a bay, Bill.
Probably better up here than I was on the field, maybe, huh?
Well, that's a huge play, and you made the right call there at the beginning. We could see on the replay he never had possession. Good job there by Brooks to pick it up, and Texas keeps this drive alive.
An incredible piece of good fortune. And alert play by Brooks. They tried to rush up and go for it in 3rd and short, didn't get it. Try to sneak from about 1.5 yards away. Now Ewers batted. No, it's right back to him. Weird stuff is happening. The quarterback on the reception will scamper out of bounds for 5 yards. What's going to happen next?
How about Lawson? He times that up the backer, knocks it down. Most quarterbacks are taught just knock the ball down. Ewers lost all this weight, so he said, I'm just going to catch it and take off and run. We've seen him use his legs a few times tonight.
Brooks made that alert scoop. That could end up being one of the biggest plays of this game if Texas comes out on top. Runs it down there, 3rd and short again now.
Texas keeps working the edges. Sark knows how tough it is between the tackles, but doing a good job of mixing up these looks.
Ewers has time, but it's incomplete. Trying to get it to Mitchell in heavy traffic. Now it's 4th and 2 from the 42.
Go back to what Sark said before the game, halftime with Holly. We came in here to win. We have an aggressive mindset. That's who we are. Boy, is he living up to that here on these last 2 4th downs if he decides to go here again.
He sure is. He's also got a defense that's not allowed a touchdown tonight. You could pin him back. Head coach putting it on the line. And Brooks fighting. I don't think he got there. Dallas Turner wrapped him up. And this time it is going to be a turnover on downs. Where the side just ran in. I thought he was clearly short. And it is short. Alabama football.
Watch Turner. Watch him come all the way over. Doesn't even really get set. Blows Sanders up. It makes the play of the night for Alabama. Lawson help cleans it up. That was a remarkable effort. Turner had the big play last year on a sack against Ewers. Here, 4th down and short. Pushes Sanders, the tight end, and then gets off that block. That is a remarkable effort by a guy who's known as a pass rusher. That time makes a play to defend the run.
Leader on this defense. He was been tutored by the great Will Anderson in his career. Was that an improv play? You think he just decided to go for
I think he reacted late to the alignment and got in position to make a play.
Verdell Williams. There'll be some grumbling in this crowd. They definitely want to see the run game reestablished, but they're getting a little impatient with this offense. I piled up 237. That's it.
I got to keep looking. It's 13-9. You know, it feels like Texas is up by a couple scores, but Alabama's kind of hanging in there defensively. Texas has missed some big opportunities where they've been in plus territory, haven't been able to come away with points, and we got a 4-point game here late in the 3rd.
Running on 2nd and long, McClellan can't escape for long. Ethan Burke, another tackle. 3rd and 6. There's some grumbling from the faithful of Tuscaloosa here.
Now they're frustrated by this conservative approach. Watch Sweat here, 93, right in the middle. Big man, 362, works through that double team and affects that timing of that play. You know, we talked with Seth McLaughlin, the center, yesterday, and he said, man, the double team's going to be everything against the size of this Texas defensive front. That time, Sweat wins.
I'm going to hold off 600 pounds and then have that be your job description. He just did it there. Milroe escaping the pocket, tries to get there with his legs, and he does. Scamper for a 1st down in Texas territory. Bender was giving chase, but it's a fresh set.
Well, the big thing they talked about is not getting out of their lanes. Here's a freshman that got out of his rush lane, off to the right. He gets upfield. You can't get upfield beyond the quarterback. When you do, now he's got a lane. When with that speed, he's going to be able to beat you to the corner for a 1st down. Look at this rush lane open up. If that freshman, number 0, if he would have squeezed, kept him in a pocket, that would not have happened.
Play fake. Milroe immediately pressured. Came flying off the edge, eventually tackled behind the line. Keaton Crawford got there in a heartbeat.
He did a really good job of disguising it. I don't think Milroe anticipated it, saw it. McClellan actually sees it late, but not soon enough to be able to help. But somehow, Jalen Milroe with that athletic ability is at least able to avoid a disaster.
Milroe again has to elude pressure, launches downfield, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jermaine Burton. They waited 3 quarters finally for this Alabama pass game to really come to life. 49-yard strike from Milroe to Burton, and Bama has its first lead.
Well, we've talked so much about Sark, how he draws plays, what he does before the snap, and how it helps him create matchups. Well, Alabama fans, Tommy Rees just showed you what he can do as well by creating a matchup.
And Jermaine Burton, the Georgia transfer, 6 touchdowns now in his last 6 games.
Alabama fans, you just said murmurs, booing. Bond right here is going to come in motion. Right now, you got a corner on the best receiver from Alabama. Watch what happens with the motion. That corner's now, because of Bond in motion, he's now going to be taking Bond right here. Now you're going to get Burton matched up right here, which is exactly what you want with a safety. So by using the motion, you take the corner off of your best receiver and you get him matched up in a mismatch against a safety in Jaron Thompson, who cannot stay with him one-on-one. And what a throw. He had time to make it. Milroe throws his best ball, which is a deep ball, right over the shoulder for the touchdown.
We were joking with Saban pregame after watching Milroe complete beautiful deep ball after beautiful deep ball. I said, I think you just go bombs away, or you just throw deep, and he kind of laughed. Maybe we weren't kidding.
No, I mean, between his scrambles and the deep ball, that's and then you mix in some of the run game. That's where they are right now as far as the comfort zone of this offense, week 2.
And as you said, it just felt like Texas should have made more of their opportunities to build a bigger lead. Now they're down by 3. Closing into the 4th quarter. To Matt Berry.
All right, gentlemen, you know better than anyone, weird stuff can happen in Lubbock on a Saturday night. This is Tyler Shough, former Oregon quarterback, now the starter for Texas Tech, takes it in, gives them the lead. Later, Shough to Jerand Bradley, and right now, Texas Tech up on Oregon, 27-18.
Think about that.
Yeah, I do. Once in a while, you stumble into one.
Now Ewers, and this Texas offense has to respond. This place is louder than it's been all night. On the pop pass, Keelan Robinson's going to be knocked down after about a 5-yard gain, and it should be the last play of this 3rd quarter. Crimson Tide got a field goal after penalties spoiled one drive, and then the 49-yard strike. Milroe to Burton. Final quarter from Tuscaloosa coming up. You're watching ESPN College Football Primetime.
We don't know any first responders who only give 90%. Or farmers, the workers who build our towns, roads, infrastructure. They don't stop at halfway. And good luck finding a small business owner who's happy with an 80% effort. That's why they use Ford trucks. Ford F-Series, 100% assembled in America. Because we're all in on America.
When you buy 10 tickets on Vivid Seats, you get the 11th ticket free. I wonder what my 11th will be.
Hey! You're trash!
Living rent-free in a hockey player's head?
Or maybe just make some noise!
What's your 11th?
Being an NFL fan is the greatest. Unless your home team doesn't match your hometown. Because it's hard for dolphins to survive in a desert. And eagles don't tend to nest with giants. But with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube, you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games. So no matter where you live, it'll feel a little more like home. At least on Sundays. NFL Sunday Ticket. Only on YouTube and YouTube TV. Last chance to save $50.
All right, guys, listen up. This entire season boils down to one word.
Bundle home and auto.
But that's 4 words.
Not if you bundle them.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On season 6 of Fansville, it's the last year of college football as we know it.
What's going on?
The road to the playoff is expanding.
To 12 lanes.
Rivalries are crumbling.
Why are you leaving?
TV revenue. You wouldn't understand.
So we're just not rivals anymore?
Tensions are rising.
Where's the flag?
These refs should be criminally investigated. Do something!
Because this season, things are heating up.
What's happening, Sheriff?
It's a transfer portal. It's out of control.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
You're watching the Allstate Crossbar Classic.
Glad you're with us. This presentation of the SEC on ESPN. Final quarter. Texas behind for the first time tonight, facing a 2nd and 7. Ewers. He takes a downfield shot. And ball falls to the ground. There's a flag as Mitchell was going out there and just got grabbed in coverage.
The second time we've seen Arnold just hold on after Mitchell's gotten behind him. Like I said, it's been an up and down night for Terrion Arnold.
Pass interference on the defense, number 3. 15-yard penalty. Results, first down.
See so many of these because a 15-yard penalty is a lot better than what probably would have happened if he hadn't grabbed the receiver.
Yeah, he loses his balance, but again, he's holding on to that jersey.
Moves the ball to the 43.
How much does this game feel like last year? What was it, 13-10 at the end of the third quarter last year?
Feels like penalties are a big factor too. 9th for Alabama. Ewers still has it and finds his tight end. Sanders, big man, rumbling free, gets a block, stiff arm. Lowers the shoulder. What a run after the catch for this athletic tight end from Texas.
Boy, does this open up off after the play fake. Baxter, the freshman, goes out into the flat. Watch Baxter go out into the flat right here. And watch how he pulls the defense with him. Right here, those 2 defenders both kind of come up, opened it up nicely right behind it.
50-yard chunk. Sets up 1st and goal. Play fake. Ewers. Slant. Touchdown, Mitchell. What a response by Texas. Bama scores the first touchdown of the night. Texas trails for the first time. 3 plays, 75 yards. How do you do it to reclaim the lead?
Caleb Downs, the freshman, who's going to be a superstar. He has his eyes in the backfield. What I love here is watch Ewers wait for the right time. Let him clear the freshman, and he throws it right behind him for that touchdown.
Mitchell made an impact as a Georgia Bulldog against Alabama and has certainly done so here tonight. Xavier Worthy, Jatavian Sanders, Whittington, Baxter, Mitchell. They got some playmakers for Ewers to pitch the football to. It's Texas back on top by 4.
You're gonna have to care about everything, more than anything.
Wrexham, as a club, are the underdogs.
You know what happens in moments of life and death is that everything comes into focus.
Enjoy this.
Can I see the screen?
One moment.
Why is it wherever you go, death follows?
Maybe fate brought you here for a reason.
What a rip.
I'm a winner!
Welcome to the future.
Now we're speaking the same language.
Did we just get hustled? There's no way they were 70. Interesting. It's both an electric and a gas car. Yep. Quite the paradox.
So JJ's for lunch?
Electric for short trips, gas for long. It really is both. The first ever Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
With college football on ESPN+, you get the best teams and the biggest conferences, and so much college football action from across the country. So sign up now at ESPNplus.com.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking ELEMAX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. And from where we sit, the future still feels good. Save up to $300 and revamp your workspace during X-Chair's Labor Day sale. Ends September 12th.
There's some streaks on the line here. Bama hasn't lost at home since Joe Burrow, the Bayou Bengals, came in here in 2019.
What a game.
21 in a row is the longest in FBS. Haven't lost a non-conference game since Saban's first year. The shocker. Texas last beat him in '82. Well, what did Sark say, Kirk? I want my team stand to the center ring, throw haymakers. That was a haymaker. They just took one, and then they just landed right back.
Came right back.
Lefty Stone boots it away. And Law will let it bounce. Well, we talked about the parallels to last year's Classic in Austin. You know, Bryce Young and the Tide come out. They were frustrated for most of the day on offense. Early on in this game, Ewers was planted in the ground by Dallas Turner on a personal foul, knocked out. And in the end, Bryce Young escapes that sack. That was the biggest play. Reichard knocks it through. It was a, quote, moral victory for Sarkisian at that point, he said, but it still really stunk.
And I think they grew that day, and they're not into moral victories in Austin. But I really think as a program in his second year, it enabled them. They ended up 8-5. Every loss they had was by a touchdown or less. I think it gave them confidence coming into tonight, and you got to love Sark and the culture on display tonight, battling in year 3.
Bill Rowe delivers right into the hands of a Longhorn. Intercepted by Jaron Thompson. His second mistake. He steps out inside the 10. That is a disastrous play for Milroe, his second pick tonight.
Thompson doesn't do anything fancy to disguise. He's right here. I just don't think Milroe, coming off that play action, got his eyes on him.